Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm here with my brother, my dear brother, I should say, MG42 Pillbox, and I want to first and foremost discuss the uh, issue with the pharmaceutical companies and with all the pharmaceuticals. Now, I've heard that in the United States, I myself am in Germany. Here we have, the alternative medicine going alongside with the mainstream um, that promotes, of course, what is modernly called allopathic medicine, and I would say rightfully so. But in I have heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pillbox, that in the United States, most people are still bent on taking um, chemical drugs and do not like to go towards alternative medicine. Or has the trend currently changed? What is the trend right now in the United States over there?
Oh, I'd say you're absolutely right, Johnny. America as a whole is pretty drugged up. I mean, they're absolutely brainwashed, and it's clear that it's another sedative. Like literally, they're asking to be inebriated. They're literally asking these pharmaceutical companies. My wrist hurts, so can you just put me to sleep? For half of my life, and I can just be drugged out. That's a lifestyle that people have chosen to adopt it though. There's two sides of the story. They are still responsible for their actions. And I would say it's even worse. I would say it's worse than alcohol in a sense that you don't get anything out of it. At least with alcohol, you can enjoy a drink or something. I just this pharmaceutical thing is insane. And then these doctors will prescribe almost anything you want. Anybody who wants anything, Johnny, can get it. All I got to do is
Hmm.
take a needle and poke my knee and then go to the doctor and I injured my knee and
Mhm.
I think Vicodin would be good and Percocets. And they're
Oh,
going to go,
wow.
oh, all right, great. And they're basically just going to, it's literally like you're going to a fast food place. It's all a scam. It's all literally a dog and pony show. It's a stage, just like everything is a stage, Johnny. It's literally so ridiculous. It is just normal now. And it's not just with the pharmaceuticals. It's pretty much everything. I mean, it's in law enforcement. It's in the judicial system. It's obviously in our politics, and they do this in front of our faces. And it just shows you what this really comes down to, Johnny, is just another nail in the coffin for the
Mhm.
psychosis of Western society as a whole. These people are just so stupid. They've bought into these lies. They've let television raise their children. They think that voting matters when they're being lied to their face. These people lie to us in front of us. It's not like they're hiding it. They're doing it in front of us. They're stealing from us in front of us. They're destroying our economic systems. And this pharmaceutical thing is literally to help this. Yeah, it is like probably one of the biggest psychosis inebriators, if you can imagine. I mean, if I'm just going to be inebriated, doesn't that affect my psyche?
Definitely.
I mean, talk about instantaneous mind control. And not only is it so, it is asked for by these people, by these Westerners, by these white people in a lot of places. This is if you literally look at at these people all over Western cultures, it is pretty much one-sided, and there is that issue, and I can talk about that because I've seen the white cultures and I've seen what they do, and even these ones that we think are good are completely wasting their time on things that are completely fruitless, and they
So
don't
would
they're
you?
and you don't see and you see some of these groups saying that marijuana is bad and that they're the same person that's going to send their wife to get Percocets and muscle relaxers for her injuries so the husband can take them. So that's husbands. I bet more husbands do it than wives. Let's be honest here. We know that just like we know more husbands abuse wives than women abuse men. We just know that. We
Right.
also know that women, are smarter in some ways. And if you look at this, you know that men across America are having their wives go because of injuries to get them drugs. So just think of how many different levels of abuse just that one thing is. And it's literally them asking the government to inebriate them. That's how crazy I think it is.
So how easy is it to get a prescription drug in the United States? How is it?
Oh,
Are doctors?
I think anybody could get them. I think it's the
Mhm.
easiest thing to do.
Mhm.
Um, And I think people die from it all the time. You know, all these like, oh, why did this homeless guy die? Well, he probably just took 6 Percocets. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? It's things like that. I mean, they think of how many unknown deaths happen because of it. Who gives the homeless guy an autopsy, or who cares? They don't care. You know, they're not going to find out why he died. Oh, he's just an old man, or well, you know, he's homeless, or he hasn't eaten in a while. You know, there's always.
What
I
about
guarantee. Yep.
alternative and herbal medicines? What does the government do with those? I mean, are people how easy it is to obtain those, and how are, if so, people prevented from taking those?
Well, I think that when there's a will, there's a way. You know, I
Mm,
think if anybody wants something, they're going to get it. Whether it's medication or herbs, or you know, just about anything. When there's a will, there's a way. So if you really want to get something, I think you're going to be able to get a hold of it. So as far as the ease of it, I
mm,
don't think anything can be easier than the pharmaceutical systems. I mean, literally, it would be easier for you to get pharmaceuticals than it would to
mm,
be to get some illegal drug. Of course,
mm,
we know that.
mm, mm.
And as far as herbs are concerned, I think that's a cultural thing. I think it takes a different type of person to understand you don't do, you know, mollies and things like that to, or to cure your pain, or even prescription drug. You don't do severe, but there's an herbal side to this. So that is a whole culture base, and I think that they are obviously of a different level. Like they just understand things different. I'm sorry to call people stupid, but if you're addicted to Percocets and Vicodin, you're probably stupid. Like that's a telltale sign of a serious problem. And there's definitely things to get off of it if anybody cared to, if they looked it up. I mean, yeah, of course the herbs are, it's obvious. And that's even the atheists would agree with this on that, probably, Johnny, as a whole. This is a subject that affects anybody and
But I've
everybody.
heard
So,
that, for example, there is quote unquote skeptics in America. I don't know whether they are being paid by the government, so I'd like to ask just you, those skeptics who supposedly say, "Oh, alternative medicine doesn't work, the herbs, they are ineffective, so you got to take those drugs." On what level, how reaching is that kind of propaganda in the United States overall?
oh, I would just say all of it, and there is no limit.
Mm,
As far as that's concerned, they have done everything. I mean, what do you mean? I mean, as far as propaganda is concerned, why do you think they make us love bad people in movies? I mean, everything is propaganda, to TV shows, to all the things that they want you to watch, these programs, their sports, athletic teams, organizations like that, politics, everything is propaganda, literally. So that's just endless. That's as far, Satan did that very early. He controlled that right
mm,
away, and then put it in every home very easily in the 50s when everybody adopted a television. They knew not only are people gonna be willing to let us brainwash it, they're gonna brainwash them, literally entire families, but people will insist on it and even buy the device to put it in their home, so they are brainwashed. Brilliant,
yeah.
which is so amazing. It actually ties into this next subject, which we'll go into whenever you want to, but it's
We
funny
go in.
because that was really big.
Right. What I was saying though, brother, before we do that, I would like to ask, I mean, uh, I've noticed, I don't know, I'd like to ask you whether you've noticed that too, that many Christians, they seem to be more promoting or more liking the chemical drugs as compared to the natural herbs. Do you kind of notice the same thing in your area? Or is that just my perception? Is that
uh,
really?
I
I
don't,
mean,
I wouldn't say as like a majority or something. I'm not
mm,
sure about that, but I do think I would just say this is that it's clear that some preaching Christians here, I think here's what the factor is. I think this is the underlying issue here. Some preaching Christians who are, boasting about Christianity. So, they are obviously taking the flame, and they have a responsibility, first of all. And that's the thing when you're a Christian and you're a open-minded and open-spoken Christian, and you are preaching, you have a severe responsibility. You are to
mm,
make sure that your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed, and that all is hunky-dory, and that you have figured out what you're talking about. And if you don't know about a subject, Johnny, you are not to speak about it. If you
mm,
haven't done heavy research in something, if you're not sure, you shouldn't be talking about it. If some guy down the street, is a chess player and I'm not, I probably, I have no right to tell him what to do as far as his interests are concerned. So,
right.
um, I think that's the underlying issue, is that there are some Christians, and I think this is important. Some Christians that literally are allowed, and they are condemning herb users and, yes, condoning prescription medications. I think that is absolutely harmful. I
Mm.
think it's ignorant. I think it's selfish too. I think it's ridiculous. So yeah, I think that's a problem for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Have you heard about Dr. Sebi?
Yeah, I was, Arcane, you and I we had a hangout the other night, and I think
Yeah.
who else was there? I think Veckel as well, and there was a couple other gentlemen. But yeah, that was a very interesting topic. Arcane seems to have a had put in a significant amount of time into studying that subject and literally testing it himself as far as these herbal supplements, and he gave it rave reviews, and he gave a detailed explanation. So I'd like to find out more from him about that, and find out about this doctor guy, and look him up. But yeah, there's definitely something to it. There's got to be something to it clearly, and yeah, I think that's why we know so many athletes do the herbs. So I think that just speaks for itself. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I mean, we can come back to the subject later on when our brother Akin joins us. For the moment, we can go right ahead and talk about what is that? I mean, the moon landing. I mean, I used to be very strong on that the United States went to the moon, and since then there have been reflectors on there. Now, what would you say? Is it not just that we didn't go to the moon with men, but is it also that there's no reflectors on there and no nothing, no robots, no space exploration machines, nothing like that?
Oh yeah, this is obviously one of the greatest conspiracies. Even Joe Rogan himself got caught, and because he was very open-minded, as we know Joe Rogan. Anybody knows that guy, and he was speaking against the moon landing vigorously for a significant amount of time, and he would talk about the telemetry data, and there was over 10,000 reels of telemetry data that had to um, track this information, record this information, that we are doing right now, because this is the most that we are being told. This is what they've told us. This is the most important accomplishment in man's history. So they had,
Mhm.
millions of dollars invested into designing these just alone in recording systems to make sure we have the information, the telemetry data, and these reels. And there's something like, I don't know, Joe Rogan's at 14,000, and that could be accurate or not. I bet it was more than a few hundred.
Right,
And that's it's just really crazy when you start to think about that, because even Joe Rogan is saying, how could we lose the telemetry data? What happened here? How could you lose 14,000 reels of telemetry data based on the most scientific advancement in all of, man's history?
right, exactly.
How psychotic you have to believe to not be seriously suspicious, first of all, if that's even 1% right. Even if that's 1% right, if that's true, and that is a mountain of evidence to be suspicious, that is absolutely ridiculous. And all of recorded history, Johnny,
Mhm.
man has never went backwards unless destroyed away. Like when civilizations would destroy another civilization, that was the only time when you could say that they lost technology. You know what I mean? That
Yeah.
was the only time that was possible. In recorded history, something like this, and nothing even comparable in any way, shape, or form as it even happened like this, that we made a major scientific advancement and then a short time later have no idea how to do it again, and can't explain millions of problems involved with it, and can't even tell us that we can go out of the atmosphere. They're telling us now we can't even leave the supposed Earth orbit.
Oh, wow.
I mean, this is so insane. That's like saying we created the SR-71 Blackbird in 1969, and we can't make that now. I bet we could. We could make an identical model of the SR-71 or the YF-12 spy planes, and those record-breaking aircraft, from the 60s that still haven't, been beaten by anything after, which is interesting. Which again proves that everything peaked in the 60s except for computer technology, which is their excuse. Computer technology is so advanced now, Johnny.
Mhm.
It's so advanced now, we can't go to space with it. That's what these idiots are saying. This isn't really, NASA's already admitted that we can't put a human past, the Van Allen belt, which there is no such thing anyway. The Van Allen belt was an excuse to say there's something up there,
Right.
which is our, Arcane Logos. We know what he thinks that is, and it's, I don't really necessarily have a theory, but that's for another topic. But for right now, they admitted this a long time ago. I guess this Van Allen guy, I guess they used things to register that there was something out there that was bouncing back signals. So you can bounce, you don't have to aim things at the moon to bounce something back anyway, Johnny. You could aim it at the ionosphere,
Right.
which is what I understand, that's about 300 to 400,000 feet or 500,000 feet. I'm not exactly sure on how high it
Mm.
goes. Um, it could be 1,000 miles. I don't know. But we could replicate. We still have the blueprints for the YF-12, for the SR-71, for these amazing aircraft, these jet planes that could fly faster than a rifle bullet at speed when they're at altitude about 95,000, 100,000 feet, and their afterburners are on. They will actually reach um, over 3 times the speed of sound. And some say that they will go faster, and there are some people out there that said they were going 3.5, and that doesn't matter. They're already going faster than literally some of the fastest rifle bullets in the world. So just to give you an idea of how fast that is, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That's also 4 times the speed of a 45 ACP bullet. That's 4 times the speed of a handgun bullet. And that technology has also never been surpassed. So witness the fact that all these organizations, the United States government, the militaries, the Air Force, and NASA have admitted that all of our most advanced aeronautical technology was already accomplished in the 60s. They've never surpassed, even the F-22, the most advanced fighter plane in the world, cannot touch the speeds that the YF-12 and the SR-71 could do. And they were made 50 years later. So really, people don't even realize that all the technology peaked in the 60s. What do we have, even for musicians, what are the greatest instruments? They're, as far as guitars and amps, they still use tube amps today. And tube amps were made even even maybe 100 years ago. But it's another factor that they've said, because our computers are so advanced now, Johnny, we can't leave this. And that's just BS. It doesn't matter if something's more complicated. A computer is a computer is a computer, and it can be damaged in very similar fashion. The problem here is that there are literally thousands of problems with this, and it only takes 5 minutes to see the obvious fact that, of course, not only did no one ever go to the moon, no one ever will. And the fact of the matter is that we don't even know if the moon is a solid surface. It could be some sort of different part of this world that's more of a two-dimensional. In our image, we see it as two-dimensional, but in another world, it could be 5 or 7 or 8 dimensions. So we don't know. But here, we always only see one side of it, and we know by just the phases of the moon and the positions on which it changes and turns as it goes in its western trajectory, that the sunlight has nothing to do with moonlight anyway. You can just observe that. It doesn't matter if it's cold or hot, Johnny. The fact of the matter, we can just look at the moon and tell that, yeah, that's not making sense. The sun is not lighting up the moon. So all of this, of course, is part of a massive deception from Satan. It's that simple, Johnny. We
And
never
another,
landed on the moon. And people need to research that. They need to research that. But there's no way we ever will, and
right.
that's a fact, yeah.
Another funny thing, brother, let me tell you this. The funny thing is that the Muslims, there's a hoax or a propaganda going on within the Muslims. They think, or they have heard, and they have spread this rumor. This rumor, you find this mainstream amongst the Muslim community, that when Neil Armstrong went to the moon, he actually heard the adhan, the Muslim call to prayer, on the moon. That's the rumor that's been spread amongst them. They actually believe that. So, I mean, so if we disprove the moon landing, I mean, we can disprove the vast majority of the Muslims should then come to realize that they have are just in a habit to make things up. So it right there, this can also work against Islam, less any Christian again, because sometimes, Christians become afraid that, if we don't go to the moon, that automatically disproves Islam. No, it actually disproves Islam because of the rumor that they spread in the Islamic community that Neil Armstrong, supposedly, who went to the moon, they were all like, Allahu Akbar, yes, he heard the adhan, Allahu Akbar, on the moon. That's what the Muslims believe. But of course, I mean, what do you know, my brother, about Neil Armstrong? What did he actually, how was he exposed that he never even went to the moon?
Wow, that's weird about the Muslim groups, which of course has got to be a small group of Muslims, though, right? That's
No,
not like a
that's
large.
a pretty large spread rumor, according to my knowledge.
Really? That is so weird. Isn't that good? And I think a lot of Christians might even say that, yeah, God wanted us to go to the moon, or something. I think a lot of Christians could pervert it as well. A lot of so-called, let me just put it that way. I think there's any way, shape, or form you can grab on.
Yeah.
I mean, look, people do it with anything. They will grab anything they want that's part of another religion, and they will put it in their religion. They do that all the time.
Yeah, the thing is, I remember still back in Pakistan, there was we had a servant over there at the time, and he was from Peshawar. That is the northwest frontier province of Pakistan, and he was a very village-like person, you know. And he one day told me, "Hey, Johnny, look, um, the moon is so far away." Of course, he thought it's far away, but he got that part right, where he said nobody ever went to the moon. So I said, no, no, about the Americans. I was Sunni Muslim at that time. And my imam in the mosque, who also had a beard, he believed that. And I said, oh, I'm going to go to that mufti. I'm going to go to that high scholar, you know, in the mosque. And he said, no, well, I agree. Yeah, they went to the moon, you know. So he agreed with that, the scholar. But the common man, you know, the village guy, he had that part right and saying, no, no, it's impossible to have gone to the moon. Now, of course, he made the statement that the moon was so far away, which obviously we know that it isn't even far away. So you can see that whilst he got some things right over there, he still got that part wrong, where the moon is supposedly so far away, where we know it's not that far away at all.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. I mean, you can come to a conclusion in multiple ways. You can even, what is that one rule of battle? If something stupid works, it's not stupid. So if you can try to figure out how to get to some way of truth, I mean, that's, and that's more of an honest approach too. To be honest with you. So, yeah, things are very far away. If I can't get a rocket now with the most advanced rockets in the world to Russia, so that means I can't get across this world in a rocket. Why would I think I can get to other worlds?
Mm.
It's really easy, Johnny. And even a kid can understand that. It's just such a massive deception. It's just like how they convince people that when they're seeing a flat horizon
Right.
for hundreds of miles, that's not a flat horizon. That's even crazier if you think about it. That they have us so brainwashed, and I was one of them, Johnny, because that's how I know.
Right.
I didn't even think I was looking at a flat horizon. I didn't
Mm.
even realize it was right there in front of me. And I'm a photographer, so
Mm. Mm.
when I had to readjust my thinking and look at it again, I really felt stupid, to be
I
honest
see.
with you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Oh, what about, I mean, all those robots that they show on the moon and those reflectors that they show on the moon and how they crawl
Yeah.
along and dig stuff up and bring back, you know, supposedly some earth dust samples,
I
rock
know.
samples from the moon.
I know. And exactly. I mean, why don't we just go right to the meat and potatoes? What do we know of these rock samples? And of
Mm.
course, anybody with, 2 cents to rub between their ears knows that these rock samples are complete garbage and destroy these idiots in NASA,
Mm.
because some of them came back petrified wood. So isn't that a severe? That's like the worst thing you could have picked. I mean, you're
Petrified
telling
wood.
me that a
Okay.
tree, that's the worst thing you could have I could have found any rock in my backyard and they would have said, yeah, it
Mm.
could be 157 million years old, and it's a
Mm.
rock.
Mm.
They were so stupid. These people are, and that's how God, I just love how God has these people, really make a mockery of themselves, and it
Yeah.
shows us how stupid they are. And I'm
Mm.
sure God gets a laugh out of it too. Instead of using a rock, which I could find right now for you,
Right.
in 2 seconds and say, "Here's my moon rock. Boom,
Yeah,
I'm
that is
good to
something.
go. See you later." I will even give it to you for free. I won't even make you give me $2.5 million like you paid for a fake rock. I'm going to give you mine for free, and at least it's not going to come back petrified wood, because that's going to be really bad if you tell me this came from the moon. That's kind of an issue. Trees on the moon. Ouch. Yeah, so that's sad that these people know that, and then they still find it. No, that was just a mistake. See, they'll say it was just a mistake, Johnny. We pay them billions of dollars to
Mm-hmm.
then make more millions by mistake, and it's okay. So if somebody wants to call that a mistake and they're good with that, that person cannot be helped. That person is doomed.
Mm.
There's nothing you can do to say that's a suicide mission.
Yeah, yeah.
You're basically trying to stop a suicide bomber. So in the process, they're just going to hurt you. You see. It's really simple. Yeah, it's a suicide. It really is. If they believe that, if you really want to believe that, and you really want to pull those excuses for your religion, for your paradigm of Star Wars and Star Trek and all this fake space stuff, which is so obvious, if that's what you want to do, I can't help you. It's really sad, Johnny. We can't help them. So
What do you think about Carl Sagan, very famous guy, you know, for the atheists who talked about evolution, space exploration was
yeah,
one of his main fields, I suppose. So what about that when he talked about deep space and all? I mean, how was he on the team of the Illuminati or the big shots and concocting as he? went along one
Right.
story after the other? Or what do you think he was just a common guy, who fell for it?
Yeah, I think he was a nice guy. He seemed really nice. He was always, cordial, and he was like the Mister Rogers of the
Right.
atheists.
But that could be
Um,
deception, as we know. I mean,
right,
yeah,
real right. But at face value, it's impossible to tell, especially when it's somebody out of our era and it's a couple decades ago, or from the '80s or whatever, and it's you try to think back, it's hard to tell. Um, but I definitely I feel sorry for the guy because I don't think if he never changes ways, it's not good for him. So it's sad because you see guys like this, like Christopher Hitchens,
mm,
too. And but Carl Sagan, I mean, I would have liked to talk to him. I would like to talk to the guy for a long time and twisted his brain around and asked him, why do you believe this? I'd like to know why that he believed what he believed. But if he would, of course, just tell me, well, obviously, the same excuses we hear from atheists today. But I can't really pass judgment on the guy, but he's definitely wrong. But he did have good propositions about. Remember, he does give us like explanation of this is a flat world. We call this flat world, and here we have this being that's a fourth dimensional being going into a two-dimensional world, and they see. And he was. It's funny because he went to the explanation about how
mm,
dimensions and the what
yeah,
is it your perceptions can change in dimensions, and all these sort of basically supernatural ideas. These are supernatural, though. This is not reality.
right.
That's supernatural. So that's what the biggest problem is. The atheist doesn't even realize everything he's believing in and thinking about is supernatural. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, sure is, my brother. What about Neil deGrasse Tyson? What do you make of him?
Oh yeah, that dude is a complete dirtbag shill and an actor for sure. Yep, just a
Oh,
bad actor. Yep.
you're sure he is? What makes you sure about him?
Oh, it's just so obvious. Just the excuses, and I've seen him interview, and he can't answer
Mm,
for anything, and he just BSs and lies like a lawyer. He's a
okay.
filthy piece of garbage. At least Carl Sagan would talk about science. You
Hmm.
see, that's why I can't pass judgment on him. But
Okay.
people like Neil deGrasse is actually the modern example of a denialist. He just does he just actually does it more often. He even lies more than most of these people that
I
you'll
see.
talk to. These heathens will do. He just cut like everything out of his mouth. Then the girl asks him, well, "What is gravity?" He goes, "Oh, we don't know. Go to the next question." Well, great. He actually told the truth, but of course he was so scared that he just said that we have to just skip that topic. He could not
Mhm.
talk about that. He literally just destroyed himself right there. And then it'll just be back like, well, actually, an oblate spheroid, you see, and because of the rotation, that the edges bulged out, and
Mm,
that's after a long time. And well, that's great. You're telling me you're lying to me. So that entire thing that he said is literally like a massive, complete hoax. That is a literally nothing but pure satanic bullshit, to
yeah.
put it lightly.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to believe that rocks can be moved to the outer edges of a spinning oblate sphere, but water doesn't. You see, they're telling me the land moved, the land formed because of this rotational mass, or this, or the centripetal force, or whatever. Because they're not going to say it formed because of gravity. That's the opposite. Um,
Mm,
so you're telling me that rocks and earth can move, but the water doesn't? Isn't water easier to move? Like, wouldn't water go to the edges first and fly off? Yes, of course it would.
mm,
So
mm.
right away, it literally proves that these people are sick to even believe something so stupid. If you believe that, you have a mental disorder.
Yeah.
It's sick.
I mean, we have some atheists here like Redline. I mean, how many times have you engaged with that guy before? Was it?
Only a handful because he just interrupts right away. He gets really butthurt and upset and has temper tantrums and cannot behave, and he acts like, of course, a ridiculous heathen that just lies perpetually. So yeah, he's of that same caliber. Well, everything he can say is literally like a just continuous stream of lies. So there's nothing you're going to get out of that guy for now, at least.
Because I mean, this guy, I think you've been introduced to him, our brother. He's a brother in Christ, or he's Vladimir is his name, and he kind of, it looks like, at least to me, that he fought for Redline's arguments. Is it? I mean, do you think when Christians they fall for these arguments, what is the mistake? Why are they automatically drawn to them? Is it because there's already such a big backing of that by the scientific community and they don't want to look like a fool? Or what exactly is it? Why don't they listen to other Christians who can explain all of that away?
Because they're fake. I hate to tell you, Johnny, because when you're just going to act like that, that proves that you're not interested in even challenging the basic consensus of life. So you don't know anything, any sort of idea about God telling you that things in this world shouldn't be trusted. It's because they're really not a Christian, Johnny. If I want to bring a bunch of other religions in my life, how can I have room for Jesus Christ?
Why is it then though that the brother otherwise, he even believes in 9/11 truth, he believes, he defends the Christianity against Islam and all that stuff, he defends the
Because it's
Bible in
all
general.
about how comfortable. Because it's all about how comfortable you want to get. There's only a certain level. I was at that level many years ago. There's only a certain level of comfort. Well, maybe I wasn't at that level. I think once I knew anything, I think I realized that once I looked into it, of course, you can't help any of the space arguments, complete hoax. But so I wasn't that stupid. But yeah, that's the thing, is it's how true to your word are you going to be, and can you put your ego away and not worry about your pride, and get rid of your most worthless possession, which is your pride, and just be honest with yourself. And at best, Johnny, at best, if they're not a fake Christian, it is a telltale sign for extremely serious salvation issues. It is a sign of many other problems.
Mhm.
That is a massive problem. It really is. Especially in this day and age, Johnny, where we all have access to this information. That's why there's no excuse.
Yeah, that's right. What do you before you came to know that the ball was a hoax, did you already know that the moon landing was fake?
I admit I did, so maybe that's why it was really fast for me to get going. That's maybe, even though it was still a shock, because that's not what we're talking. We just think the moon landing, we know the moon landing is a hoax. That's so easy.
Mm.
But we didn't, most of us, until people started really talking about it, until somebody I knew personal was going to come across me, I really wasn't going to ever look into that subject. You know what I mean? And I really just brushed it aside. Once in a while, I'd see something about flat Earth. I'd be like, oh no, see, and that's me. That's me
Mhm.
being prideful. I'm
Yeah.
saying I already know. I already know enough. See, I already know, so I'm not going to look. That's pride. That's me being deceitful as well.
Right.
So I know exactly what these people are thinking. I thought it. So thank God that a couple of a few very good persons came across me and helped me out. So it was very easy for me then to get going once I was shocked that reputable, intelligent people thought such an idea, and I had to find out, and that motivated me. But yeah, if you think the moon landing is real, oh, that's hard. If you think that is that's like a boulder in front of your driveway, and you got to get the
Right.
car out. And
I mean,
oh my
to be
gosh,
honest, I mean, I used to think the moon landing was real not too long ago. I mean, maybe a year or so ago, I
right?
simultaneously gave up on both of them. When I learned that the Earth wasn't ball shaped, that's when I started to, listen to those arguments and I made up my mind that the Earth is ball shaped. At the same time, I started to believe that the moon landing is fake. Before that, I also held on to it. How many years ago did you still believe in the moon landing?
Here's what's crazy. This is so weird that you asked that. Um, I remember being 18 at my first job working with my father at a dealership, and the dealership's name was Bill Luke Chrysler Jeep Plymouth.
Mm.
It's located at 101, the 101 freeway in Camelback in Phoenix, Arizona. It was my first job. My dad was a service advisor, and then he went on to assistant manager. He actually worked there for over 20 years,
Mhm.
maybe 21 years. My father worked there, so everybody knew my dad, and he had some friends there. And I'd hang out with his friends. I liked talking to these mechanics. They were intelligent and they were smart. I looked at it like, of course, as a kid, loving cars and being into, you know, um, trucks and cars and things like that. When you're a kid. And I always wanted to ask him stuff, and I always wanted to see him, fix these cars, and as they're technicians, so you're just watching them do it, and you're assisting them because, of course, I got to bring the cars in, and it was a fun job actually. It was a good 2 years. I probably did a lot of driving. It was a lot of good training. And I used to talk to these guys about all kinds of crazy issues, you know what I mean? Like I used to care about politics. I was a stupid 18-year-old thinking I'm going to vote Republican, and that's important. I had no idea about reality. And I think this was right before 9/11. So I was about 18 years old.
Mhm.
I'm still in high school, just the last month of high school year, last couple months,
All
and
right.
I was talking to these guys about it. I came in one day, and I remember this guy Bill Light and Al Bristol, two great technicians, very smart. I just run over them, and we just talk about cars all day. And I love these guys, and I remember seeing something, and well, first of all, when I was a kid, I used to look at it, Johnny, and I saw the moon landing. I'd go, something seems wrong, but I would always dismiss it. But when I was 18 and I finally saw a Fox special about somebody questioning it, I knew right away. I was like, wait a minute, look, this is garbage. Look, it's fake. Look, there's the flags blowing in the wind. The golf cart they took with them looks like it's on Earth. The dust is like it's on Earth. They can't even jump 20 feet in the air. They can hardly move. Oh, there's strings. I mean, it was just obvious. You could tell it was fake. And that was before you even get deep into it. And I remember going to work the next day and finding these two guys and
Mhm.
going, hey, guys, the moon landing's fake.
Okay.
And they said, oh, no, no, get out of here. The Russians were tracking us. The Chinese were all this. And they just spewed on me for it. So I was put back in my bubble, and I believed them. And I said, okay, guess I was wrong about this one.
Okay.
And I was 18 years old, and these guys were in their 50s, you
Mhm.
know? And say, isn't that amazing that these two wise men that I spoke to sent me down the wrong answer? You know what I mean? But I think God had a way that he was gonna form me anyway to whatever was gonna happen. You know what I mean? But that they did me a disservice and they lied to me because of their pride. So it literally wasn't until about almost 10 years later, literally,
Mhm.
that I said, and this is, of course, after I found out that, when I was in the Army, 9/11, because it's real easy I went out at the perfect time. I turned 28 in basic training, so I was a little bit more awake than all the other kids around me. So that was good as well. And I woke up in Fort Hood and went, "Oh my gosh, this is so obvious. This is." And I came here to fight these people. And now I'm realizing that this is clearly self-inflicted, and I can't. And I remember even lying to a kid earlier about that when some kid asked me about 9/11. I said, "Oh no, it wasn't. No, that was terrorists." And so by the time another year went by, and I'm like, "Wait a minute, was I wrong when I was 18 years old?" And I told those gentlemen, and they lied, and they said that to me. Did they lie to me? And I just dove right into it. And of course, it didn't take but about 30 minutes for me to go, "Wow, I was right." And it took me 10 years to come back to the spot that I had left when I was 18.
What convinced you of the moon landing being fake once again?
Instantaneously, the fact that we can't do it now, period. Can't do it now. So it was a hoax.
And that was 10 years after? I mean, that was at the age of
Right.
22?
10 years after I had already known. And then I was, of course, told, and I got put back in my bubble. They changed my views. I
Mm.
believed them because these guys were smart technicians that knew
Right.
all about cars. So I trusted them.
Mm, mm.
I trusted these guys. So it took 10 years later, I came back to that same point, and then I put that puzzle piece in there, and then
Right.
on my way I went. Literally, on my way I went, because then after that, I knew that everything I heard on the news was a lie. So that's why it was such a big factor. People have got to get that moon landing out of the way because it is blocking a big part of reality. It really is.
Right. Yeah.
We never even knew how big it was. I mean, I didn't even know how big it was. Even after I found out it was a lie, I didn't even know what I just found out. I just found out that not only was that fake, that means the picture of Earth was fake, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
That means the picture of Earth is fake that they supposedly took in
Right.
'69. That means that picture is fake. Why would you have to fake that picture? Man, it took a few more years, but here we are, Johnny, and the sky is beautiful, and the horizon is endless. And thank God we're not brainwashed to think that we're on a ball, because it is a great awakening, and I think it's priceless. And that's how big this is. It's a lot bigger than us, Johnny. That's the thing. This is much bigger than me. It's not about me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, beyond Antarctica, I've heard that there is land once again, solid land without ice behind
Yeah.
Antarctica at the four corners and that even people are supposedly residing over there.
if I had to guess, this is of course, we can't, nobody can prove this right now, so this is all speculation.
Mm.
But if I had to guess, I would say absolutely yes. If I had to guess right now, and my final answer, 10 seconds. Okay. I'm going to say that yes, and it's based on the fact that there are ancient maps found that show many land masses around the ring in
Mm.
a vast expanse of area, like maybe twice the land that we know of on this ring.
Okay.
It exists outside of the ring is very possible, and that potential is literally limitless. Just in that, there is literally a limitless world we don't understand, let alone looking out into space where there's nothing. Can you, that's, it's crazy in how distracted we are from how big this is here and how we don't even know anything about this place. That's what's crazy. So yeah, there's probably something out there, Johnny.
Right, and would you say that they have some very unique type of animals there?
Oh, if I had to guess, I would say yes. But we have had eyewitness accounts. Now, this is not empirical.
Mm.
It was for him technically, but for us, it is not. We cannot, prove this or test this or observe this. But there's a very magnificently amazing story
Mm.
about Olaf Jansson's journey in Antarctica, and I'm not even sure. And there's stories not only about the Antarctic ring, but about Arctic, about the North Pole. There's
Okay.
stories on both sides, and some of these stories can get blurry because it's very similar. These places look similar, but I don't think he went to the South Pole or tried to go to the South Pole, as they always claim, which there is no such thing,
Yeah.
as Captain Cook proved. But this Olaf Janssen story is very impressive. So anyway, I'm just going to get to the point here. Is that Olaf Janssen went to a strange place with his father,
Yeah.
and you said there were 12-foot tall penguins.
12
You
foot
know,
tall penguins?
12-foot tall penguins. And that is so fascinating to me because
Oh,
why would you lie about that?
yeah. That
Why
sounds.
would I? He did go to a very cold climate, so
Mm.
that is not, that's, so first of all, that's not weird because that's where penguins live, right?
Right.
Probably, right? Or could. I mean, I'm not sure entirely. I need to do more research on that subject alone. But the fact the guy's claiming he's seeing giant penguins, and I find that I just love it. I guess I just love it, and I hope this guy is in line. This Olaf Jensen,
Mm.
isn't that beautiful? Just giant penguins. I think that's great. Could you imagine penguins 12 feet tall?
Can't imagine from what we've seen so far. Yeah.
I mean, that would be an animal to I mean, a bird. That's a bird, Johnny. That's a 1,000-pound bird, or something. That's a 1,000-pound bird.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I mean, that is a bird that can swim like a seal. And I mean, whew, I just that alone, just a penguin that size, I think is impressive. And I think once you just think about it, all of God's creatures are amazing in different ways, And just a penguin is amazing. He also said that there was giant elephants, like, I don't know, something ridiculous, obviously, as well. That's, to us, it doesn't make sense.
There used to be, Nephilim Free used to show a lot of fossils of giant mammals back then. With evolution is
Right,
always saying that things are getting better now because of the better food
right.
supply.
Right. And a couple of pilots also said that they saw woolly mammoths, that old claim, that old folklore of the early pilots and their
Right.
gasoline-powered biplanes and their single-engine, American P-47s, that they would see these beasts on the ice, these massive woolly mammoths. And that's of the stories we do know. Imagine how many people flew over there that didn't say anything.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just, the information is endless. It's literally just, there's so much to learn, and that's one of the greatest thing about realizing you're not on a spinning ball, is because now we get to learn, which is one of the best, most precious possessions of life, is learning, in the
Right.
process. So I guarantee there's some crazy animal. I don't want to get too insane, but I'm a fan of dragons because they used to live with us in history, and they were
Yeah.
called dinosaurs. In 1841,
Right.
when that Christian dude find the bones. But even that gentleman, Sir Richard Owens, even admitted a few years later, these are the dragons of history. That was his claim. So the guy that invented the word dinosaur
Mm.
said that they are dragons. So there is no word for the word dinosaur, but he invented a word that was meaningless. He did it, of course, because that's what they did. They used Latin. That's what, that was his job. and there is a massive movement about people saying that dinosaurs are a hoax, and for the most part, they're actually right. They are. They're not dinosaurs. That is a hoax. The whole entire paradigm of
Okay.
dinosaurs involved with evolution is a hoax. No, but there are dragons that live with man. Yeah. So that's where
Were
that cuts
they
off. So
regarding dragons? I mean, were they actually dragons who could spit fire?
well, let me get into this. My point to that was that there are probably still living dragons past these regions. I bet. If I had to bet, again, I'm saying if I had to guess,
Mm.
and anybody who wants to hold this against me, I have no problem with that because I'm just saying if I had to bet, I bet there'd be dragons there. And yes, I think in history, excuse me, some of them breathe fire. In the Bible, it mentions the fiery flying serpent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, hey, we're back at the Bible, Johnny,
So I
and
mean,
isn't that
so
interesting?
yeah, that's very interesting. I
What are
mean,
they, yeah, what are they talking about? Maybe we should. I mean, what are
is
they
there a
talking?
reptile? Is there a remnant, perhaps even
It
today?
has to be. It absolutely. The Bible said serpent. That's automatic. It's a reptile. It's specified information.
No, but I
Period.
mean, are there, can we have traces of genetic information where we see that it builds a fire-breathing system inside their lungs? Fire
No,
ignition.
no, we no, 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 no. That's not going to. Don't even look to that because
Right.
that wouldn't prove anything anyway. Because similar genetics often don't even produce the same results in different creatures. So that really people are pretending that they can read genetics and they can't, Johnny. That's one of the hoaxes that they don't understand genetics. They don't.
Okay.
That's another complete BS thing that I don't want to get into. But they're and even these atheists that don't even know how to put their pants on right, and and button up their shirt are telling you they understand genetics. So you know what I mean? It's like
Mm.
that is for people that are grasping and want to pretend they're smart. And I'm not even going to go there. But I will say this, Johnny, I think just based on the Bible.
Mm.
So let's go because we've already admitted that that's the most important uh, source. The
Right.
Bible says fiery. Okay, but there's something fiery. I'm not sure. So let me skip that.
Right.
Flying. Okay, so it's flying.
Mm.
So it's air. So this thing's in the air.
Right. They're
Okay,
flying
and then it
reptiles.
says it's a serpent.
Mm.
It's a serpent. That could be a serpent can be describing a monitor lizard, a small dragon, a Komodo dragon, a water dragon. From what I've heard, a lot, I didn't used to think that, but a lot of people told me that serpent also can mean lizard-like. Either way, if it's like a snake with wings that they're describing, I mean, I could imagine a very thick snake with wings of some sort, maybe a weird shaped head. It's a serpent. They knew it was a reptile. They obviously were smart, so that's why they call. So something was called a fiery flying serpent. And here's the thing: I don't know how big. Maybe this was something small. Maybe it was the size of an eagle, just a big bird-looking thing. But it was a serpent. It
Mm.
was a reptile, a flying reptile. That we can guarantee. Now it does say fiery.
Mm.
Now that could mean. I think that could mean it glows.
Okay.
Okay, so that might mean it glows. We even have insects that glow, right? We have some creatures that glow. We have some that different types of features. So that's not too crazy, right? Glowing animals. That's not crazy. I mean, we even see fish and jellyfish and different animals in the ocean that emit light. So I don't think that's crazy at all. Especially when reptiles are. Just think of how diverse reptiles are. You have snakes with venom. You have constrictor snakes that
Yeah.
are completely incompatible, and they're both snakes. You can only get venomous snakes from venomous snakes. You can only get constrictor snakes from constrictor snakes. So it's just like the tortoise and the turtle are. It's a real problem for evolution, which of course all of it is. But just think of how diverse reptiles are, in that we have these literally 10,000 different species, I think, of reptile. And you're talking about, dozens of different tortoises, dozens of different turtles, different types of lizards. I mean, there's literally hundreds of different types of lizards, and there's literally, and that's the thing. Nobody, unless you're a serious reptile enthusiast, even knows like a quarter of these animals. Even the most, these crazy reptile guys that collect all of them, they don't have a fraction of them. There's so many different reptiles.
Yeah.
But back then, Johnny, there were very big ones as well. That is it. That's the only difference, is that back then there were very large monstrosities, and they were called dragons.
Do you is there a passage in the Bible that talks about them spitting fire in the Old Testament?
No, that's why I just mentioned the fiery flying serpent, but I'm not saying that dragons do spit fire. That is just a legend. I wouldn't
Would
say
that
that
be
I have evidence for
inconsistent?
that.
I
What's
see.
that?
Because I've heard many.
But wait, no, except for one, yes, which is Leviathan.
Uh-huh.
So I'd have to say yes. So I apologize. So Leviathan, though, the water dragon, Yes, and out of his mouth goeth smoke, and from his nostrils, and this. I mean, and that's a fire-breathing dragon. So right there, Johnny, this, and clearly when God is speaking, and this is the oldest book in the Bible, right? Isn't this we're
Right.
speaking about this dragon? And man, can you cast them out with a fish hook?
But we do
Nope.
know the Bombardier beetle. I mean, we know the Bombardier beetle, for example, that can spit a liquid that is very explosive. So why couldn't God build into the snout of a reptile something like that that could cause ignition, cause smoke, cause
Absolutely.
fire? I mean, I don't think
Sure.
that's too far stretched at all.
Right, and if it clearly says that smoke is coming out of the nostrils, that actually gives us an idea that the combustion happens in the head. It doesn't spit it, and the combustion happens after. That's actually a sign that there's combustion in the mouth or nasal passages of this animal. That is specified detail. So yes, there might have been some, but I bet they were very rare. We don't. That's very difficult to tell. Like if we were to find the bones of an electric eel,
Mm.
can we tell that it's an electric eel? No, we can't tell that it's electric. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You would just know that this is an eel. We don't, but there's electric eels. So you want to think breathing fire isn't a big deal. Some eels are electric in water.
Right. Right.
That's, I mean, I would think, I mean, try to put a goldfish in a bowl of water and then put the 220 outlet in there and see how that goldfish does. I bet it's not going to do too good. But this electric eel, so God's creation, the diversity and creativity of God's creation is literally endless. And I think dragons are a big part of it. And the fact that men talked about them, hunted them, killed them, paid riches to kill them, saw them, even up to, even in more recent times of 1,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago, when, or, even, these are very recent times. You're talking, in the eyes of the naturalist, it's yesterday. So that's why it's such a big problem for them, and they can't accept any of it because it obviously disproves evolution, as always everything does in reality. And that's what we have. We have these beasts, these dragons, and I think it might have been Flavius Josephus. I haven't been in this topic for a while. Or it wasn't, yeah,
Right.
because Herodotus mentioned these flying serpents as well and said there was the graveyards of them. So we have historical accounts, and then we have Flavius Josephus saying a few things about some animals, some interesting descriptions of large reptiles. And then I think there's also, was it Plato? There's a lot of guys. Alexander the Great. There's all these, and I forget who I'm looking for a name right now. I can't remember. But one of the gentlemen in India
Mm.
said that some of them shimmer and have gold in are magnificent colors. And in the reptile world, that's true. We have literally millions of colorful combinations in reptiles. So some of them might have been dark brown. Some of them were like gold. Some of them were red. Some of them had like literally multicolored patterns. Some had, and they're describing these magnificent beasts in India and how they live in the mountains, and how that there's one that has claws like a tiger, and it has a mouth that can swallow a man whole. And if you stare at him, you would be in absolute terror. And he's talking about some sort of, he said it walks on two legs. So we're talking about some sort of bipedal theropod, massive um, Nile monitor style, two-legged Nile monitor dragon that is literally an absolute Godzilla to us. The way we'd look at it, absolute the most magnificent animal you've ever seen. If you
Mhm.
saw that creature in real life, you would absolutely probably believe in God instantaneously. I mean, just by the text alone, sometimes can literally send a shiver down your spine. There's nothing like it. These creatures were real. They lived with them, and they were hunted and exterminated. Of course, that's what we do as men. We want to kill the biggest beast to get the biggest reward. They were
Mm.
killed off, and I believe some were on the ark. Some had to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was always thinking that, I mean, all these legends about the fire-breathing dragons, they they just couldn't be made up. I mean, there had to be something to it. I thought to myself, man, there's something to this. But the atheists, why do you think the atheists want to hide? This is one of the species that they want to hide away. What motivation could they have? Is it again has to do with the Bible? I think it has to do with discrediting the Bible. I personally believe that's the reason.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. That's why the dinosaur thing is a hoax. Everything in the dinosaur paradigm is wrong. That's why the dinosaurs are fake.
Mm.
And the reality is that these dragons lived, and of course, the realization that they're dragons and they live with man and we're just part of the 6-day creation completely contradicts their entire worldview. And the fact that we have evidence of it obviously contradicts their paradigm of scientism, which is pseudoscience and evolution. So It's very simple. I mean, yeah, it can't it does not work in their paradigm, but at the same time, there are no rules as we've witnessed, Johnny. And when it comes to evolution, the theory of naturalism, and all these ideas that because things couldn't survive, they did. So, um, uh, it's a sad story, but yeah, that's the gist of it. It affects them in a negative way, but at the same time, again, there are no rules to evolution. So if we found a living dinosaur today, they would just say, well, that's because it was good enough to survive and was already evolved enough. You know, it wouldn't change their. They would lie, and they would move the goalpost as usual. You know what I mean? That's what they've always done. That's why we have horseshoe crabs living today. And then we have horseshoe crabs that are supposedly, in their paradigm, 450 years old, 450 million years old, which, so their own paradigm contradicts itself. It's real sad, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an endless argument. You're going to talk to people about this that want to believe it. You can't, it's not about evidence. It's about the issues that they have personally, to be honest with you. They obviously have some sort of problem in their life when they're not able to just be honest about these very simple basic things. I mean, I don't understand this concept of people going around preaching pseudoscience, and that's what these people do. You
Yeah.
know, they're going around preaching these lies, and that is crazy. You know, at least when I was a dummy and I believed in evolution, I didn't go around preaching it. I at least had this sense to go, you know what, there's really nothing good about, you know, evolution, because look at it, you know, we got here because of death and survival and death and survival, and somehow survival makes you die and dying makes you survive. So, you know, I mean, that's what literally you have to believe somehow, you know, because I couldn't live, then I evolved. You know, it's so crazy. So I wasn't going to go preaching, you know, about it. I was just going to, you know what, I guess I'll do my own thing. You know, and that's what it just made me more selfish, and obviously just worry about myself and not worry about
Yeah.
God, not worry. I mean, we deny God, and I just kind of fell away from God for a little while because of it. So, you know,
Yeah, a brother just quoted the passage in from Job 41:21. It says, "His breath kindleth coals, and a flame goeth out of his mouth." So there you have it, a fire-breathing dragon, according to Job 41:21. That's why they wanted to. I think this is one of the reasons, because it was associated with so many miracle-like events in the Bible, that the evolutionists had to do something, the atheists, the Illuminati had to do something to discredit those stories. And I think they studied the Bible very well. They wanted to completely, the materialists, undermine do everything. That's why we find so many significant things in the scientific community against the Bible. It's not just, you know, if the devil would have been smart, he would have just said some things against the Bible and some things along with the Bible. But it's very significant, almost 180 degrees against the Bible. You see, that's what I think needs to be brought up again and again. And it would certainly shake those people who would be seeking for the truth. That why is this? Why does everything have to be, even if the Bible is wrong, why does everything, or almost every significant event, especially those associated with miracles, why does that have to be turned around and 180 degrees? There's got to be something strange going on here, right? I mean, this is clearly, either the author of the Bible knew the truth and turned it around deliberately, which doesn't make any sense, or there's really something going on here, right? And then we have accounts of people, I think Charles Lyell or some of back then in the days, someone said that. Who was that guy again who said that I'm going to rid the world of Moses? Brother Nephilim Free brings him up from time to time. Could have been Charles Lyell, but I don't remember exactly.
yeah, I think it is Chucky. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, it's just turned the world upside down, and that's how Satan works. Though Satan has to deceive everything, because one lie needs another lie to cover it up, and it is just perpetual, and that is just normal. That's how lies work. You have to have another lie to cover up this lie, and to cover up that lie, now I need another one, and now I need another one, and it's endless. So that's why Satan had to literally lie about everything, including the basic fundamental idea of where you live. which turned
Oh
out to
yeah.
be one of the most important lies. And they had to. He
Mm.
had to. That's what all criminals do. I mean, look at this United States. I mean, look what happened to America um, recently. Everything they do is corrupt. Now everything is, that's how it got here, because one thing was corrupt, then another thing became corrupt. And now we have the entire country is literally a cesspool of the worst criminals you could ever imagine controlling the entire system.
Right.
America is the most satanic place in the world. It literally is. It is the most disgusting cesspool of vile criminals you could ever imagine. And if you think you know about it, you
Right.
don't. It's so much worse than what just about unless you're Rancam or Rose Patton. They have some things understood, but people have no idea how big and how massive the deception is. And literally, you just have organizations. These people are supposed to be controlling the judicial systems, in the police forces, and what they do is all they do now is cover up crimes. So now you have the police and judicial system and these judges literally helping people commit crimes, Johnny.
Mm.
How much worse could it get? I mean, people are upset about this. All these things we're dealt with are to distract you. They're all distractions because the system has already maximized. It is full 100% satanically controlled, as it is all designed to protect criminals, to protect thieves. Literally, they bailed out the bankers, the biggest criminals, some of the biggest criminals in the world. This 5 years ago, they now just gave them all the pseudo money that they printed. That first of all shouldn't have existed in the first place because of it. So because the criminals made criminal actions, they were given more money. That's what happened. That is America. America
Mm.
is crime pays, and if you're not a criminal, you're not gonna. And if you can't sell out and be a criminal, you can't do it in America. That's why it's all about selling out. It's all about being selfish and literally to the point where people are absolutely just the worst types of perverted criminals you could ever imagine. Like literally, you have people in the court system, judges like Lori Bustamante, if I had to think of an empirical name, Lori Bustamante
Right.
assists parents in suing their own children if they get caught scamming their children. So then she helps these people sue their own children and helps them steal more from these children that were financially raped by these parents that were take advantage of their kids when they're in college and things like that,
Mm.
and they'll steal from them. Like that's what these judges are doing now. I mean, what could be more perverted? Next thing you know, these judges are going to be awarding pedophiles because they got injured during the rape they were performing. They're going to start saying, oh yeah, you were injured during the rape, so we're going to give you $100,000.
Wow.
And they're going to make it so as long as that pedophile sues the victim, then the victim can't even get the pedophile in trouble, because all you have to do if you're a criminal now is sue to get out of the crime, and sue the victim of your crime specifically, and then it's okay that you committed the crime. So the system couldn't be any worse, Johnny, and people don't realize that. And I'm talking at the mass of it, that the worst part about it is that this is right in front of our faces. This is not hidden behind us. These things are happening in broad daylight in the courts and recorded as criminals are literally rewarded for committing crimes now by this judicial system. That is a normal. That is business as usual. That is how this world works now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is something.
it is. So when people can't grasp that Satan probably lied about the most basic fundamental piece of knowledge, they're being gullible. That's the whole point. You have to lie about everything.
What do you think about the whole war on drugs? I mean, is that really something to be considered? I mean, was it originally created by the Christians? I heard that it was set up by Puritans initially. But what do you think? Should Christians have done such a war? Should they have really wasted so many resources on the war on drugs to begin with as a Christian? No.
Yeah, I haven't put enough research into that subject, but I definitely know that it's part of the control is the whole point. And it's not people. It's not drug control or the war on drugs. It's actually the war on people, because that's all the government does. Is actually the government brings the drugs over here. I know that. That's very obvious. You can look up Mike Rupert.
Mm.
Mike Rupert, came forward and gave a lot of information showing that we actually bring the drugs over here from all these countries.
Mm.
So obviously it's a hoax. takes 5 minutes to figure out that the war on drugs is a hoax at best. At now, the way it's used now, it's clearly a hoax. Maybe it started in a different manner, but what it is now is what matters.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because there used to be I mean, the Puritans initially they also brought in a ban on alcohol, which was eventually lifted. So I don't think that was ever a good idea. Maybe they have been well-meaning Christians, but it wasn't a good idea as far as I'm concerned to ban alcohol, to ban the herbs and things like that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, look at the production of hemp. I think someone showed a $10 bill, an American $10 bill the other day that had a hemp farmer growing the hemp on the $10 bill.
Hmm.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And of course, if it's good for us, they make it illegal too. I mean, they had the reefer madness. I have to bring this up every time. They used to teach that if you allow people to smoke weed, black people will rape white women. And
Seriously?
yes, and this is what people fell for. I'm telling you how stupid people are. I'm telling you, there's no limit to the stupidity of racist cultures, and that's who these people were. They would use black people. Oh, black people are going to do this and that. And that's how psychotic it is. That was the whole point in the first place. So what is your excuse now? We know that's not true.
Mm.
No, it's probably, nothing of the sort. I can't imagine that ever happening, that it was the weed's fault. I got to be honest with you. I would say, if I had to guess, that's never happened in the history of man. So that's the mindset they gave us from the beginnings. They were programming us for everything. They've always had to tell us what to believe. And then they tell us that cigarettes are good, right? This doctor recommends, that's what they used to teach, that cigarettes were good. And of course, I mean,
Oh, they
after
used
a
to teach that?
while, that's,
Wait a minute. They
well, I
used
mean, a
to
long
teach that
time.
cigarettes are good?
Well, pretty much, yeah, in a sense, it was, I mean, even they would show doctors recommending a certain brand over another in magazines and see propaganda ads. Everything is
Okay, when was
propaganda.
that?
I would say in the 50s,
In the 50s.
40s, in the 40s, 50s, 40s, 30s,
Mm.
especially, maybe even earlier. I'm not sure. I don't, but I mean, I got a lot of my old newspapers that my dad saved. And I bet I could go through my
Why did
dad's
they
old
change that
newspapers
though?
and
I mean,
find it.
why did they
It's
change that?
tobacco.
Why did they go back on that?
Well, because they already had the world addicted, and then they know, because it's legal,
Mm.
people will still do them because it's legal, Johnny. It's legal. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
If you want to, that's how they profit. I mean, it's just
But
so
I mean, why
basic.
did they go back on the claim that cigarettes aren't that dangerous? Why are they going now in the opposite direction, saying that they are extremely dangerous, they can cause lung cancer and what have you? Because I know there's many atheists
Because
are backing that up.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell
Mm.
you why. Because that's another propaganda trying to pretend that the government cares about you. Doesn't it work
Ah,
great? Yes. So that
okay.
way they can pretend, no, see, we love you. We want
Mm.
to tell you that cigarettes are bad because we care about you, and we don't want you to smoke cigarettes. But but $7.99, there's 50 cents off if you buy 2 packs.
Mm.
You see how it's so mad. Everything is a deception, Johnny. Everything they say to you is to make you believe a lie. Yes, they are telling a cigarette. They're using truth to make a lie. And it doesn't matter if it's 99% truth. If it's 1% lie, it's a lie. That's why I can say cats make kittens. And that's how we know eagles come from germs. See, that's a lie. Cats do make kittens, but eagles don't come from germs. So um, it is just, that is to give you the idea of the deception. It is endless. They are telling, oh, by the way, get your health checkup. I mean, yes, they want to. That's exactly, the entire thing is to make you believe that they care about you. They put millions of dollars into making you believe everything you believe. That's the point. Everything these people believe that we're talking to,
Right.
the government has told them to believe that. That's what's so crazy about it. So from a Christian standpoint, the Christian should be the last person
Mm.
to say why would they, why would they lie, or what does it matter, or something like that. Wait a minute,
Right.
what's going on here? You know what I mean? Even though some good Christians probably do ask that question, it shouldn't be asked. And that's just because you're a good Christian doesn't mean that was a good question, you see. So I don't give credit if there's no credit due. Listen, if I love my brother, I'm going to tell him, hey, that's not a bright question, because you're asking me to question why I don't believe somebody's lied to me that's already lied to me about everything else.
Okay, some Christians bring up Romans chapter 13 in regards to the government. They say that every authority, it does say that every authority that is set up by God and is the servant of God, in a way. So what do you make of that? Because that's what I heard G-Man use that passage as well to say, well, we can't therefore say that all the government is a lie because after all, it's an instrument
Uh-huh.
that God uses to carry out
Yeah.
wrath or vengeance upon.
Uh-huh. Right. This is a real easy argument, Johnny, and it's three words:
Hmm.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay, what was that? How is that related?
Well, did they not, as a people, make these things okay? Did they not promote these ideas that made God sick? And they went with their government. It's okay. It's
Oh,
okay.
okay.
The control. I mean, they went. It was okay. So I mean, and then they
Mhm.
got fire and brimstone for it, Johnny. So I mean, doesn't that kind of speak for itself? I mean, that's what America's doing now.
It does. But what about
It,
when God still says that the authorities are to be submitted to and they are to be respected and they are to be obeyed?
well, that it has to be a real authority, because if they don't even believe in their own laws, they're not an authority. So America goes right off the table as the least of the authorities because they don't even believe in their own laws. They've already destroyed the Constitution that the country was founded on, so it's no longer an authority.
When
Anyway,
was it? When would you say till what time was it still a legit authority?
I would say that is very difficult to tell. It might have never been because it was hypocritical from the beginning, is a possibility.
Yeah, but they were always like even the Roman emperor back then was a hypocrite, but he was still considered a legit authority by the Apostle Paul. So
Yes.
there must have been
Yeah.
some.
Yeah, I think certainly now you could say it now. This is not a legitimate authority because now for sure now I'm saying it's a possibility that you can say it from the beginning because from the beginning there might have been deceit involved to make up. It's something that if people want to look into, they can kind of put it together themselves. But I know for a fact that now, since they are promoting crime and in literally damning goodness and damning truth, are we supposed to believe in that authority that we are supposed to worry about lies and we're supposed to care about these lies? Or I mean, because we're not even breaking the laws. That this is freedom. I mean, it says we have freedom of speech anyway. So what I would go to the person that's even having an issue with this: what authority isn't being and it isn't being taken into consideration? Because here's the other factor: the authority itself is the Constitution, and
Right.
that authority itself literally says that you should not let your government take advantage of you in
Yeah,
a
the
sense.
Constitution is basically the
Right.
higher authority, so we obviously obey the higher
Right.
authority, not
So
the
that's right. So the authority is saying we're not supposed to allow this to happen.
right.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Okay, that's
So
fine.
that's the authority. So there's many different
Right.
ways to look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, what do you want? I mean, that's I mean, if you're in Haiti and does Haiti go across the world and kill millions of people in Africa? No, that's what America does though. I mean, that's another question. Is it okay to be a Christian soldier and fight for a country, you think, and fight after an enemy? Is that even okay now? Because there's a lot of Christians that, say that if that's not okay.
Yeah, it has to be a just war. It cannot be done under false pretenses. It should not be done. Yeah, those kind of things, I would say.
Well, see, that removes all the American wars off the table because none of them are just. None of them. They're all scams, part of a bigger scam. It's all a lie based on another lie. It's all it is lies, covering up other lies. That's what war is. Well, we need more money now. Well, this guy's getting too powerful, so we got to take him out. Or we need to make we need to revamp everything. It's all lies. I yeah, I think that authority part of the Bible is something that maybe I need to put more time into, but clearly, Sodom and Gomorrah speaks for itself, and the fact that we are to call out the heathen like God tells us to to be the salt of the earth. We're not here to hand out cookies and ice cream, like Rand says. That's not the point. The point is to be the salt of the earth and to be a light. To be a light for Christ and our Lord and Savior. Like that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to tell people the truth. So what authority aren't people following that are of issue at this time. Like, what's the matter here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Who's not following any rules? The only people not following the rules are the authorities.
Yeah.
Who's breaking any law? I mean, talking about rioting. Well, sure, a riot. If you're, I'm not rioting and burning buildings down. And if I was, I bet Christians would tell me I shouldn't have done that. But if people want to go after those people and say, well, those people, look at them, they're protesting. Well, I mean, the Constitution says we have a right to. So what's the authority? What do we do? Who's doing something wrong? I would just like to point out what authority is not being followed. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, cops are the ones speeding all the time. You know what I mean?
Oh, they for fun, even when they're not chasing people.
Oh yeah, they blow through lights too, and oh yeah, they don't have the rules. They don't even stop when they have to stop at stop signs and things. Absolutely, oh yeah, bro, big
Do
time.
they do that in all parts of America or the only specific states?
Oh well, empirically, everywhere I've ever lived for 30 years. So
All over the United States.
I would say yes. I would say yeah, it's probably indifferent in some parts, and there's some good cops, but for the majority, the way the police system is set up is very evil. It's a very praising conspiracy. Literally, it is a conspiracy of police officers sitting in a room with a sergeant telling them they have to have more tickets. You have to pull over this many people this month. I mean, that's what a conspiracy is. They are conspiring to literally do damage to people. So it's literally 100% a conspiracy force. That's what police are. And that's the same with the judges. The judges are literally conspiring to help criminals in broad day. It's all a conspiracy. For that, when it comes to law enforcement, it is all a conspiracy, absolutely. And that's what's so crazy that is out in the open. I mean, look, these politicians lie to us to our faces. So is that not a conspiracy?
That reminds me actually of the when the Apostle Paul said, at first he did say, and he respected the Roman emperor, but then there came a time, I think, when he started to prohibit the preaching of the gospel. And then Paul said to him, well, should we obey you or should we obey God? So right then and there, when a conflict came in,
yeah. Yep.
Right, he showed that now it's no longer, I think one could make an argument that from that time on was no longer legit.
Right, exactly, because see, that's when he was being told that he wasn't obeying the authority. See, there's not, like, my point is, anybody who ever brings that subject up can't even give anybody an example of a Christian breaking the authority. Where's a Christian right now breaking the authority? Is it when Rancam is telling someone that they deserve to, probably, fall down a mud hole or something, or just him, is that what we consider not doing the right thing? Are we going to have temper tantrums because Christians are sick of heathen, you know what I mean, and are tired of being lied to and are tired of being scoffed at? And the worst thing somebody like maybe me or Rose Patton or somebody does is call them out and make, maybe we sometimes should be making these people look stupid. Is that a bad thing? Is that going against authority? No. That's not even going against authority. And supposedly that's the worst thing we're doing. Is we're some Christians don't appreciate when other Christians are exposing evil in a certain way. And sometimes it has to be done very rough. Sometimes you gotta be rough with people. Sometimes you got to be very forward and just say it how it is and tell them the truth. You get the truth out is the most important thing. Sometimes the delivery just needs to be expedited.
Yeah, I would say so. Hey, anybody outside there, if you want to join the conversation, feel free to come in. Don't be shy. Just come in and join the conversation. No problem there. The link is outside in the side chat.
Yeah, just don't come in if you have Ebola, though. So.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I say that because that's another way to control us. See, that fear of these diseases and things like that. If you remember, that was what, 2000? Was that 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, 2004, the year of Ebola. And that was all a hoax. That's so ridiculous. That whole thing is just they wanted to see what we were going to do, how scared people are going to be. That they love to do that, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Magic Johnson. As far as AIDS is concerned, I mean, Magic Johnson's doing great.
Oh yeah, what about the whole AIDS thing? I mean, I've heard some people
weird,
say
isn't it? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. What do you think? You tell me.
My mom is a doctor. She says no. She believes in many conspiracies, but she says that this one, the AIDS kind of thing, it still seems weird to her. There's something to it. There is a certain type of virus that seems to cause that disease. So, and
Hmm.
there was a brother who was suffering from AIDS, and he got he got cured, through healing, miracle healing, you know.
Right, right. See, that's the thing, though. It's what if what if some of these cases aren't even real? You know what I mean? Like that could be a possibility because there was an agenda. I'll tell you. They either way they clearly used it for psychosis and for people management to make us afraid. I remember people in the '80s when I was a tiny kid talking about it. Oh, you can't do this. It's AIDS. Oh, it's this. It's AIDS. Oh, if you. Oh my gosh, did you just you need it. Oh, you might have AIDS. It's like that was what people said in America for like 5 years. Everybody was on this AIDS frightening, and of course, blaming gay people for it. You know, they did. I think they demonized gay people for it.
Yeah, many
I
Christians
don't.
do. I mean, Christians do
Yeah,
take that argument that gay people, because of course the Bible condemns homosexuality, but right. I mean, if I don't know whether gay people spread more AIDS than
I don't think
just
so.
normal.
I would just be honest with you. I don't think so. I honestly, from what I've seen enough mischief involved in the subject. I've seen a lot of contradictions. I've seen people misdiagnose. I've seen people go to multiple different doctors, and some of them say you have AIDS, and some say you don't.
Mm,
And that was big for me when I saw that. When I saw people go to they just got diagnosed with AIDS, and then how are you going to go about your life? And then she goes somewhere else. Oh no, you don't have AIDS. No.
mm,
Like what is going on here? That's serious. And here's why it's so crazy, Johnny, and for anybody that ever thinks about this, just think of the psychological destruction when you are told, oh, you're going to die, even if it's not true. What is that doing to you?
mm,
It's absolutely, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, the secret to everything
right.
is the mindset. To everything, Johnny. The secret to everything is the mindset. And that's what's so crazy. Our minds are kind of right in front of us. And that's what we don't realize. If I think I'm going to die, I'm going to die.
Mm,
If I don't feel good, or, oh, I'm not feeling well, so I don't want to do anything. Well, no, if you don't feel well, maybe you should do something. Maybe you
right.
should
Mm,
figure out what's wrong, or try to find, if you're told that you have an irreparable issue and you are going to die, your entire life is going to be changed. For most people, it is going to destroy the psyche of most people. Once in a while, one out of 1,000, somebody will say, well, that's it. I'm going to fight. I'm going to go on a health diet and do all this stuff. And almost 9 times out of 10, those people live past their time when they were told they were going to die, even when cancer is involved. It's often just the psychological impact when you tell somebody you have cancer, you're going to die. Well, now they're really going to die. Before, they were just living their life, and they might have lived 20 more years or something before it spread, even if
mm,
it was this time. But now, because you told them they're going to die, now they're going to be into depression. They're going to stop being active. They're going to lose any type of athleticism. Their body is going to start dying. Their immune system's automatically going to start getting weaker. You're going to
mm,
kill your immune system. You can kill your immune system in half a year.
yeah.
In 1.5 year, you will kill your immune system, and then you're going to die. You will die, and there's no stopping it. You know what I mean? I haven't had health insurance for many years, Johnny, and I don't plan on getting it, and I don't plan on seeing a doctor. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a mindset. When I'm sick, I have to change what I'm doing. Obviously, I made a mistake, and I'm gonna clean up. And sometimes it's a bad flu or something, but it's a mindset. It really is a mindset. And if you tell somebody they're sick, and then you tell them, "By you only have 4 months to live," that
Right.
can kill a person. And I don't think people realize just the implications of telling people, and then giving them things like, for cancer, like chemotherapy, that's just going
Mm,
to kill you faster. That's like the ultimate antibiotic. It kills everything. In 1 out of 100 times somebody survives it. Almost, it has like a 90% death rate. I mean, you will die if you take chemotherapy. You have a 90% chance of dying early. And
yeah.
you'll see
All
when
people
people go
really.
to remedies, it just changes. But my point is, first of all, not only are you having them do chemotherapy, you're telling them they have to or they're going to die. That's why these people are being
Right.
murdered.
My uncle, he wanted to have chemotherapy. Then I suggested he take the apricot kernels, and now he's feeling fine. He just took 20 of them on a daily basis,
Yes, isn't that crazy?
and that's it. I mean, he's
Yeah,
still alive and well. And
that's
that
amazing.
chemical thing didn't bring much to him before that.
That is amazing. Yeah, wow.
See, that's the thing. And I've seen. I mean, Reckel. I think he told that story yesterday that he was noticing a lump on himself, and then he took those seeds. I think he upped the dosage like to 10 to 20 per day, and well, he's literally started to see it shrink. And other people have given me the same report. I've seen other people also talking about that. That seems to be, and it's not even, you don't even need to extract, because there's these lateral extractions or amygdalin, where they take out from the seeds, they take it out, even in alternative medicine. But I think even that is an extreme. You don't even need to do that. You just need to take the seed. That's it. No need to even extract from the seed. Just take the whole seed, chew on it, swallow it, and that's it.
Right. If what you're saying is even partially true, the entire pharmaceutical industry is a 100% scam. 100%. Not mostly. It's the entire thing is a scam. Period.
Yeah, even those medications, I believe now, that do help you in the short term will cause problems in the long term, and there would always be a herb that would have been more suitable for the same. I now believe that. It's just that people lack the knowledge of which herbs one should take. Otherwise, I believe one could, any kind of drug, whether it's a beta blocker that decreases your pulse rate, calms you down, what have you, every single thing I believe is found in the plants or in the herbs.
Anything and everything you'll ever need is already given to us by God. That's how it works. Now, as far as surgery is concerned, that's a different object. Some people might need surgery, but guess what? Why? I mean, a lot of times people need surgery because they haven't been taking care of themselves,
Exactly.
Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, when you look at the hows and whys and byproducts, I mean, if I sit around all day and eat 100% fat potato chips and start staring at the TV, believing I'm on a ball spinning around the sun, I would probably end up in a hospital too. I'm going to go to the hospital. And trust me, if that happens, if I start watching TV and I think I'm spinning around a ball going 700 million miles an hour accidentally because of whatever they want to say, you can just take me out of there. Don't let me get to the hospital. Just kill me in my seat, please.
I often ask myself,
Oh my gosh.
the reason why people, potato chips, probably people take those because I think there's bio or natural potato chips available as well, right, in the stores, but they are probably too expensive for most people to buy, right? I think that's the reason why they would just take the processed, the processed potato chips, of course, are the worst. I mean, the others, so it's just, even if it's twice as expensive, people don't care for their body even that much. They want to save those $3.50, and ruin their body.
Right. Look, I just picked up this pico de gallo salsa, the Santa Barbara medium. Man, is it good? You can get these in the cold section at your freezers. It's one of the few things you can still buy at the chain grocery stores. I think a lot of red sauces and a lot of spices in the diet. I like to use a lot of onions and things like that. If people had a high diet just full of just a little bit of greens, and even if they eat bad stuff, you can counteract it with just vegetables and things, especially the strong ones like the garlics and the onions. If you chop them up fresh, you'll be good. I'm not a good cook. I cannot cook anything, Johnny. So I struggle with a lot of these things, and I just put something together real quick. I don't I can sometimes eat like a 10-year-old because I just don't cook. Sometimes I have to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and even when it comes to like salads or greens, I only buy one type of lettuce. So all you do is you take the lettuce out of the bag, you get a little cup, you put vinegar in it, and then you put a little bit of salad supreme in it, and then you add some, you can use generic Italian dressing. It's like an egg base, and that's it. It takes 1 minute, and that way I don't have to have a salad bowl that now I have a giant thing. No, I just have pieces of lettuce on a plate and a cup to dip it in. And it's easy. And I think the problem is that a lot of people don't realize you don't have to sit down and eat a giant salad. You can just go eat by yourself something healthy. You don't have to do it in front of somebody else. And it doesn't take a lot of effort. And if it's hard to swallow, have a glass of water nearby and just eat it. And I'm not talking about lettuce. I'm talking about something real like kale or green endive or something like that. And if at best, at least spinach or a little bit of something.
Yeah.
But you realize that most lettuces don't have a lot of nutrients. But people find it so difficult to do that. It's so hard. It's really not. It's all mental. It's just it's everything is in the mind. Okay,
Mm.
and a little change in your life can go a long way. I'm telling you, just one little difference every day. Just doing it every day will literally take care of those problems. I don't have to worry about the hospital, Johnny. I don't get sick almost. I think I've been sick one time majorly in the last year and a half. It was actually from a mosquito bite.
Oh.
They think I had West Nile virus about a year and a half ago, and that was the last time, and it was really bad. But these colds and things, and these flus, it doesn't happen to me. But if
Mm.
you're infected by like a parasite and an insect, that's a different. You might have. I had some issues with that. I really, and that
Okay.
might have. I'll admit though, that was also partially my fault. I'll be honest with you. Even though it was, even though it was a mosquito,
Mm.
I don't think I'm probably doing the right things at the time I was. This happened to me. So I'm going to still take the blame and say I've made some mistakes. It's the
Hmm.
only time that I can get sick. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So.
What disease was that again that you got from the mosquito bite?
Well, they said it was West Nile virus.
Okay, how does that, what is the symptoms of that?
It's just like a really bad flu, and you don't eat for a couple of days. You
Oh.
get your whole body. You have to stay in bed, and it can get really bad. You can have
Mhm.
different stages of the severity depending on what your state was. Before you got the I don't know if it's a germ, if it's a bacteria. I'd have to ask my wife. She's an expert on this kind of thing. She knows about all the different types of infections and things like that. And we don't have to really worry about that because, well, since she's changed her life, she really doesn't get sick anymore either, and she doesn't have to worry about that stuff. But yeah, I don't even know if that's a proper name. There's probably in other countries they might call it something else.
Is your wife a Christian?
Oh yes,
And she believes in the flat earth as well?
oh yeah, she's extremely intelligent. She's also studied genetics for 20 years because one of her son,
Mm-hmm.
one of her children, has had a chromosome issue. So she has been studying genetics longer than I've even been uh, awake to any of this. So she's a great source of information. She's extremely intelligent. Um, and yeah, she knew right away. Once I figured it out, Johnny, a couple of weeks out, I was like, you know what? Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Show my wife. I'm like, all right, here it is. Here it is, babe. What do you think? And she's like, well, they lie about everything else. Yep. And so, she didn't take her but a few minutes after I showed her. She literally just said, yep, makes sense because it does. We trust each other. It's really, well, she trusts me. I've put some effort into some things and,
Do you have
you
children
know,
together?
no, I don't have any kids. But she has a kid. So I have adopted her kid.
All right.
Yeah.
Are you planning on having or?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't plan anything anymore. Whatever God wants to happen, Johnny, is going to happen. If I'm going to have kids, God's going to make that decision. And I get nervous thinking about that, but,
Mhm.
um, we're in strange times, Johnny. I'm not really thinking that would be best for me right now. Maybe it is best for me. I could be completely, maybe the best thing that could ever happen to me is get a kid. Um, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, the way the world is right now, I understand why. I used to wonder why people didn't want to have kids, and now I'm a Christian, and now I understand. I'm like, yeah, because we're in the world of Satan. So I don't. Here I'm having a. I mean, some people call this hell, Johnny. Is it not a good place we're living in right now? I don't think so. But whatever happens, happens, Johnny. I don't have a say. I think God's gonna have me do what He wants me to do. I no longer make those big decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, give me a moment, brother. I'll be back in a moment. Give me just 5 minutes and I'll be back. You can go
Yeah,
right ahead and
yeah,
talk.
I'm actually taking a break right now. I just had to get something to eat real quick.
All right.
if you're listening to us right now, which I think it says we have, I don't know, one viewer. I don't know. Go ahead and go to the beginning of the video to see the subject at hand to keep you updated on what our actual points of view entails. So go ahead and take a look at the beginning of the video. Thanks. What's going on, buddy? One way.
Hey, one way. Let me just broadcast him. Hey, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Good. Just got some McDonald's. Sorry it took me a bit.
Oh, yeah. I hope you don't eat that every day, though.
No,
Oh,
no.
man,
That's
you
my
got you gotta have some vinegar later and clean your system out, bro.
Well, if he has it once a month, that's okay. But if he takes it every day, I mean,
Oh
that's
boy.
No, no. Actually, my system's pretty clean because I do drink one beer every day, like Proverbs 31 prescribes.
There you go. Now you're talking.
Yeah, a beer a day can be good for you. 330 milligrams, 330 liters.
Right. That doesn't mean a 24
Really
pack.
good for you. Yeah, one bottle, 1 pint, that's it.
So what's up? What are you guys doing? Is this still on the drugs thing?
No, we were past that. We went on to dragons. We talked about dragons in the Bible, fire-breathing dragons. We talked about the ball earth. We talked about the moon landing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, also health and education and nutrition.
That's interesting.
So, Russ, you were talking about the prescription thugs or something? That new movie. I looked at that. It's coming out in 2000 this year, I think. I saw the trailer. Uh, didn't watch it yet, but I saw it there on YouTube. But the movie is not there yet. Is it released already, or is it?
Yeah, it's released already. I could give you a link online where it streams.
Uh-huh.
It's obviously it's not a legal website, I guess you would say.
Oh, okay. Well, we can't play it here then, I guess. But you can tell me something about it. I
Sure.
mean, what? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just talking about how the drug companies have basically created a monopoly,
Hmm.
um, and then how it's being reinforced through the FDA and the way that they're in it, not inadvertently, I guess you would say, but they're basically closing the boundaries around legally to where there's no way, that things like homeopathic cures can be marketed, basically. So it's pretty interesting, at least under federal guidelines. Sorry, I had to qualify there. But my own personal view is that drugs such as marijuana and narcotics uh, can be gateways to demonic influence for sure.
Oh, I think our brother Pillbox will disagree a bit with you on that because now I would say that if you overdo any drug, that can be the case. But in small amounts, I think marijuana as well can be very beneficial because it's an herb. You see, it's an herb. It's a natural. It's a God-given
Mm-hmm.
plant. You know.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I would disagree with that. I would just think it's like the case with drinking, right? Drunkenness, just for the sake of getting drunk,
Mm.
drinking is condemned in Scripture, but at least drunkenness is condemned, but not necessarily drinking. In many
Yes.
cases, I pointed out in Proverbs 31, it's actually prescribed. If your brother has, uh, your brother or the Lord or whoever it is, your
Hmm.
fellow man, if you will, has issues with depression, it actually says to buy him a drink if he requests it.
Yeah. There you go.
I would think that the common use of marijuana, especially if that was established and they had done away with the prohibition of weed or whatever a long time ago, I think could have probably not only saved millions of lives. I think that the entire world would probably be in a much better position because the United States has been the most influential nation in the world. So because of the fact that they banned that to the most influential country ever such a long time ago, it's probably literally changed the face of everything in a spectrum that nobody would even be able to comprehend what it's done to the future after that point, what it did to the remainder, what unraveled, what evolved in the world. I think just legalizing it today, we would probably see an instantaneous drop in DUI fatalities. And just alone, just 1 month of less fatalities because we were smoking weed instead of drinking or something like that would just be probably all the difference in the world, let alone 100 years of it.
Yeah, yeah. It just doesn't seem to me that the Bible condemns any sort of um, usage of a substance like that for curing particular ailments. It just seems to condemn excessive usage. Like in my own case, I used to smoke marijuana for probably 12 years since I was in high school. And the reason I stopped is because I was just letting the substance control me, basically. And I think it's that is what the Bible condemns, not just uh, using it. I think it's the intention that the Bible seems to be condemning.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I agree. But yeah, what do you make of um, the fire-breathing dragon? Have you looked into some detail about that, Russ? I mean, do you think that they still exist today, the species that can actually breathe fire, like the Bible says in Job, I believe it is?
I don't know. There are certain scholars that say that that's a reference to the serpent of the deep and other uh, ancient Near Eastern texts. And what Job is doing is he's repudiating that view. So, I mean, there are different views on that. I think you could look at it historically.
Yeah, because we have so many legends out there who talk about, how they defeated this big dragon that used to spew fire. And I think the atheists, they try to undermine that, and they try to hide everything possible, like the Smithsonian Institute, that also like to hide the giant bones. When there were giants, Nephilim Free has a lot of information on that. He says that this all of a sudden, the Smithsonian Institute, they asked for the fossils, they wanted to do some research on them, and then all of a sudden, when people said, okay, where's my fossil? Oh, well, yeah, we had to take it away, we had to confiscate it, we had to do this, had to do that, all of a sudden, and it never returned. You see, that's the
Yeah,
thing. Never trust this institute. Yeah.
but do I think they still exist today? No, I don't think so.
Hey, just so you know, one way your mic's a little low. If you want to just, turn up about 2 points, I think you're good.
Hold on, my bad. I had it on off. My bad.
Oh, okay, that would make sense. There you go. That
Yeah.
was like a singularity off. It actually was something. Okay. All right.
So, okay, well, Russ, I mean, how much have you looked into the whole moon landing issue? Do you think the moon landing is real still, or?
Well, I think the amount of skepticism that we would employ towards the moon landing could be utilized to say that we are in a matrix right now, basically. So I repudiate solipsism.
Do you
So
think that?
no, I haven't looked into it. I saw a little bit, for example, about the way that the dirt was coming out of the moon buggy or something like that, then the flag,
Mhm.
and then some sort of testimony about Buzz Aldrin, and then some sort of a setup, like
Mm,
a set, like a movie setup.
mm.
That's about it, though. But I don't employ that skepticism because I think the Bible condemns it. Like in James 2, it says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, and that doubt is a sin. Yet there are certain degrees of doubt that we should employ, right, to test all things.
But I would say that anything that the atheists they tell us we should be skeptical of. I mean, I think only we should not. Double-minded is just when it comes to the word of God, we shouldn't be double-minded. When it comes to what God or what godly people tell us, we shouldn't be double-minded in that. I don't think it means that you should trust what an atheist tells you. I mean, I think that's pretty far-reaching.
Well, I'm not employing it to say we shouldn't be skeptical. I'm just saying that there's a degree of skepticism that the Bible allows for. Um, but at the same time, that sort of argumentation can be utilized to say that we're all just living in a digital box at the moment. You know, if it's
Well,
pressed.
I don't think it can, though, to be honest with you, Russ. MG Pillbox, what do you say? I mean, there are many things that are real, right? The trees that grow in my back, but those are all things that I can test. And you don't need to be skeptical about the moon landing. I think that's warrants very good reasons to be skeptical of it. What do you say?
Right. I would say if you believe the moon landing, that is a sign of a detachment from God's creation, and to put it lightly, because I was there and I used to believe it. And when I believed it, I really was confused about this place and where I lived. It's a telltale sign of many problems. Just like I always say, when you walk into a house and you find a big cockroach, you know there's other big cockroaches. So for one, if somebody says, I don't believe it, and is that type of skeptic, I'd say that person has strength, and they were able to, not just trust man's word. But I think if you believe it, it's a number of things. First of all, is it relevant to your life? If it's not, then it's not important to you. But if you believe it and you don't think it's important to you, then why do you believe it? So no matter how you look at it, it does. How do I say this? It is an indicator of a problem, for sure. It is a symptom. I know that for sure because I used to believe in it. I don't think that it can be compared to a matrix-like existence. I think God's creation is much more special than to be considered like a matrix. And we don't understand things like these parallel universe, dimensional causality ideas and multiple dimensions like Carl Sagan used to talk about. That's science fiction. That is supernatural. Also, leaving this world and going to another celestial body is also supernatural. So I would say that it is a supernatural belief that was presented to us a long time ago with fakery, and some people still believe it, and some people don't. So it's whatever anybody wants it to be, Johnny. So.
Yeah, I think I understand sort of what you're saying. Again, I'm not discouraging a healthy degree of skepticism, but I would also just point out that the Bible itself gives us Christians the epistemology, that is our theory of knowledge, as revelatory, and it actually condemns empiricism and irrationalism at the same time. So I think it's somewhere in between. I think that's all I was trying to convey to you.
Well, here's my ultimate claim. The difference is when the child asks me, hey, did these people land on the moon? I get to be honest with them and say, no, that's not true. And if somebody tells that children, yes, we did, they are spreading a lie, and I find a serious problem with that. So the fact of the matter, just the basic fundamental understandings of a Christian, we definitely should not be spreading lies, whether we know they're lies or not. If we're not absolutely sure, then we don't get to say anything. So either you get to say, I don't know, little kid, or no, of course we didn't. And good question. You know what I mean? That's the difference, is I get to answer that question honestly.
Well, is it honesty, though? If you're saying...
it is honesty, absolutely, 100% honesty. That's the point.
Well, if you're saying, I don't know, is it just because you're not trusting your senses, or you're being overly rational?
I'm saying if you say I don't know, then that's being honest as well. I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying no, we didn't. I know for a fact that is not possible. I'm able to answer that question with the actual correct answer. The other option is I don't know, because if you tell this child, yes, we did, you are spreading a lie. That is not good.
Well, I guess this is where I would ask you, though, like what would be your evidence that it was a fraud?
It's the amount of evidence is endless, but it is not up to me to present any evidence once I know it is a fraud. Just because I know it's a fraud doesn't mean I have to show you why it's a fraud. No, the job is up to you to figure out if it's a fraud or not. I don't have to present evidence, but what I do have to do is tell the truth, which is no, we did not go landing on the moon. No, and we never will.
Okay, so you don't have to justify your claims, but I do?
No, absolutely. You're making the claim, first of all. Secondly, everything they've shown us is evidence we didn't go. That's the point. Everything we know is evidence we didn't go. We all have the same evidence. You're claiming the evidence says we did go. I'm claiming the evidence says we didn't.
Wait a minute.
It's real simple. It's real simple.
Hold on, Pillbox. First of all, I haven't made a claim yet. I'm asking you about your perspective. That's it.
Yes, it's all evidence. Everybody has the same amount of evidence. It's not about evidence. It's about knowing the truth. That's the fact.
Right, but I didn't make a. Can you tell me where I made a claim yet?
Well, you said you didn't make a claim, so you're arguing for a claim that that doesn't even exist. So that doesn't even make any sense. What are you trying to accomplish?
Hold on, but what you said was you know for a fact it's false. Isn't that a claim?
Yes, the truth is a claim. I am claiming to know the truth. Right. That's what I'm told to do. Yes.
So that's what I'm asking you. I haven't made a claim yet. Right?
Right. And all I said was that it's not right to be able to lie to children. Basically, my point is not right to lie. If this is a lie and we're telling people a lie, that matters. The whole point was, does it matter? Why does it matter?
I agree with you, but the one making the claim bears the burden of proof, right?
Right, which is NASA. They have to have proof. They have none. Right. I'm not making the claim that we went to the moon. I don't need any proof for that. But I do know it is fake. No, the burden of proof is on you.
Hold on, you're making the claim that it's false. I haven't even made a claim yet.
Yeah, right. He's asking you to show him what you know, how it's false.
I understand that, but there's nothing to the contrary. It's like saying, well, what do you mean that we see the horizon at eye level? Well, that's what we always see, the horizon. I don't have to prove that to you. That's what you see when you look to the horizon. There is no evidence to show anybody ever that the moon landing was real at all. All of it has been exposed as being fake. And I guess it's easy for me because I'm a photographer. But what I'm saying is if you look into it, you will know as well. It is up for the individual to search out information. I don't go around asking people to prove to me what you believe is true, because I'll just go find out myself, like I'm told to by Jesus Christ.
I know, but you just told me that I need to do that, and then you just got done saying you don't go around telling people to do that, right?
Yes, you need to do that, yes.
Right.
You need to go out and find yourself. You need to find out yourself what you need to do to figure out the truth.
That's good. So then how will we tell if a photo is faked?
Well, I guess there are many ways. I mean, there are literally thousands of ways to detect fraud in photography. There are literally maybe even endless ways. Like if something is behind an image that shouldn't be, if there are light source shadings that don't match, if there is something that doesn't match their own claim, none of these things match NASA's claim. That's not how things work in vacuums. Therefore, it's clearly fraudulent. Their claim is that, it's just real simple. It's just that you just got to actually understand how basic this is how you understand that it's not real.
Okay, first of all, I didn't make a claim. We already got past that, right? Now,
your claim was that it was like believing in the Matrix.
Well, I was claiming that the same degree of skepticism that you would employ to physical or empirical evidences could be used to argue that we're in the Matrix.
I don't see how that's possible. No, that's not what God gave us a creation to do. That's not what He gave us a creation for.
Well, we'll get there, and that's fine. What I'm just trying to figure out though is like what would be some criteria? Like what are the criterion? Otherwise, it's unfalsifiable, right? If we can't name criteria by which we can establish whether footage of a moon landing is fake or something.
Right. It's basically just understanding reality and not accepting a claim with nothing to support it. A black and white grainy footage video that's clearly a scam. Like I told Johnny earlier, we just went over this an hour. When I was 18 years old, I knew that it was fake. When even earlier in my life, I could tell that there was things wrong with it. Like under the age of 10 years old, I could look at the footage and go, this doesn't look right, this looks fake. So that's the first thing that, when you see something and you're skeptical of it, then you're kind of obligated to look into it. Well, at the time I was only like 8 or 9 years old, so it really wasn't kind of that priority thing. But the problem was that I'm already being lied to by my parents and by society around me telling me that I did. So it is because of people that are lying based on something before I was even in existence on this earth was happening. I have already been brainwashed. So you can't really figure out what to do until you get older, until you can build up enough courage to question yourself. And that's what it's about.
Sure, I agree with you. Would you agree that NASA is deceiving us?
No, because I don't believe in any of their scams. They're not deceiving me, but I'm sure that a lot of, yes, as far as people in general, sure, they absolutely have millions of people fooled. It is really sad, yes.
Okay, so when they make claims on their own website, like, okay, we lied to you about that, should they be trusted?
Of course not. They shouldn't even exist.
I'm just
let alone be trusted. No, they shouldn't exist, is what my claim is.
So, for example, like the admissions that they make, right, that some of the flat earthers appealed to. They would say NASA admits themselves, but wait a minute, doesn't that
they don't matter, right? Right, and somebody, right, and that's self-explanatory. They're using that as evidence that the source itself is fraudulent. Yes, they're fraudulent, and me using a source to show that it's fraudulent doesn't mean that my claim is fraudulent. It means that I'm just pointing out fraud. It doesn't mean if I'm using something evil to point out fraud, or if I'm using something good to point out fraud.
Right. No, I understand, but wouldn't it be self-refuting to use a deceptive source that's trying to claim integrity in their admissions?
No. What you're having a serious blight. Let me just tell you this real quick. Like there's a lesson on these memes that goes around. It's one for warfare, and it is if something stupid works, it's not stupid. You see, with the outcome, the fruit is what matters. Like if I caught somebody in a lie, I'm using them to expose the lie now. So just because they lied doesn't mean I shouldn't use them to expose their own lies. No, their claims mean nothing. The fact of the matter is that their claims mean so little, they even admit their claims don't mean anything. So this is just going to prove my point.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. And again, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid.
Okay, so you're saying that we could use an untrustworthy source to verify their untrustworthiness?
That's exactly what's going on, though. This is a very basic concept that even a child would understand. If they admit they lied, then we
Well, we
know
can use
they're a
the
liar.
inconsistencies. It's just like
Right.
process, just like
But Johnny, let me just finish my point out here real quick. Here, I'm just going to end this real quick, Johnny. Hold on one second. My point is they are admitting they are lying, and now we're being questioned. Oh, you can't use them as admitting they're lying to say that they're lying? That's kind of crazy. I mean, you're really grasping here.
Well,
yeah,
no, I'm saying
it's
it's
like
kind
using
of,
their own inconsistencies
hold on,
against them. Basically,
hold on,
that's what.
I'm saying it's
Right.
self-justifying. Like when
Yes,
you
I'm already using their claims as proof for lies. Yes, it's okay for me to use their claims to prove they're lying, whether they're telling the truth or lying. Even 1% truth or 99% truth and 100%. If there's 1% lie, it's still all a lie. It doesn't
First of
matter.
all, I'm not a fallibilist. We can talk epistemology later, but what this boils down to is NASA is deceiving us about everything except this one thing.
Right.
That's
Right. And this is right. Yes, exactly. But no, you're missing the point. You are so focused on just trying to catch somebody in a contradiction. You're not looking at the big picture. You're just trying to find contradictions. I don't have to use NASA's words for sources. That is to show people that believe in NASA. That's the difference. I'm not showing that to show people like Johnny. Why would I waste my time telling, hey, Johnny, did you know NASA admits lying? No, that is to the people that do believe NASA. This is really easy to understand. This is not complicated.
That's fine.
It's basic, but why would we argue about this? This is so pitiful to even bring up. They're lying, so we can't trust when they admit they're lying? No, that's not how it works. When you put a murderer in prison and then he confesses after he's in prison, he might have really confessed. That's how reality works. You have to discern when the moment is relevant to the subject in a different manner.
Sure,
It
but
takes your consciousness to understand these things. Come on.
couldn't they be deceiving us and admitting that they're deceiving us?
Then it's all a deception, and I'm right.
That's right. That's right.
Right,
So
that means I'm right. That means I'm trying to tell you, if you believe anything that NASA, that, by the way, NASA supporter guy, I'm patting you on the head, did you know that NASA even admits that they tell fraudulent things? So that means you can't trust anything they say, which is not self-contradictory. If they're admitting to a lie, it still could mean that they're telling the truth as they're admitting to a lie.
okay, so they're telling all of their claims then are false except the one claim? Is that what you're saying?
Well, doesn't that make sense? If somebody got caught in a bunch of lies and they admitted they were lying, then that was a true statement. This is not complicated. This is very basic.
No, it's
Like the
logic.
fundamentals of conversation. You know, these are just the basic fundamentals of conversation. If someone's lying to me, then they admit that they're lying, then they finally admitted they were lying. And yes, I still don't know.
Could be lying about the fact that they stated that they're lying, since they are lying to us.
Right, but here's the problem. Just the fact that you're using this as an argument shows is another serious sign of a symptom of a serious problem. Like there's got to be something wrong with you that would actually use this as an argument.
No, it's called logic in the law of
No, it's insanity. It sounds like you have a serious block. There's something blocking your logic, because logic says that this is possible because this is normal part of life. When somebody gets caught lying and then they admit they were lying, they still get in trouble. According to the United States court system, they are found guilty. It's called a confession.
But the difference is you would be claiming that they're in a worldwide conspiracy.
No, that's like saying NASA brushes their teeth. So are they lying about brushing their teeth? You got to really expand your mind, bro. You're like on stage 1 out of 10. Come on here. No, you got a whole world out here, and you're stuck on this subject. This is a very serious problem. I'm just saying this is a very serious. You have a serious problem mentally or spiritually to be even asking about something so ridiculous and frivolous.
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
It sounds like a psychosis, though. It's there's something blocking you.
Maybe you should go over the question.
Hold on, before you finish.
It sounds crazy. It just sounds crazy. I'm just letting you know it's really weird.
Yes. Do you have credentials for using the MSDA manual for psychoanalysis? Do you have those credentials?
Why would I believe in man's credentials? Of course I don't have any man. The only man's credentials I have are awards that I've been given for things that man praised me for. I don't believe in man's credentials, and I certainly just know that you are perfect evidence of why.
You don't have any credentials for psychoanalysis?
No, I've just been studying psychology my whole life in reality. I live in reality, unlike people that just study paper and never learn anything. And then ask why we can trust a liar if they've always lying. I mean, keep up the good work.
Well, the problem with it is, it has two problems with it. It comes, if it's an untrustworthy source, you're going to say that they're trustworthy in the one field,
Right. Right. I know. This is my point, that you're proving that there is a serious
Let's move on from
psychological
this one.
problem
I think
in
we
white
have
America.
established that
This is what
NASA.
I'm talking about. When I'm talking about the psychosis of white people in America, Johnny, this is what I'm talking about. People are so crazy, they will literally say, well, you said they can't trust them, so why are you saying we can trust them if they're saying they can't trust
Oh, I'm just
themselves? I
pointing
mean,
out
this is a crazy circular argument for sick people that literally just want to get somebody in a contradiction. This is a
that's
sickness, Johnny. This
okay.
is what
See,
I'm talking about, fake Christians. This is what I'm talking about, fake Christians. When they have these psychosis, they try to literally argue against other people just to find contradictions and say, haha, gotcha. It's a sickness within the Christian community. It's
Yeah, I
crazy.
mean, why shouldn't we get into
Yeah,
the evidence, man?
absolutely insanity.
Let's look at those pictures, Russ. You should be open, so let's look at the pictures then.
Yeah,
How about that?
yeah, it goes right past it. Man, that's crazy. I'll be right back.
yeah, we don't want to return back to the logical fallacies that were just employed. What do you think, Sid?
Well, I would say that
Look, you just moved from
oh,
one. Okay, we can trust NASA in this one field, but we can't trust them in all other fields. That's called a hasty generalization fallacy. Not only that, but it's a law of contradiction violation. It's self-refuting, Johnny.
no, the problem is what the basic point of his was that NASA therefore becomes untrustworthy in anything.
See, that's the problem. He's saying the reverse. He's saying they're untrustworthy everywhere else except here. That is a hasty generalization fallacy.
Yeah, but he explained that he said that that's like a murderer in prison. He accidentally, he says that he did do the murder. So obviously, in that regard, we can trust him. It depends on the situation in which a person is speaking. See, that's I think what you have been
Well,
ignoring.
that would still be a hasty generalization fallacy. It's a logical fallacy.
No, it's not hasty generalization. He's done a thorough analysis in the specific context that NASA spoke when it said
Well, that's
that.
fine. That's fine. We can talk about all that. But I'm
Right.
just
Okay, mic check.
that
Yeah.
it's self-contradictory and that it commits the hasty generalization fallacy. It's illogical.
Are you talking about what Pillbox was saying?
Yeah.
That was all garbage.
But I don't know why he referred to brainwashing since I'm a high school dropout.
He said it was all garbage. It's all nonsense.
Well, we'll think about this for a second. I'm a high school I dropped out of school, Johnny,
So?
in 10th grade. So if he's trying to psychoanalyze me, which he doesn't have any credentials to use the MSDA manual, right?
Right.
Psychotic manual, with all of those, let's say prescriptions and prognoses for certain psychological disorders. And he got that through college education. That would mean he's more brainwashed than me using that own logic, his own logic. The more you've been in the system, the more you've been indoctrinated. Okay, so I dropped out in grade 10. When did he drop out? That's how ridiculous this logic is.
He hasn't dropped out because he's still in kindergarten.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, but
Well, he certainly talks like only a kindergartner would talk in that kind of nonsensical way, with that type of, this is reality in a non-real world. Sort of, he's either fooling himself and trying to fool us, or he's just fooled himself. I don't know.
okay. So I don't know. Let me ask Johnny though, so we can move on somewhere else. Because my goal wasn't to cast negative vibes on Pillbox. I'm just explaining to him why these statements are illogical to me. That he's making, but.
Yeah, but nothing he says makes sense. Absolutely nothing.
About the photographs. Now I made the statement earlier, Johnny, that the same amount of skepticism that a conspiracy sort of person would employ could be argued to lead to solipsism, right? The idea that you're the only person in the universe that exists. Everything else is just an illusion of your own imagination. Now here's where I want to show you this. Do you have an example of a photograph that has been faked or photoshopped about the Earth being a flat disk rather than a globe or something?
Maybe before you answer that, or you could maybe include this as a question. How did the ancient Greeks and Persians, how did they how do they see the Earth and the Moon? Do they see them as round, as globes, as planets, balls in the sky, or do they see them as flat?
My understanding is, was it Aristophanes who first put forward the sphere model somewhere around 500 or 600 BC? And then around 200 or so was confirmed by another person that starts with the letter P. I can't remember his name, but it was in Carl Sagan's Cosmos series. I really like that series.
P could be Ptolemy.
Yeah, I think it's Ptolemy. Thank you. He was talking about how he had measured shadows from certain structures across the face of the Earth. I don't know all those measurements and things like that, but I do know this, that the way that the Old Testament deals with these issues of different cosmogonies or cosmological accounts is to actually refute them. It's not, and it's using language of accommodation. This is just called Old Testament polemics, basically. So they use the language of the surrounding culture to convey the idea to them that it is Yahweh who is the one who's done all these things, even if they were true, but they weren't affirming just because they mentioned these things that they were true. And there are some good works on this. I could recommend sources like John D. Currid's Against the Gods, Dr. Neiman's lectures. If you go to drneiman.com, basically what you have in the Old Testament is a refutation of all these surrounding cosmogonies, not an affirmation of them. And I could give you some examples from the Old Testament, as well as
Maybe you could. The thing is, though, that the Earth, all planets, all stars, all except for maybe asteroids, stuff like that. Everything is round. Everything, we know it. Everything, physics demands that it be round. There's no getting around it. So what is the point of even debating an impossible subject?
Well, obviously we operate under different authorities, Sydney. For me, it's what the biblical authors meant to convey that makes it final for me. Obviously, you don't appeal to that, right? But Narni would, or somebody like Rob Scuba or M. 4G.
But I know, but when you look at the Earth, how do you see a flat one?
I don't. In fact, the Bible seems to tell us that we shouldn't trust our senses as the final authority. See, that's what I'm saying. I
don't get it. I don't get it.
That's an unbiblical approach to...
When you look at the sun, nobody's ever said the sun is flat, right?
Right.
So the sun is a ball of fire, right?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Why? Because you've only got your senses to go on, don't you?
Well, no, not necessarily.
Okay.
It looks like a disk in the sky. That's called phenomenological language, right?
Okay.
But also talk about the sun rising and the sun setting. I see that every day on the news when I look at the weather forecast.
Well, that's just a the
Well,
phenomenon of the orbit of the rotation of the Earth.
sure, right, and I would point out that the Bible does support that idea, and I would appeal to certain passages.
Yeah, whatever you say, maybe, but the fact is, the Earth is not flat. There's no the only place the Earth is flat is in somebody's imagination.
Well, that would be up to you to prove, you know. And I'm not trying to be hyper skeptical, Sydney. I would be on your side.
Well, you're succeeding.
I'm just saying that from a
Just to say to me that I should prove that the Earth is not flat to support my assertion is ludicrous. It's absurd.
well, right. I understand that. I understand that because we operate on different ultimate authorities. You would be.
No, we don't. No, we do not.
We certainly do.
We do not. When you look at the sun and I look at the sun, we see the same thing. So why would it be different when I look at the Earth or the moon and you look at the Earth or the moon? Why would it be any different?
Yeah, but
Well,
the problem is, Sydney, how do we know that the Earth
The senses are the same.
Yeah, but how do we know? My senses tell me that the sun is the one moving, not that the Earth is the one moving.
I never said it was moving. I said it was round.
Yeah, but how do we know it was round? I don't see the Earth.
Because you just said his senses tell him it's round.
But my senses are not telling me that the Earth is round. You see?
No, the sun. I'm talking about the sun.
Yeah, and the sun is the one is moving. That's what my senses are telling
But
me.
is the sun round? Do your senses tell you that the
Well,
sun
the
is
sun
round?
could be round like a disc. It could be round like a ball.
Do the senses tell you the sun is round like a ball?
Well, first of all,
Well,
notice that you're questioning our senses and the reliability of our senses.
I'm asking specifically. That's right. Subjectively, do your senses tell you that the sun
Subjectively,
is
they
a
do.
ball?
Yes, subjectively they do, but they also make straws appear to bend when I put straws in my glass of water, right?
I'm talking about the sun. Huh? Okay.
Well, we were appealing to
Okay,
subjectivity.
yes. So the subjectively, your senses tell you
Right.
that the sun is a ball.
And the straw bends in the
Fire.
glass of
Well,
water.
I just forget about the end. That's what subjectively you see is the sun
Wait,
is a ball.
why are you-
Hold on, no. Listen to me.
being selective about-
Listen to me. So subjectively, you see the sun as a ball, and subjectively, you see the Earth, the planet Earth, as a ball. But why and how do you accomplish denying that?
No, I don't. I don't see the Earth as a ball subjectively at all.
I don't think either of us are denying that. What we're questioning is the
No,
criteria.
but wait a minute, Russ. Let me ask you this. Do you see the Earth as a ball? Come on now. You don't see that.
No, I don't see that phenomenal.
Is the Earth flat?
But
I
I do.
don't know. But from the Bible, I would think it is because that's how I understand the
No,
Bible.
I'm not
And I
talking
think-
about from the Bible, Johnny. I'm saying when you look at it, when you look at Google Earth, or you look at NASA, or you
No,
go
but
to
I look at
pictures.
the Earth. I think it's an infinite plane. That's what I think. It's a flat plane. That's what I think.
But where? Okay, now please back that up. My
Well, it's my eyesight.
my
man.
data
my
does
eyesight is
not
deceiving
my
me.
data does not mesh very well with your data.
Yeah,
Right.
but your data is when you look with your eyes. Do you see something round? You don't. Don't be honest with me. You don't see any
I
roundness.
didn't say I saw something round when I looked with my eyes, but
All
when
right, then-
when I look around at all the evidence and
What
all the pictures and all the
Yeah,
video
but
and all the
because-
testimony and all and
Yeah, but the
everything that
testimony,
can be
Sydney,
presented.
the testimony is irrelevant because we are talking about senses. We're not talking about what other people tell us. You see?
I didn't say anybody would tell us. A testimony could be a camera.
Well,
Yeah, but the camera. What do you mean camera? How have you any trusted person seen up there? Have you sent any trustworthy person up there with a camera, or have you just relied on what people have told you? Because anybody can make.
I've actually watched us. I watched the. When when they launched Hubble, there was a mistake with it. It was blurry. I watched the mission that was sent up there to replace the faulty piece of glass or whatever. I watched that, and that was live. And nobody can tell me that the Earth is flat. Whoever watched that particular event.
Wait a minute. You watched on television where somebody was repairing something in the space station, supposedly?
Not the space station. No, no. You remember? I don't know. Back in the 90s, they launched the Hubble Space Telescope.
All right.
Okay. When they switched it on and took pictures, everything was blurry because there was a mistake with the I guess the imaging mirror or something like that.
Right.
So what they had to do was they had to go and switch it out. So they sent another rocket up with people in it with a replacement mirror, and they replaced it, and
Did
it
you
was
see
all
that?
live.
Did
It
you
was all
see
live.
that on television?
It was all live.
On
See,
television.
listen to this. See, it's going to happen already, Sydney. I already told you this, and I tried to tell you this.
Oh, excuse me, hold on a second. How does me telling you that it was all live actually
Yeah, but
refute the fact that it was all
what I'm
live?
asking you is, did you see it on television? That's what I'm asking you.
On the empirical evidence, right? That you can see with your senses of other people who went up into space and saw it. You know what? You know what else?
Yeah, if you know that people went there to
We
begin
can
with,
ask,
then
how do those people know that? And how do we know there's not a problem with the equipment? How do we know there wasn't a delay? How do we know there wasn't a
but how
fish?
do we even know that people went up there, right?
Do you want to hear about an infinite regress? Here it goes. This is what you're about to listen to.
How do we
You
even
guys
know
are
that
being
people went
silly. You
up?
guys are just being silly.
That's the whole problem, that people trust too much what goes on in the media. That's unfortunate. See, I used to
People
be
trust too much what goes on in the media, but you read a Bible with bullshit in it and you trust
no,
that
because the
more?
Bible corresponds to what I experience in my day-to-day life. But what it tells in the media goes against it. So what should I trust? What I experience in my day-to-day life, or what the media tells me?
I think you should get yourself examined. Don't trust either. Get yourself looked at and examined.
Okay, so we should trust your authority.
No, don't trust my authority. Don't trust the media. Don't trust your own authority. Go and get yourself looked at to see if you are actually not living in a delusion like I am suspecting that you are.
Wouldn't we
Right,
be
that's what
relying,
we've done. And we
hold
seem
on,
to follow the rules.
hold on, wouldn't we be relying on the authority of the physician that checked this out in his knowledge of the MSDA manual, Sydney?
Are you living in a house, an apartment, some kind
Yes,
of a
there's an
dwelling?
authority here called a landlord.
Okay, so now why are you relying, using your logic, why are you relying on the uh, uh, workmanship of the carpenter who put that place together? Now, it's going to fall down around you any second. You better escape, get out of there, because you don't know that it's not going to fall apart around your ears. You know,
Actually,
it's going to collapse. It's going to collapse. Watch out. The roof is going to crush you.
actually, I don't have to appeal to authority on that. I believe, right, from my Christian worldview, I have a justification for the uniformity of nature, right? And I don't have to appeal circularly to it like you do, right? I believe that when God made that covenant with Noah and he said that the earth and the regularity of nature and seed time and harvest will continue, that when he made that covenant, that will be long-standing.
Who made what? What are you talking about?
In other words, I appealed to an ultimate authority
Who?
outside of my
What?
land.
What were you talking about? Making some kind of a statement? I don't know. Who made what statement? I didn't get that.
I want to be clear that I'm not challenging your position on the ball earth. That's what I believe. Even Rob Skiba says that, by the way, on his own website, Johnny. Right at the home page, just read it. He says, I am still a global earth believer, a ball earth believer, but I
Are
have...
you guys ball earth believers?
Yes, I am, actually. I would be a sphere earth believer.
Okay.
I think the Bible supports it.
How are you, Johnny?
For example,
I'm no longer am. I used to be, but I no longer am.
You're no longer a sphere earth believer.
That's right.
You've actually been a sphere earth believer,
look,
where you took for granted that the Earth was a sphere, and now somehow you see it as being flattened as to like a pancake.
let
No,
me...
not like a pancake. I think it's somewhat concave, surrounded encased in a four-cornered square.
Okay, like a contact lens.
Yeah, somewhat like that, with a dome on top. Solid dome, like the Bible
Mm-hmm.
describes it.
Mm-hmm. So, but the Bible is such a um, um, a non-verifiable source
Oh, it certainly
What if
is.
it was such a
of
non-verifiable source? Then why
information.
does it have to come?
The Bible really is probably the worst source of reliable information.
Well, if that
Actually,
is it, then why do the Jewish people, for example, why have they come back to the land? Why have they gotten, God
See,
kept the promise to them? It's
now,
like,
the Jewish people and me, I do not represent the Jewish people. When you ask me why the Jewish people did something, you better make sure that you're asking somebody who represents the Jewish
what I'm
people.
saying is shows the power of the Bible.
That would not be me.
No, I'm saying that shows the power of the Bible right there.
That shows absolutely nothing.
what I'm telling both of you is that all of the statements about a flat Earth, a vault in heaven, the windows, those are statements to refute the other surrounding cosmologies. There's an alternative explanation that you guys haven't even looked at, and I think that does reflect reality. For example, there's a story in Ishtar, in the Noon legend. This predates the account in Genesis, by the way, where it talks about how Ishtar's necklace was a covenant promise after wiping out a bunch of people. The editor, which I would say would be Moses, who wrote in Genesis chapters 8 and 9 about the bow in the sky, was using that to refute Ishtar being the god who had placed the necklace in the sky. That's a perfect example of where polemics are involved in the Old Testament when it comes to these alternative cosmogonies. But nobody's looking at that alternative explanation. I think that reflects reality if we went into the scriptures. Here's another example. I heard Rob Skiba's claim that the earth is still, and there's no verse in the Bible that speaks about the earth moving. Yet in Isaiah 24:19 and 20, we read, "The earth is broken asunder, the earth is split through, the earth is shaken violently. The earth reels to and fro like a junkard, and it totters like a shack." That sounds like axis tilt, doesn't it? For
No,
its
it doesn't sound like an access.
upon
That
it,
sounds like
all never to rise again. It says it's presently doing this in the present active sense.
yeah, but it
Remember,
sounds like judgment to me. That sounds like judgment passage to me.
yes, and judgments come upon the world already, right? You know John 3:18, right?
Yeah, I know, but that has nothing to do with the Earth being rotating on its axis, or not the sun not being the one who's moving, the moon not having its own light and stuff like that. That's
Or
pretty clear.
or Isaiah's refuting that idea, right? So you're making the verse say something it doesn't say.
No, what I'm saying is that the sun is the one that seems to be moving according to the Bible because it's very specific there.
Well, here it's saying the earth is moving. That's exactly what it says. Check any
Okay,
lex.
well, okay, let's discuss that then. Hey, Pillbox, the brother just brought up a
Oh,
passage.
no, now he's lying about the Bible, Johnny.
Yeah,
Dear
he brought up
Lord.
some passages. Did you listen to those passages? Otherwise, he bring them up.
No, I haven't listened to the past. Is this where like it grumbles or shakes or what?
Yes, exactly.
I've got it. I know. Oh my gosh, Johnny, you can't fix this kind of stupid. It says literally dozens of times the foundations of the earth shall never be moved. So the foundations never move. But yes, the earth can rumble and there could be earthquakes, but the earth isn't moving. Sorry. Yeah, it's a psychosis, Johnny. I'll be back. I just wanted to say sorry I had to leave, but I gotta go, Johnny. I'll be back in like 25 minutes. I gotta go run an errand real quick. I'm sorry.
All right, brother. Yeah. All right, I'll wait for you.
Earth can. There you go. That's a great conflation he just made there. By the way, if the Earth's foundations can move, then we have to ask ourselves the question, in the New Testament, when it says the scriptures are built, or the church is built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, does that mean that the foundations haven't moved? Well, no, because when you go to Revelation, we see that there are 12 pillars, right? And these are representative of the 12 tribes of Israel. These people moved all over the place. And they're referred to as the foundations, right? Same exact word.
Nothing in the scriptures. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Nothing in the scriptures is a reliable source of evidence for anything other than perhaps coincidental, historical contemporariness, if that's a word.
Well, it's not reliable evidence to you, and your testimony is not reliable evidence to me. Like I said, we operate on different ultimate authorities, which isn't a problem.
No, we do not.
Certainly do.
No, we do not.
Certainly do. I say the Bible.
Your ultimate authority, as I understand
I
it, your
say
ultimate authority.
Bibles. So the Bible's wrong, therefore. That's basically it.
Your ultimate authority, being the Bible, is just a book written by some men some time ago. The ultimate authority that you're probably referring to being God or the Creator is just an imaginary entity which doesn't exist.
Well, that's a baseless.
So given that, we both do not appeal to the same authority, to an ultimate authority.
Hold on. Did you just appeal to a different authority and a different mythology? It says there are different mythologies. So therefore, this mythology is like those mythologies.
Well, why do you not accept the god Odin? Do you know that there's an Odin movement that's picking up some momentum now?
Sure, because Odin is a man-made god. It's an idol.
Well,
right? In other words,
if you can prove, the same method that you're going to prove to me that Odin is a man-made god, I'm going to use to prove to you that Jesus is a man-made god.
Well, we can examine those claims, but for example, Odin is frustrated because he doesn't know all things, right? He doesn't have foreknowledge if you read the accounts. Same thing with
that's a story that the man made up.
And even those writings say that by the Romans, if you read them. The entire Greek pantheon is said to be that way. Same thing with Enlil, Apsu, Atrahasis, the cosmogony of the Sumerians, the Mesopotamians. That's not what you find in Scripture. Instead, from the biblical worldview, you find a repudiation of all those surrounding concepts.
It repudiates previous history, prior history? I don't see. That's what I'm saying. This whole Christianity brainwash, is propaganda. Is propaganda of the highest.
How do you know it's
quality?
Hold on. How do you know it's brainwashing? How do you know you haven't?
Because none of it is. It's all fiction. That's why I'm saying it's all fiction, and Christians and religious people, theists, are brainwashed into actually believing in their hearts, deep down, that this is actually true. It's just astounding to me.
Do you realize that you just did the same thing Pillbox did? You moved from a specific example of Odin being fabulistic, and then affirmed what I said about it, and then moved on to hasty generalization and saying that therefore all of them are fabulistic. That's a logical fallacy, right?
I didn't do that, actually.
You actually just did.
I said to you that the method that you proved to me that Odin is a man-made god is the same method that I will use to prove to you that Jesus is a man-made god. That's what I said.
Sure, let's look at the writings of Odin. What are those writings? Have you even read those?
I'm asking you to prove to me that Odin is not the one true god.
Well, first of all, Odin, like I said, just like the rest of the Greek pantheon, is reported in that literature as being personified deities of human beings. In the Bible, we have a contradictory statement to those, right? That God is not like a man, that he should need anything, or that he should lie. We have contradictory statements. Then we have monotheism affirmed, right, way back in Deuteronomy, rather than a pantheon of gods. And then it says, in the beginning, God, not man. So if we're going to just compare these according to the literature, it's like comparing apples and oranges, my friend.
In the beginning, Odin.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that in the Odin account, does it?
Why should it? If Odin is a god,
Should
and a
say
god
that.
and a god, if Odin is God,
It
if it
should
does,
say that.
that you don't understand this. You don't know the story of Odin, do you?
No, I do. It comes out of the chaos, right, which is a god split into two, right? The watery primordial chaos, right? Then we have Tiamat. We have, well, there are different accounts of this. Enlil, then we have the Titans. We have Baal. We have Odin coming along far after. There are many gods, but obviously Christianity is monolithic.
I agree, Odin. There's lots of other gods, but all you got to do is debunk Odin, and I'm going to debunk Jesus using exactly the same method.
How are you going to do that?
Well, go ahead, debunk Odin.
Well, I just did. Christianity is a monotheistic religion. Odin is a pantheon religion. It's a polytheistic religion. It's comparing apples and oranges. And only a person who's unfamiliar with the
How
literature
is that? Okay.
and the theological
Firstly, comparing apples and oranges is incorrect.
Okay, are they identical? What's different within the Greek concept of gods and the Jewish concept of gods, or are they identical?
God is there's only one concept of God, and that is the creator of.
No.
Yes, the supreme first cause creator of everything out of nothing.
Well, that is the monotheistic perception, right? But you just left out the Atrahasis, all of the different other cosmogony.
So as far as the creating of the universe or creating of existence out of nothing, that's not something that's even an issue to be debated.
No, they were all polytheists, and they claimed that the first two gods had some sort of a feud. Some of them described people causing the gods to be losing sleep over their calamities, like if you read in the Atrahasis. And therefore, then you have one god splitting the other god in two. You just don't have that sort of a thing. And
I was trying to stick to Odin. Odin is a supreme deity. Supreme deity, right?
Right. Like the
So if Odin is a supreme deity, how does Jesus become a supreme deity?
No, Odin's not ever considered a supreme deity. He is one of the deities that came out of the original one or two deities. You have Gaia and Chaos in the beginning from the Greek pantheon, right?
Okay, well, why don't you put Jesus aside and start worshiping Odin?
Well, first of all, it's not even comparable. That's what I've been trying to explain to you. You're trying to say that these things are identical. They're not identical.
So hold on a minute. So Odin being called a god and Jesus being called a god, they're not identical.
No. I'm saying that the qualities are not identical. Monotheism and polytheism are not the same thing. And only somebody who's unfamiliar with the literature would make such a statement. Just like, it's called a question-begging analogy. Like, for example, if you were to use leprechauns right now, I would say, well, that's great. Leprechauns are limited in form. That's a quality that Yahweh doesn't share. So it's not even identical. It's not even a...
Yahweh and Odin, they're both mythological, right? So they've both sort of both been born out of oral tradition down through the ages.
Sure. So what? What does that prove? That proves a bunch of people talked about it. That's all that proves.
That's right, but it doesn't prove that there's a supernatural, actual entity of this name in reality.
I would agree with you there, but then I would point out that that doesn't prove that the other religion, which is not identical, is false either. That's a generalization fallacy and a non-sequitur.
All right. How about Mormonism? Mormonism can be true.
Well, we know Mormonism is false because it also...
No, we don't, because it had a prophet.
Well, first of all, it says in the Bible that no man has seen God.
Well, neither did Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith said that he saw God the Father. That's a contradiction.
No, he said he saw fire.
No, he said he saw
He assumed to be God the Father.
he saw God the Father.
And when he was asked what God the Father looked like, he said it was all like flames and fire.
Yeah, he said it was an angel of light. And then we also find in the New Testament the statement that if another person comes with a gospel, presuming to be telling you something new, even if it's an angel of light from heaven, do not listen to them. That's a contradiction again. We have two contradictions with Mormonism now.
Hold on, where does that come from? What you just said? I mean, Paul said stuff like that back in the epistles and the letters.
Hey, just a second though. Tetrahedron, welcome, man.
Hey, what's going on, man? Just listening to you guys.
Hey, how you doing? Where do you stand in this fight?
Yeah.
Which side of the fence is your dog on?
I'm a creationist.
Oh my God, it's me against you three.
No, I don't really typically say too much.
That's okay. Sid's one of my favorite atheists, so he likes to go back and forth, and he's very calm and polite to talk to.
Yeah, because you all talk the same game, so it's like playing chess with multiple people because they're all playing the same game. It's
Okay,
very
so
awesome.
Galatians 1, verse 8, which dates to around 49-58. Somewhere between. I'm using like Bart Ehrman's latest date, along with Bart Ehrman's earliest date.
Well, I like to use my head and my brains and my rational thinking and my reasoning mind to come to conclusions with the aid sometimes of Bart Ehrman and Richard Carrier and other thinkers. I do, but I like to bring the conclusion to the table, to bring my own conclusion and summary of everything that I've read and absorbed to the table. So,
Sure. No, I appreciate the conversation, but Galatians 1:8, that's what it says. But even if we or an angel out of heaven should preach a gospel contrary to what I told you, do not listen to it. And
right.
for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light, right? That's pretty early. That's very early belief, if you will, by a Christian. One of the apostles, he's one of the authorities that we hold to. Even if you don't hold to that, that contradicts Joseph Smith. He says an angel.
What are you talking about? Galatians?
God the Father.
Are you talking about Galatians?
Yes. Not even Richard Carrier doubts that Galatians is authentic in the Pauline.
I'm counting on Galatians being authentic.
Good.
Because in Galatians, what Paul says, and now we don't. Okay, now let me just reiterate. We're talking about a man that's not quite right in the head. This Paul. So he says.
That's where you're starting from, but that's okay. We'll go with that.
I am so shocked. I am shocked that you are turning away so soon from God, who called you to himself through the loving mercy of Christ. You are following a different way that pretends to be the good news, but is not the good news at all. You are being fooled by those who deliberately twist the truth concerning Christ. Mm-hmm. What exactly is he talking about there?
Well, first, are you deliberately twisting the truth of Christ?
Excuse me?
First of all, are you deliberately twisting the truth of Christ?
I don't recognize a truth of Christ.
Okay. So you're not sure if you're doing that. Okay. So
no, I'm not twisting something. I don't recognize that the truth of Christ, whatever it is, to be whatever you claim it to be.
Okay. So he goes. What were you were reading from Galatians 5, right?
No, from Galatians 1.
Galatians 1?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what he's talking about in Galatians 1 is his trip, which is paralleled in Acts 15, if you read the account.
It's just stick to
After
Galatians.
Damascus Road experience. What he's describing there is how the Jews, the Pharisees, who were legalists, were trying to take up, to mix their religious views with what has been revealed historically through the preaching of the previous apostles and the angel that had talked to him. He had received a vision, which doesn't necessarily have to mean a vision, from an angel of the Lord. Actually, it's spoken of as being the Lord himself. And he goes on in verses 12 through 21 to describe how he had eyewitness and historical attestation of these facts when he went to visit James, Peter, and John, as well as Barnabas. And they confirmed that he was saying the same message. And then he goes on in chapter 2 to explain how he had to go back 3 years later to confirm the message after going back and preaching to those people. The same exact message that was given by the angel of the Lord. Or the Lord.
Actually, Barnabas was not a doesn't appear. Barnabas doesn't appear until chapter 2.
Right, that's what I said. 3 years later, Barnabas was there. Right.
No, 14 years later.
No, wait. You saying it's 14? I thought it was 3 years. That's okay, though. So 14.
No, I've actually taken Galatians to be the thing that I study.
Let's go with that. 14 years. That means even 14 years later, Paul hadn't changed his message, right?
Well, it doesn't really matter. We're talking about Galatians 1, and we haven't finished with Galatians 1.
It says in chapter 2, they extended right hand of fellowship to him, so they approved of his
So the
message.
3 years later was referring to chapter 1. You're correct about that.
Okay. So we have 17 years. Paul,
Now what he's saying is,
exact same thing that he received on his Damascus Road experience, right?
yeah, what he's saying is when he had his experience on the Damascus Road, he 3 years after that he went to Jerusalem to get to know Peter. Okay, that's what you're referring to.
In Galatians 1, right?
In Galatians 1, yeah.
Okay, so I did have
But
that
Barnabas himself is not referred to until chapter 2, even though it was Barnabas who gave him back his sight.
right. Yeah.
So I know the story pretty well. It's not that difficult to follow. But what gets me the most is the unbelievable parts. For example.
Why are they unbelievable?
For example, I'll tell you.
Okay.
This guy Paul. Firstly, his name he's a Pharisee by the name of Saul. He's quite a high guy. He's probably like a general or something.
Under Gamaliel, right?
Yeah, he's like a serious attorney general out to kill
He knows
Christians.
the truth. Yes.
Okay, so he's out to kill Christians, and I don't know how long he's killing Christians and persecuting and arresting. I don't know how long this goes on for. But anyway, he's on the way to Damascus to arrest some Christians, some particular Christians. And on the way, he has this epiphany.
Christophany?
Some people have called it an epileptic fit. But whatever it is, he has this vision of seeing Jesus, and Jesus says to him, "Why are you persecuting me and all those Christians? What the hell have we done to you?" And he gets such a shock from this that he goes blind. He has to get carried into Damascus. He gets carried into Damascus, and that's when Barnabas, who's been put there just for the purpose of giving him back his sight, comes out of finds him and gives him back his sight. This is all we have to go on. This is this is the Jesus evidence that we have to go on from Paul, and that's the earliest we have.
Yeah, do you have anything earlier talking about how Jesus' resurrection was a fake or anything prior to 49 AD? I didn't think so.
Say it again to me. I
Do
didn't
you
get that.
have any earlier evidence that would indicate that the resurrection was a hoax or something that predates 49 AD, since Galatians is accepted even by people like Richard Carrier and Bart Ehrman as being genuine Pauline.
Yeah, but written in the year written in the year
52 AD.
right. No, way after the
Do you have any?
way after the non.
First of all, I'm asking you for an earlier source, right? This is how historians do things.
Okay.
Do you have an earlier source that would say that the resurrection is a hoax and that what Paul is saying is false? Do you have an earlier source?
What I'm saying to you, this is where we start. This is the very first we have. This is all we have to go along in terms of Jesus. That's it.
We have a
In
lot.
terms of the earliest writings that we have,
We haven't even
and not. And this is not even a first-hand account. He's
Or
never
the
once said that he saw Jesus. He saw Jesus in the in his sort of mind, in some kind of an apparition. So
Okay, do you have any sources earlier than 49 AD that state that this resurrection never occurred or that it's in question at all? Just a simple yes or no question, Sidney.
we're not talking about the resurrection. Why are you talking about it? Why are we not finishing what I'm talking about before we go into another?
Because it's not until around the second century where we have.
Talking about Galatians 1. Let's stick to the Galatians 1.
You want to stick to Galatians 1?
Yes, because that's my whole crux of my whole talk. That's my evidence.
Okay, so 1 Corinthians 15 is an oral tradition that goes back. It lines up with Acts 15, and it lines up with Galatians chapters 1 and 2. People have written on this, like Gary Habermas. Have you read Gary Habermas's works?
I just want to stick to Galatians 1.
Mike Lacona's
I just want to stick to Galatians 1.
Yes, Galatians.
I just want to stick to Sidney Winston's reading of Galatians 1.
Galatians is a parallel account of the oral tradition that's contained in 1 Corinthians 15.
No, Galatians are letters.
And Acts 9, chapter 9, chapter 21, and chapter 26. That's what we have. Everything in between them
The very first
are the same event.
few words from Galatians go like this. This letter is from Paul, so it's not anything other than a letter.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a letter of a historical account. In fact, that's why he uses the term historio, right? When he's talking about him checking with the elders who extended the right hand of fellowship about the gospel message regarding the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, he uses this term historio. He went there to gain a historical record, to check for attestation. And then, like we already discussed, he went 3 years later and returned, and they did the same thing. They confirmed his message. And then 13 years later, or 14 years later, he goes back, and even Barnabas extends the right hand of fellowship as well. So now we have a long line of attestation, right? But you don't have anything earlier than 49 to 60 AD that would call into question Paul's testimony or Luke's book of Acts.
Hold on a minute.
At all?
Neither Luke, nor Paul, nor anybody else who we read in the New Testament ever saw Jesus, and there's no second source. So the whole New Testament, all the books of the New Testament, as I'm not saying that Paul didn't write Galatians, but I know that Paul did not meet Jesus. So all the stuff, all of the New Testament is non. You can't rely on it for as a source of credible evidence. That's all I'm saying.
Then why does Paul write in 2 Corinthians chapter 11 about the Lord's Supper and actually quotes the Gospel of Mark regarding the Lord's Supper about the New Testament and communion? Why is that? Could it be that Paul was familiar with the Gospels because he had met those people to gain a historical account? You're not taking these things into consideration.
Well, if you're saying that Galatians was written in the year 50 of the Common Era, and we all know that the Gospels were written in at least the from the 2nd century on of the Common Era, that would mean that all the letters of Paul were written long before the Gospels. So you can't refer to the Gospels as a source for anything that
No,
Paul would have done.
No, those are the only primary sources we have. Those are the early. You're being an irresponsible historian right now. You're ignoring the primary sources. The earliest.
The primary source is Galatians and Corinthians, written by Paul in approximately the middle of the 1st century.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Now the Gospels, all of them, were written
right
at the beginning of the 2nd century and further on. So what I'm saying is the epistles and the letters of Paul predate the Gospels.
But we don't have a record of the Homeric account, right? The Iliad of Homer, until 640 years later. So does that mean that there's nothing historically accurate?
You do realize that you're obviously having a problem talking about Jesus himself, right? And you're having a problem talking about the Gospels and the chronology, and let's just stick to that.
I'm obviously using an argument that Bart Ehrman himself uses to refute that argument. In fact,
well, why don't you use your own argument?
Well, because it's a historical argument. It's a historical point. Why are you going to select?
Well, okay. Well, let's agree that we know that the Gospels were written. Let's
go with Caesar's Galileic Wars.
Okay. Do we agree? Do we agree that the Gospels were written after Paul's epistles and letters?
Say that again.
Do we agree that the Gospels were written after Paul's letters and epistles?
No, not in tota. Well, let's hear your arguments for a late dating of Mark, for example. What are your arguments for the late dating of the authorship of Mark? Because I do have some arguments for the early dating of Mark, putting it around the same time period as Galatians. What are your arguments for a late dating of Mark? Since that's the earliest gospel that even Bart Ehrman, or the Q source, people would say.
Well, the earliest one would be 70 of the Common Era. So really? 20 years after Paul's letters.
Okay, so then why is he mentioning the Neronian persecution and the destruction of the temple before it occurs? As if it's future, as if it's going to be something that occurs in the future, in the Markan account.
When was the destruction of the temple?
It's describing.
When was the destruction? In the year 70?
It's describing that as happening in the future. That's the point. In every single manuscript. So if it's describing it as something to be done in the future, then that means it's before 70 AD, doesn't it?
No, this was written around 70 to 75.
No,
I mean, it was referring to events in 70 because it was written in 75. Yes, of course it would refer.
Hold on, Sidney. So why doesn't it record it as something not future, but something that's done in the past instead, in every single manuscript?
Because it was done in the past, that's why.
Well, that's not what any of the manuscripts say. Not a single manuscript describes it as being in the past. It describes it as being in the future.
The Gospels?
No, the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. Every single
By who? What are you talking about?
The Markan source, the earliest gospel. So we've got a date before 70 AD.
But you say Mark. You saying Mark is referring to the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem in the future?
Absolutely. In every single manuscript, too. All of them.
That's very
Why?
hard to believe.
Why is that there?
Because then why is Mark written in the past tense?
It's not written in the past tense. That's what I'm telling you.
I've got it in front of me. What are you talking about? It's not written in the past tense.
It's not written in the past tense.
Okay, here we go. I've got it right in front of me.
Right.
This is the good news about Jesus, the Messiah, the Son of God. It began just as the prophet Isaiah had written. Blah,
What?
blah, 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 blah. It began. There we go. Past tense.
Wait a minute. Is that context talking about the destruction of the temple?
No.
Okay, then so that's not
It's about a messenger and across the road for him and stuff like that. But then he goes, this messenger was John the Baptist. He was in the wilderness and preached that people should be. So this guy's talking about the past, not the future.
Is that talking about the temple either? What
He's talking
he's
about the good news.
Yeah, he's not talking about the destruction of the temple, which would be bad news, right? To a Jew.
Wow.
Okay, so you don't have any arguments for a late dating of Mark. I have one. Now, what about the Neronian martyr?
I do have an argument for the late dating of Mark. The fact that Mark is so late dated, after the destruction of the first temple, he's able to talk about the first temple.
Wait a minute, but I just
Destruction of the first temple.
Wait a minute, but I just told you that in the Gospel of Mark, it predicts the destruction of that temple. And then it also predicts the martyrdom of all the Jewish people in the diaspora under a ruler, which I would think that the bill of the Neronian persecution. That's in 67 AD. So now we're looking at 66 at least, at the latest, right?
Where do you see that in the Gospel of Mark it predicts the destruction of the first temple?
Where do I see that?
Yeah, where do you see that?
Well, when he's describing, he's saying that not one stone will be left upon another.
No, and where does he predict the destruction of the first temple?
Sure, I'll find it here for you in a second.
In the future.
Yeah, right here in Mark chapter 13. Do you see all these great buildings, replied Jesus? Not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down. As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives opposite the temple, in other words, he was looking at the temple, Peter, James, John, and Andrew, look, we even got attestation here, asked him privately, tell us, when will these things happen? That's obviously a question indicating that these things hadn't happened. And what was the sign that they are all about to be fulfilled? Jesus said to them, watch out that no one deceives you. Many will come in my name, claiming I am he, and will deceive many. When you hear of wars and rumors of wars, do not be alarmed. Such things must happen. But the end is still to come. In other words, they were currently hearing rumors about wars that would come to destroy that temple. All of this fits future tense. So we have Mark, we have an argument for the early, at least before 70 AD, authorship of Mark. This comes from Bart Ehrman's book, Jesus, Misquoting Jesus, by the way. If you haven't read that or picked that book up.
So do you think that it's prophetic of Jesus to have said something, well, not something, but exactly this? There will be earthquakes in many parts of the world.
Right.
As well as famines.
Yeah, and there were.
But there are. I mean, that's geology. There you go.
Well, you could say that about the famines, but you can't say that about the buildings that are still yet to be destroyed, right? And isn't that the whole point you tried to bring up with the temple? The Temple Mount being destroyed, as if it was past tense? There's no textual variance in any of these 5,000 manuscripts on this verse either, Sidney. All of them that say the same thing. That building is yet to be destroyed as
It
whoever
doesn't matter. This was still written
it does.
in the year 75 of the Common Era,
Well,
which means
well then it should.
the guy's talking about a prediction that was made in the past
That's
about
begging.
something that has come true in the author's
That's
past.
that's begging the question. And in that case, it should read, "These things have already come to pass." Not why haven't.
No, if we all we got to do is establish when this was written, and we've established that it was written 5 or 6 years, or 4 or 5 years, or whatever, after the destruction of the first temple.
Right, right. I established before 70 A.D. and you said it was 70-ish, right?
No, they were talking about the destruction of the temple that was in 70 A.D.
Well,
But the actual
that's 66.
actual gospel was written in 75 A.D.
Well, we're not concerned with the writing. Obviously, when this was written, it was copied, just like everything else, like Homer's Iliad. Remember? You still have the content preserved on a page, even if you don't have pages before that.
Well, if you're saying it was copied already, you're introducing human error into everything. How many times was it copied?
Well, are you saying that this account is an error in Mark?
No, I'm asking you. Yes, how many times was it copied from the oral tradition to writing to copying, etc., etc.?
First of all, it was copied in 3 different languages. It's not just one stream. See, that's your false assumption. It's multivocational. It's recorded by different authors from different regions with many different streams that all
Well,
could be.
don't you think the authors should have some
That's the problem
names?
with Bart Ehrman, too. He seems to think there was only one phone call. Instead, there were numerous phone calls all at once.
Well, can I ask you a question? If Bart Ehrman had written the book and he was not an accredited historian, would you care
He's not a,
would you care to quote him?
he isn't an accredited historian, but he is a textual critic.
Well, he is an educated historian. He's got his degree. In
Well, no, he's not a historian. He's a textual critic. He
No,
says,
he's not. What are you talking about? Do you know who he is?
yes, I know who Bart Ehrman is. He's not a historian. He's a textual critic. Have you ever read his doctoral thesis on
He's got his PhD in history, so how does he not be a historian?
He has it in New Testament textual criticism. That's what he has it in. I'm telling you. Go read it.
I say it again, in New Textual he's got his thesis in New Testament textual criticism.
That's right. That's not.
How does that not make him an historian? Of course he's an historian.
No.
That was his thesis to get his PhD in history. Hello?
No, that wasn't his PhD. His thesis of history. It was his accreditation towards how to examine manuscripts. In other words, it's a branch. It's a branch of papyrology and manuscript comparisons. It's not historiography. N.T. Wright is a historian, and I can give you a book on the resurrection on that.
He's a New Testament scholar. I mean, how is he not a historian?
Hey, welcome, warrior.
Okay, he's a New Testament scholar, and he's a professor of religious studies. Come on.
Yeah. Yes, he is. And I just used his own argument, right, to show that Mark is written before 66 to 70 A.D. We can go even further with the, for example, you have the diaspora occurring, right, around 60 to 66. And you have the statement again in Mark about the sheep scattering and being martyred. And the only one that we know historically that fits
Hold on a minute. You forgot the first temple.
But what time would that be? That would be
You
around.
mentioned diaspora without referring to the first temple, which is when the diaspora actually started.
Yeah, that would be around 66
So
AD.
it's not around six. No, 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 no.
Yes, it is.
The first temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, and who then
Wait,
took the Jews into the Babylonian exile, which was
no,
before
we're
the
not.
era,
Okay,
and it was,
that's true. That's true. You're talking about First Temple Judaism, and now we can go all the way back in Ezra and Nehemiah and see the historical record there as well. And we can read the Amarna tablets, even the Egyptian hieroglyphs, like the certain stellastones, the Artaxerxes cylinder seal. Maybe you've read some of those things in cuneiform. But see, now you're backpedaling. You're asking about all the. I didn't say this is the first temple. I said that this temple, the destruction of the temple in 66 to 70 AD, which obviously, I mean, the temple has been destroyed twice actually, first by the Babylonians and then the Assyrians. Those are two separate exiles way back in the Old Testament. What we're discussing is the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, not 586 or 722. Nor are we discussing the rebuilding of the temple or any of that. Those are separate passages. We could talk about that too.
yeah, but that's older. That's way older.
Right.
I mean, hundreds of years older.
Absolutely. And we can read things like the Cyrus cylinder seal and read those accounts as well. Or we can just go to Ezra and Nehemiah, see the same thing that's recorded in the.
No. I like to stick to proven history. None of this go to the Bible for anything. That's not any history at all.
No, it is history.
No, it's not. It's written by. Okay, who's the author? Give me the authors. Give me the names. Like I said to you, if Bart Ehrman wasn't an educated historian, you wouldn't care what he says. So I don't care what your Gospels or anything say, unless you can show me who the authors are
Sydney, what does this have to do with the dating?
and how accredited they. Where do they get?
What does any of this have to do with the dating of Mark? I thought we were talking about the dating of Mark. Now you've moved to Ezra and Nehemiah and the two Babylonian and Assyrian captivity. You haven't refuted anything I've told you on Mark 13 yet. Why are you changing the subject? I've already given you the historical record.
The Gospel of Mark. The Gospel of Mark was written sometime around the year 70.
That's question begging. I've actually argued against.
No, but this is the consensus of the whole world.
Okay, if the whole world believes it's flat, does that mean that the Earth is flat?
Google doesn't say that the whole world believes that the world is flat.
I didn't give you an ad populum fallacy. I gave you an argument. An argument. I said in Mark 13, the destruction of the temple is set in the future tense. That puts it before 66 to 70 AD. You can read Josephus's account of the sacking of that city, and you will realize that it was a long time period. It was actually 4 years that place.
I found something very interesting I didn't know before.
Does this have? Hey, is anybody else alive?
Yeah, now I'm just listening to you.
It says that Mark was written any time before 70 AD.
There you go.
Okay. But then it says Mark was likely written from Rome and written to Romans, but more broadly Gentiles. So it's not even a first-hand account for being there. It was written in Rome. Now, how would he get his facts if he was in Rome?
How would he get his facts if he's in Rome?
Yeah.
Well, since we've placed it before 70, and we see that Paul has already left in the book of Romans, that's 62 AD, and has been in Rome evangelizing, and you can follow his ministry in the book of Acts all the way up until 63 or 64 AD when he dies. He's been planting churches all around Rome, spreading the exact same message. Have you ever tried to just map Paul's lifetime through the book of Acts, for example?
Paul had free reign. That's why he did so well. He had free reign through the Roman Empire, being a Roman.
Dual
Uh,
citizenship, right?
yeah, yeah. So he did a lot of traveling.
Yeah, in fact, he wrote, actually, I don't know if this is what he wrote. I'm not exactly sure, but there's somewhere in the New Testament where it says something to the effect that he's not going to go to Rome to build on another man's foundation. And the implication there is that he's going to lay a foundation. He's going to lay the foundation in Rome, which, I don't know, Roman Catholics would have a problem because they sort of have to have Peter there before Paul, but however they figure that out, I don't know. So we have an example of Paul saying that, and then he gets sent to Rome, right, imprisoned, shipwrecks at Malta, then goes over there. He's over there by 60 A.D. Now, if he's evangelizing and setting up churches on his third missionary journey, because he had 3 of them to that area.
He had 5 of them. Don't you know your history?
He had 3 of them.
He had 5.
No, that's not the way the book of Acts lines it up. 2 of them, the other 2 that you're talking about, were to Joppa, and then to not Malta. I forget the other place, but it's southern Syria, so it's still in Turkey. The other 2 missionary trips were local and regional, but the 3 that I'm talking about in the book of Acts were specifically around the Lycaonia Valley and Rome. Those are the ones I'm making reference to. And so if he's there by 60 AD, and you have the Gospel of Mark being spread over there before 70 AD, and you don't have anybody around 70 AD saying neither of those are false, then shouldn't we at least prima facie take them as historically reliable?
No.
Why?
Nothing in the Bible is to be taken as reliable.
Okay, except that
Unless there are things in the Bible that can be backed up with a second source.
with a second source. Okay, let's go with that. So Josephus, right, mentions.
Josephus, anything he says about Jesus has been proven to be a fake. So move on.
It hasn't actually. If you
Yeah,
read,
it has. Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has.
no, if you read David Strauss.
No.
That's-
I know this. I know this tact.
good
I know this tact of yours. It doesn't.
Yeah, I
Move
know.
on to something else.
I don't want
You
to
don't want
cut
to
you
talk
off.
about the scholarship. That's okay.
I'm just curious. What are you guys discussing? Because I just joined. So I'm a little.
We're all over the place. We went from flat Earth.
Why he
well-
believes the Earth is.
Well,
flat.
right now, the immediate dispute is I'm saying that the Apostle Paul had 5 missionaries, and my opponent is saying he had 2 or 3.
I don't know why anyone wants to discuss about anything like that, but whatever.
It
So you
just
believe the Earth
passes
is
the
flat?
time.
Who here believes the Earth is flat? I just want to,
My opponent, one way.
No, I
you
don't
believe the.
flat.
Sorry. Johnny.
Okay, Johnny. Yeah, he's the only one. Then.
Johnny.
Yeah, we gonna work on Johnny, but anyway, keep going.
I was wondering if Johnny's still awake.
Well, I wouldn't blame him if he isn't. I mean, this is pretty boring.
And Johnny's like my brother. He's like my brother. I'm still awake. Yeah, he's probably because I just got off a Skype call with him 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay, sure. Let me see.
You want to hold it?
Oh,
Kill the baby!
somebody got spooked. So what was the response to the verse that I gave earlier about flat Earth? Johnny, what's your response to Isaiah 24:19 and 20? where it seems to say that the Earth does move and it totters, which I would take to be accurate with the tilt on the axis that modern cosmology holds to.
Wait, so who was debating anyone on the flat Earth? Was Johnny in here knocking you guys out with that verbal them verbal KOs he be throwing? Because I know he be killing them with that flat Earth.
Well, Johnny's convinced me that anything I see, touch, smell, or taste, I shouldn't rely on my senses.
I don't know what the heck that means, but
That means that if he says that Jesus exists, then there's nothing for me to do but rely on Johnny's word.
wait, so are you an atheist?
Yeah, oh yes.
Well, I will be the first one to say this. If you've not heard this yet, we all believe in here. I hope we all believe what the Bible teaches, that you are suppressing the truth and righteousness, dude. But other than that,
What?
no, dude, you are holding the truth down.
No. God is imaginary.
Okay, well, you can say that, but that
I
doesn't change
just
the fact
did.
that
Not
when you
only
go
did
to
I
sleep
say
and
that,
you
but
lay
I'm
your head on your
right.
pillow at night, you're probably thinking about God.
Don't be ridiculous. I am right. God is imaginary.
Can you prove that? Because that's a claim.
Well, yeah.
So the guy that I constantly am talking to,
In your head, say it in your head.
it's in my head. So where do we get
It's
the
like
Bible
a
from?
computer
Where do we
song,
get
you
the
know?
Bible
No,
from?
say it.
Where do we get the Bible
Admit that the
from?
God,
Wait,
admit that the
where do
God
we
that
get
you're
the
talking
Bible from?
to,
Where do we get the Bible from if God's not?
admit that the God you're talking to is in your head. You talk to the God in your head.
No, the Bible says in the beginning God and then man. So it's reversed according to.
Nah,
The Bible was written by a man. Don't be ridiculous.
well. The Bible wasn't.
And who wrote that? And who
The
wrote that?
Bible
Who
wasn't.
wrote
The
Genesis? Tell me.
Bible was hold up. The Bible was pinned down by a man, right? But God authored it, so you got to.
Who? Okay, and who was this lucky man?
It was over. Well, you're
Was Moses.
conflating it. There was over
Who?
40.
No. Moses wasn't around who wrote Genesis?
There was over 40
Moses
different
was.
authors for the
No,
Bible.
he did not. Moses just got a couple of plaques or whatever
What,
from the mountain.
you want to try to prove that too? Because I can respond to that.
Who wrote the Torah? Who wrote all that stuff?
It doesn't
Well,
explicitly.
it's not one author. It's one author of the whole Bible.
But
Exactly, but who? Name one of them, for goodness sake.
Moses.
King David.
Moses did not write anything. He
Yes.
was wandering in the desert for 40 years, for goodness sake. They didn't emerge out of the desert with the Torah.
Wait a minute. So you believe that he was wandering in the desert, like the Bible says?
I don't believe that Moses even existed.
Okay, so he was wandering
We're talking about the Bible story.
If you're going to argue against our worldview, you're going to have to be accurate. Don't say foolish.
Right. See, he can't do. Nobody can do that.
How was it inaccurate?
And by him arguing against the Bible, he's proving to us that he knows like this. Dude. You're exposing your foolishness.
Well, he couldn't even argue for an authorship of Mark. Apparently, he doesn't read the literature on Mark. Like, I don't know.
Because sorry, you're backpedaling. You don't know what's going on. Yes, I can see what's happening.
Yes. For example, Genesis chapters 1 through 3 are written in what's called an ancient Near Eastern Susan Vassal treatise form. This is something that you only find in second millennium BC documents.
What's the name of the very lucky person who got to write Genesis 1?
Hold on. It's actually attributed
Come
to
on,
Moses.
let's hear. I want to hear some names.
It's attributed to Moses. Are you suggesting that the Jewish people got it all wrong and you figured it out 2,000 years later?
Dude, it doesnn't matter who wrote the Bible, all right?
Why doesn't it matter who wrote the Bible? Then why does it matter who wrote history books?
Well, dude, it's inspired by God.
Well, it was both God.
That's a claim. You say it's inspired by God, which is the claim number one, and then the second thing you claim is that. Then the second thing you claim
claiming
Yeah, and
that
then,
God
so
is
you're making two claims. You're saying, number one, it's inspired by God, and number two, you're claiming that there's a God. Now, God, no one has ever seen this God. It's always been in
let's
somebody's imagination
let's
or
start.
somebody's sentence, and that's about as far as the extent goes
Well,
for the
well, that's
evidence
not
of this
true
Hold
God.
on,
because
let's
Jesus has
hold
seen
on. Let's
God.
start
So.
here. Let's start here. Sydney, you made the claim that Moses didn't write the Bible. What's your argument for the authorship of Genesis? Like we did with Mark.
I
Which you,
don't have to argue. I know that Genesis was
oh,
written by
okay.
somebody, but
I
I
don't
will
argue,
argue. But I
but I.
will argue that Moses is a fictional character.
Oh, are you sure about that?
I am very sure about that.
Okay,
Dude,
so
I'm gonna invite
so
you
who
on.
wrote Genesis?
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I asked you. Who wrote Genesis? What
Right.
is his name?
Well,
His name
I
was
don't.
what? Yosef ben Shmuel.
I don't.
I mean,
I
what
don't.
the fuck was his name?
No, I don't
Right.
have to. I don't have to. I don't have to prove any of that to you because that's what it says. You see, that's what you just did. Isn't that a
Yeah,
circular argument, Sidney?
I think you're
I don't.
floundering.
No, actually, I started to give you an argument. I pointed out that the Caesar and Basel treaties are only used from 2000 BC, for example, to 700 BCE. This refutes the standing JEDP hypothesis. I don't think you even studied any of that.
Probably not. He's just running his mouth.
Right. Genesis
But
chapters 1 through 3 are clearly written in an ancient Near Eastern Caesar and Basel treaties form. And we
They're
actually.
written by some guy, some man, a guy, somebody's son.
well, hold up.
I'm giving you an argument from the literature, from the history, but you haven't given me nothing but speculation.
Right. One way.
How
I have
can
a
how can I
question.
possibly be speculating that this Genesis 1 was written by a human being when it was quite obviously written by a human being? It couldn't have been written by anybody else.
Hold on. Do you even know what a Caesar and Basel treatise is?
What's Genesis 1 got to do with us with Susan?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then we can stop since you don't even study the issue. Okay.
Well, hold up. One way. Another question. Do you believe God exists? No, I'm playing. One way. Let's. I want to study the translations, and I heard that you're really good to talk to about that. So I'm gonna probably start calling you or something and asking you because I have a couple friends who are in a camp of us, a camp that you don't want to be in. King James only is camp, and I want to talk about that, your arguments against something like that.
Well, I don't know all the arguments about translations. You know, if I was to start a movement, I'd probably start a Klingon-onlyist version of the Bible movement myself. What would you think about a Klingon-only Bible, Sydney?
Yeah, I was talking to a Muslim.
Well, that'll be fine. I mean, if the realm of fiction is pretty much infinite.
Okay, so the Bible's fiction.
Yes,
Can you prove that?
pretty much.
Prove it right now.
Testing, testing.
Prove
Mic
it.
check, mic check.
Prove it right now. Prove it right now. Prove it right now. Right now.
You guys got to know. You're talking to Sid. He's probably one of the most harmless atheists on G+.
Hey,
Oh
listen,
my God.
gee, Vekala, I have a
That's-
reputation to uphold here, please.
That's saying something. That's saying something because there are some crazy atheists. Have you guys actually met the atheist side of the hangouts, like Steve McRae or Dragnaut and
Now wait a minute. Let me defend Steve McRae just for a second. He doesn't like to be called an atheist because he's not one.
he's an
So
advocate.
just
Yeah, well,
but I would say he's an agnostic, I guess. But he doesn't like being called atheist. Just like the people in Denmark don't like to be called atheists either, even though they're not religious. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there.
All right, Dragnaut, he's crazy. I mean, there are Red's Rhetoric, Cliff Jumper, Fiona. I mean, there are crazy atheists out there. And they're all rude.
Well, I don't think any of them is as crazy as Sydney, though. Sydney's probably the looniest.
Yeah,
Oh, and also,
I strive to be the best.
Also, who else is pretty crazy? General Han Solo. He's crazy.
Wait, but he's not. He's not. He's not an atheist though.
He's not.
Who General Han Solo? No, no.
Okay, because every
But
time he's in G-Man's hangouts, he's arguing like one, so I get confused.
yeah. I do question some of his thoughts though. So I do understand what you're saying.
Gods.
Yeah, General Han Solo. Well, General Han Solo, to me, he's a very, on the one hand, when it comes against Islam, he defends it well, he defends Christianity well. But then again, recently I've noticed some very strange behavior on his behalf, and I've also noticed that he is very much into theistic evolution, stuff like that.
But I've noticed, dude, it's so horrible because he sounds like he's the most intelligent dude on these Google Hangouts. And then he comes up, everything he shoots out of his mouth is nuts. I mean, some of the stuff is like, sex before marriage is okay stuff coming out of his mouth.
What? Wait. What did he say?
He was trying to make an argument for masturbation and sex before marriage.
Oh, wow. When was that, man?
It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago,
Oh, man, I knew it, man.
Yes, sir.
Whose hangout was it? I'd like to see it.
I knew it was because I had to rebuke him. He's becoming more and more promiscuous, man.
Well, let's see what he actually says first. It's good to hear both sides.
Yeah, I know, but Pecco, to be honest with you, I've heard him make such remarks too, some sexual connotations, when he used to come in and I used to rebuke him. I used to say, brother, what's going on, man? You're falling for the world. And now it seems like this is just confirming it.
Right, because he was trying to say he's one of those homosexualities and the sin kind of guy. So.
Oh no, not him.
No,
really? Him too?
He said Jesus spoke about it. He said,
"Oh man,
as long as you're not living like that, it's okay to be gay."
Oh wow, because
is he one of those hyper gracers dudes that once you get saved,
no,
you can do whatever you want?
No, he's not. No, that I know for sure. I think he even believes that you can lose your salvation, if I'm not mistaken.
He does believe that. Yep, I've talked to him on that.
Wait a minute. Wait. So he believes you can lose your salvation, but at the same time says that there's nothing wrong with homosexuality.
Yeah,
he's right.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me either. But the thing is that means he's falling for Satan's lies.
Well, it does make sense because that way there's no way to lose your salvation because nothing can make you lose your salvation.
Okay,
right,
that's another discussion.
To Christian anarchists who tell me
no. He believes you can lose your salvation.
Who? Christian anarchists?
So if
no. The guy.
No. You guys said General Han Solo believes that you can lose your salvation, right? So I don't understand why he would promote homosexuality,
right?
While at the same time believe that you can lose your salvation. I don't get.
Oh, I see.
Mixed.
That's weird. The thing. I mean, he's deceived.
Like Christian anarchists. I called them out on it, and Christian anarchists said, "Well, I found one commentary who says basically, if you look at the context of Leviticus 20 or 18, it mentions something, and it's not a sin. If you're going to use that to support, your agenda against homosexuality, you're wrong." He said, "I will defend homosexuals. I'll defend the LGBT community."
Nah, it's flat out wrong. It's flat out wrong. It's biblically wrong, and even scientifically. I mean, there's no way that a man can get another man pregnant, or a woman can get another woman pregnant. So I mean, there's just no biblical means to defend homosexuality.
Oh no, he pulled up the verse that says if a man is burned in his lust, or let him do what he will. That's what Solar brought to me and said, well, it says let him do what he will, and he's telling him that he has sex before marriage, that it's not a sin. And that's the case he made. And I started screaming.
What? Really? Oh my goodness.
Because it says let him do what he will. He said it's not.
It's this liberalism creeping. It's the liberalism creeping into the church. The church is being influenced by the secular world. So now you're starting. Well, this is what happens when you have people telling you, you don't have to preach on the law, you don't have to preach on hell, you don't have to preach on the sovereignty of God, you don't have to preach on the fear of God. It's all this stuff getting us away from the sovereignty of God, and it's more focused toward man.
The problem is,
and it's going to get worse.
We need preachers this is why we need more preachers like Stephen L. Anderson.
Nah, Stephen and
No,
I.
no, 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 no.
Man, I said that. I had to hear someone react to it, man. I'll defend
But
Stephen.
anyways, I mean, it's bad with General Han Solo then, I guess, because I noticed these patterns with him and I rebuked him on it twice or even thrice, but he won't listen. You see, he used to come on Pal Talk, and now I can say it, I guess, because since it's already out, I didn't want to say it early, but he always used to say he had a nick on Pal Talk called Jenner Han Butt Naked Solo. That's how, and I was like, man, is this serious? Is this really my Jenner
Are
Han
you
Solo?
serious?
The defender, yeah, and I was first, I was not sure. I was saying, man, okay, that can't be him. And then he came up on the mic, and I was like, man, this is crazy, man. This is something.
Yeah, you know what? Don't even get me started on him. He's worse than Fiona because he's really deceiving people. No one buys Fiona's garbage, but he's talking. He's like Jesus spoke quite cryptically about homosexuality. You know, this is
Oh, come!
accent.
What did he say? Get General Han Solo in here. I want to hear him defend his position,
Yeah, I didn't know
because
he
this
would
is an
go that
argument
far,
that,
man. To be honest with you,
yeah,
it
Greg
makes sense
Greg
though because
Greg Bonson. Well, I've heard two great debates on this issue so far. One of them was by Greg Bonson. I forget
One by
who he
James
was
White.
debating.
Mm.
And then another one by James White, right? I think
Yeah,
it
send
was
me that
John
video.
Shelby Spohn,
I
who's
saw
a
it.
flat out heretic, by the way. But I don't know where that debate. Actually, Russ might know about what that debate is. One way, I know you gave me the link to Covenant. What's the name of that website? Covenant what?
Yeah, I had Han Solo, and he wouldn't let
Covenant
me at him.
Media,
But you know,
EMF
because
now.
we were talking to an atheist, and he was like, I thought Jesus never talked about homosexuality in the Bible. He said, oh no, he talked quite cryptically about it. Then he brought up a verse
He
where he was
didn't. Yeah,
talking
he
about
didn't defend it. Yeah,
them.
he
he was
did not
talking.
defend homosexuality. Uh, And the fact that they would say that, because I've heard the argument many times, Jesus never spoke against homosexuality, la 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 la. He didn't have to, because first of all, Jesus was a first century Jew. Okay, so he adhered to much of the laws pertaining to the old covenant. You know, uh, I would say particularly the issue of, he never spoke against the issue of homosexuality outright. However, he didn't speak against the law that God gave the Israelites either. So it's sort of a non sequitur, or actually an argument from silence, to say that because Jesus didn't speak about it at all,
But
therefore he must not have been against it. That's
Paul
just,
spoke about
yeah, go
it.
ahead.
Paul spoke against it very clearly, and he was inspired by the Holy Spirit. He was doing what Christ did. It's pretty clear. The Christian is pretty clear that
Yeah.
homosexuality should be. Otherwise, you have to say, well, I got to throw out Paul. And there's a few Christians out there who go that far. I mean, there's liberal Christians who throw Paul out. That's
The other thing is too, to say that because Jesus didn't speak on it, because therefore it's okay. Then what about bestiality? I mean, Jesus didn't
right.
condemn bestiality. He
Yeah.
didn't condemn pedophilia. He didn't condemn child abuse or spousal abuse. Just because Jesus didn't speak on those things,
But
for they must be okay.
yeah, with the exception of child abuse, that I think Christ, because you can deduce from the passage where he talked about the little children, and if somebody harms those little ones, that it's better to have a millstone tied around your neck. People can use that one for child abuse.
Okay.
Yeah, the rest of
Yeah.
them,
Well, what about bestiality then?
no, right, you're right.
Yeah.
He didn't use that. So,
Yeah. What about rape? Didn't say anything about rape.
yep. So,
So it must be okay. It must be okay to rape a girl against her will. Well,
yeah,
actually,
yeah,
that's
if
kind of
you want to
redundant.
use that argument,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's
it would be. I guess it's okay to rape women and men and little. Well, actually, no. Let's not say children, because yeah, you're right, Johnny. They could use that argument. But bestiality, it must be all right to rape a sheep every Saturday during the Sabbath, because Jesus didn't speak on it.
yeah.
So
No,
it's a foolish argument to say that just because Jesus didn't speak on it, it must be okay. You know, again, Jesus was a first century Jew, so he adhered to the laws of Moses. And when Jesus said that he came not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, he was not talking about, you know, him keeping the law. He's speaking about how the law and the prophets were talking about him. And all those things in the law were a shadow of the things that he would do. And the things that the prophets spoke of were about him. So that's what Jesus came to fulfill, according to Matthew chapter 5. So, and he
Right.
did that by, you know, his ministry and dying on the cross and rising from the grave. So he fulfilled all of those things. But yet here we have people saying, well, I guess since Jesus didn't speak on it, it must be okay. That's just a foolish argument.
Yeah.
Now, have you
It's
talked to
stupid.
Talk to what?
I talked a little bit to CA about it, but we didn't really have a thorough conversation about it. I just think it's really, really stupid to come to this conclusion that homosexuality is okay, even though we see text speaking diametrically opposed to it.
Right.
So
Now,
I don't know
what
how
do you
they
think
to the
of the
conclusion.
arguments for it? What did you think of them?
Arguments for it. One of the arguments that I'm really familiar with is their issue about Sodom and Gomorrah. And I actually talk about this in one of my videos, one of my hangouts. They'll try to point you to Ezekiel 49, I think, and try to say that the reason why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed was because of inhospitality. That's false.
Oh yeah, I've heard
That's
that.
not why they were destroyed. Yeah, they were destroyed because of sexual immorality and as well as other things. It wasn't inhospitality. It was sexual immorality and other wickedness that was going on.
Yeah.
So they'll point you to that one verse in Ezekiel, and they'll I forget what verse it is, but I think it's 49:18. I think it is. I could be off. But that's what they'll do. It's the same type of cult-like hermeneutic. You know, cults will look at one verse and then they'll build a whole doctrine out of that one verse, instead of looking at the entire context. So it's nonsense. I've had atheists try to say that Jonathan and David were gay
Right. That's a
because
general
it's that
hypothesis.
Jonathan kissed David. Come on, man, that's so stupid.
What
I mean,
the
come on.
heck?
There are a lot of
Jesus
don't
kissed
the
Peter.
Italians
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
Italians and you know other countries. I mean, they kind of greet people with a kiss,
Oh
you
yeah,
know, on a cheek.
certainly.
Yeah, you don't see that with American culture very much. I don't see Americans doing it, but I know
Yeah,
a lot of Greeks and
Yeah,
Italians.
you see South Americans doing it though.
And South America. Yeah, so that's normal.
Yeah,
There's
but
no problem there at all.
yeah, they
Yeah.
kiss each other. Oh, I guess he's gay.
You
I
said
put my see, and that's the other thing. Everybody is these liberals. These liberals are trying to blur the lines between heterosexuality and homosexuality nowadays. Now, if I'm a man and I put my arm around my brother in Christ, therefore, there must be some sort of
They
gay
always,
undertone.
they always want to accuse Christians. That's called Satan is the accuser. So I see them. They accuse Christians. They want to accuse them every way they can. You know, trying to stamp them as a hypocrite.
Stop
That's what they're
screaming.
trying to do.
I'm sorry. Hold up. All right. Yeah. Was Paul
It's foolish.
Paul a homosexual?
Obviously not.
Right. Because that's what General Han Solo was saying.
I said most likely not. If he spoke against people being effeminate, he definitely was against the act of homosexuality.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
even the word that he uses.
Who are Paul's children?
I thought that was
Who's
General
Paul's
Han
children?
Solo.
Mm-hmm.
Paul didn't have any children. I mean, he lived in celibacy.
Gay. Could have been gay.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
They are people who are asexual. Actually, there's
No, he
people.
was not.
Could have been gay.
Nothing to do with gay, man. Nothing to do with gay at
Oh,
all.
Johnny.
How do you know?
Johnny.
Oh, I'm saying he
Johnny.
could have been gay. You said he never had any children, never got married.
No, No, he was not gay. He could not have been
God,
gay.
you
And,
have
According to his
children.
writings, he was not gay.
and to say he didn't have any children would be questionable, because if he was a Pharisee before becoming
Wait a minute. Wait,
if he was
Sid, Sid, don't play
hold on,
this omniscient game here.
in his life as Saul, he would have had to have been married with and had to have been having as many kids as possible. So he seriously must have some offspring. He must have
Sid, you don't know what you're talking
ancestry.
about.
Right, Veckel.
Sid, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
You
really?
notice how atheists
Oh,
try to play this.
really?
You know,
You see, I make some
guys, have you
sense, and
noticed how some atheists try to play this
and
game? You notice how some of these atheists try to play this this hypothetical game? Like, they don't want to entertain the idea that God exists. They'll fight tooth and nail that God does not exist. Even when we throw out all kinds of arguments that I think would
You've
prove
never
or
thrown one
disprove
argument
atheism.
out. You've never
You
thrown
know what
one
I love?
argument
Okay,
I
out.
love
but
when
yet it's okay.
atheists.
But notice how it's okay for them to come up with these other hypotheticals. They want to entertain these ideas that it's possible that Paul was gay. Wait a minute. So why is
No, I
it
never
more
said it's possible
plausible
that
to
he was gay.
believe
I
that?
said it's more possible that he had
Yes, you
children.
did. You said it was. You said that he could have been gay. How do you know that when he spoke against it? You have no reason to believe that Paul might have been gay.
Somebody said he became celibate. Okay, fine. But before he became Paul, he
Yes.
was Saul, and he could have had lots of children.
I mean, I love when atheists act
Okay,
like they know what the
but
Bible.
there's no evidence that he had children.
He could have not.
But
There's,
there's,
there's no
if
evidence
there's
that he
no
had
evidence
children.
to say he had children, you have to assume he had children because he was a Pharisee, living the lifestyle of a Pharisee.
What?
And that was their objective in life, was to get married and be fruitful and multiply. That was
That's a
it.
dumb argument.
Woman, right? Like
But
it
just
says.
because that was the case.
Well, maybe he was gay. Who
Go
knows?
ahead.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe he was. So what? Hypotheticals are two-way streets. That's what's funny about them.
Yes.
Like how we're talking about homosexuality in one way, isn't here?
Why? I don't really come into a hangout and start talking about homosexuality. I don't understand the point.
And Sid's going to start a hangout called "It's Possible That Paul the Apostle Was Gay."
I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care even that you're gay.
Possible he wasn't gay.
Look, Veckel, even if you're not gay now and you've stopped being gay, I don't care.
What? All right, take a nap.
Huh? I didn't understand. I didn't understand.
I just said I don't care.
I was saying
It doesn't
that
matter.
based on Paul's language, it is highly unlikely that he practiced any homosexuality.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Okay,
If
unless he was
if he was a real
if he was
man,
a
he would have
hypocrite,
liked
we
the
need evidence.
ladies.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, well,
Veckel.
still like the ladies and be celibate, I guess.
Veckel, how old are you? I'm curious.
That's private information.
I'm an old man.
Oh man.
You don't know already?
No, aren't you like
I
20
thought
or
everybody
20?
knew.
No, I don't know.
No,
You're in your 30s?
I'm probably old enough to be your daddy.
No, because I'm
Nope.
20. So.
Yes, I'm old enough to be your daddy.
Oh my gosh.
I'm 42.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm an old man.
I'm pretty mature.
Old man.
Hello.
I get that a lot. People see me and they say, they wonder how old I am.
And you're not celibate.
But I mean, what was that? What'd you say, Russ?
And you're not celibate.
I thought you said that. No, I'm a married man.
You're married, Veckel? Dude, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
It's possible that Veckel before that. You see.
It's possible that Veckel is gay. Yeah.
Well, you heard it out of Beckel's own mouth.
Oh man. Well, just using Sid's logic here. So, yeah, I'm a married man. Well, actually, it is. Yeah, I'm a married man. I speak against homosexuality. But yeah, actually Sid would be right in that case. It is possible that I could still be gay. I could still be in a closet.
The fact that you
Just
give
because
a
I'm
shit
married and
about
I'm speaking again.
Well,
the
hold on.
fact that you hold on a second. The fact that you give a shit about it is a bit of a red flag against you.
It could be you had several failures of homosexual relationships before you got married, and that's why you speak against it. See, it's possible.
Yeah, that's a That's a possibility. That is a possibility, right, Sid?
No, I don't think so. I think it's more of a possibility that in your shame and guilt and rush for repentance, you're speaking out against it.
Well,
Sid, how long have you been an atheist?
I don't see a problem with that. I wouldn't see a problem with that.
Ever since the second I was conceived.
The second you were conceived?
No,
say
you
were
weren't.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not true. But I
That's
was.
very true.
No, you believe
100%
that.
true.
You believe that.
I haven't changed my opinion since that
Wait,
moment.
so can you prove that when you were a baby you were
It's
atheist?
possible that he was a
Could you prove that you were a God-hating atheist when you were a baby?
Well, I've never been a God-hating atheist.
Oh, wow, really?
Hmm? God doesn't exist, so to hate something that doesn't exist is to hate something that's abstract.
Well, that's it. Well, I
Which is
agree.
but don't you think that's
That's
absurd?
why I don't
Do you
understand why
agree?
you guys
Do you agree
hate
that
it.
hating something that? But do you agree that hating something that's abstract is absurd?
Which God doesn't exist?
Yes, it is.
Which God?
That's why I think if anybody has a mental
All
problem,
of
it would be
them.
misotheists.
Which God?
I think
doesn't-
misotheism is a mental problem. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
which
Russ,
God?
your mic is kind of low. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was just curious which God doesn't exist.
All of them.
There are thousands of them, right?
Yeah. So all of them. None of them exist.
Oh. So you've read every single piece of literature about these gods, and you've examined every piece of evidence there is?
Is that a rhetorical
No,
question?
of course not.
So how can it be
Is that a
100%?
rhetorical question, or are you just trying to be a smart ass?
Well, I'm actually just using the same reasoning that you
Neither.
used about Odin earlier. How do you know Odin doesn't exist?
Well, I know
Yeah, I'd
Odin
like to know
doesn't
that.
exist the same way I know that Jesus doesn't exist.
Okay, so
How does he know that? He didn't answer the question. How do you know that?
so what does that have to do with the price of
You
right?
have to have
And
initial
I'll
knowledge.
repeat to answer the question. I said you show me how you know that Odin doesn't exist, and I will use that same logic to show you how that Jesus doesn't exist.
No,
That's
Sid.
the
Yes,
categorical.
No, it
yes.
doesn't work that way.
Oh, it's gonna
No,
work that
don't
way.
let go
Oh,
R&B on
yes.
you.
Don't
Don't let
try.
me
Don't try.
don't let me
Don't
go
try and
R&B
take
on you.
logic. Don't try and escape. Don't try and escape the
No.
logical.
Wait
The
a minute.
logical.
Don't try that. Don't let me go.
Don't do
Don't let me
that.
go
Don't do
R&B
that.
on you.
Guys, hold on.
You know very well that prayer doesn't work, and neither is your approach going to.
Hold on. He said it's the same way that I know Odin doesn't exist. Okay, so you agree that the Bible proves Odin doesn't exist?
I never said that.
Well, that's the way that I know Odin doesn't exist.
Well, wait, dude.
That's
but
well. That's
no one-
that's
no one-
okay. Well, that closes the case in my
The challenge is real
favor,
simple
right
for
there.
Sydney.
That was a silly
No,
conclusion.
the challenge is real simple. The challenge is real simple for Sydney. In order for Sydney to know for a fact that no God exists, he'd have to be a God himself. It's really that simple. I don't know why
It's
atheists
not
think that this
actually
is
that
not
simple. That is another silly
it's
statement
not a
made
real
by
challenge.
Veckel.
Actually, no. Actually, Sydney, no. Actually, Sydney,
Yes,
it is that
actually,
simple.
Veckel,
Because you're
yes.
making a positive claim. You don't have omniscient knowledge. You haven't even been off the planet. I mean, your mind is, but you physically haven't been off the planet. And yet here you are going to tell us, you little finite man, you, that there's no God. How do you know
There's
that?
no God.
You haven't been at all places at
Because
all
there cannot
times.
be a God. God is
You're not
impossible.
omniscient.
Hello. I've told you, but you know
How do
my
you know?
argument.
How do you know that? How do you know?
Because
Well, how do you know
God is
that? How do you know
impossible.
that, Sid? That's a retarded. That's retarded rhetoric. It's retarded rhetoric. That's what it is.
Right.
It's not an answer. It's retarded.
Josiah, who the fuck are you to mute me?
Impossible to have a God, but everything.
Sydney, you've been saying this for
Johnny,
Sydney. I've known you for about 2 years now, and you use the same type of argument. Oh, I know that God doesn't exist, but you haven't been able to prove it.
God is
You
impossible.
failed.
No.
You failed, but you failed, Sydney. You failed.
I've never failed, not
Yeah, you
once. Never once.
Well,
You never
just
once.
have a coconut smile and
Never once.
just be an agnostic.
Which God?
Why don't you try listen to what I'm going to say? Oh no, you might be making sense what you say. I'm going to interrupt everything you say.
But you never made sense with anything you said before, Sid. But go ahead, you can try again.
What?
Oh, you mean I can try again?
Well, let me just say this before you go on your retarded rhetoric. Your atheist forefathers have tried for hundreds of years, and they failed. What makes you think that you little old finite YouTube man is going to be able to do what they have failed to do? Go ahead.
So ad hominems are the best you can do. You can only personally insult me.
Wait.
And
I'm
yet
not
at the
insulting
same
you.
time, a retarded mind. What the fuck does that mean? Is that not an insult?
I'm not. How did I
Is that
insult you?
not
I
an
just said
insult?
that you're a finite man. Is
I
that
have
an
a,
insult?
I have a retarded mind.
Wait.
How is that not an insult?
Oh, wait a minute.
And besides that,
I didn't say you're a retarded mind.
to start arguing about a retarded subject like a
Wait a minute.
non-existent
Wait,
supernatural
Sydney. I didn't say that you were retarded.
Well,
Sydney, I
I'm
didn't say you were retarded, and I called you a finite man.
Okay.
But you are a finite man, aren't you? I'm a finite man too.
The fact is that you accept you accept a fiction as fact, and we have no common ground.
Okay, and I could say the same thing to you. You have accepted a fiction, and we have no common ground. Okay, so now prove to me that God doesn't exist. I mean, you're just making
it's not a
statements.
matter
You're
of
not really
proving that God does. If you produce to me
Oh,
a
okay.
steam engine, or if you produce to me God and say to me, here it is, prove it doesn't exist,
You can't
then
prove
the onus is on me to do that. But you haven't done
You're
that
making
yet.
a positive claim, though. No. You made a positive claim that there is no God. In order for you to be able to validate that claim, you're going to have
What
to
does the
have
word no
omniscient
mean?
knowledge.
Does the no indicate positive?
You don't know anything.
Does
You
the
don't even know
word
what color.
no? Does
You
the
don't
word
even know.
no indicate positive or negative?
You don't even know what color shirt I'm wearing right now. I mean,
there
let
is.
alone for a fact that there's no God.
You said there is no God, right? Now I agree, but by saying that,
I didn't say
it's
that.
not. That's denoting.
No, you
It's
said that.
denoting negative. It's not denoting positive.
No. You are making a positive claim that there is no God. You are affirming in your mind that there is no God, yet you have not been able to substantiate that claim.
Well, because
So can you prove
there's no God because there is no God. I mean, if there's no God, if there's nothing to be
everybody
evident,
here
if there's nothing to be,
he's harmless?
Listen, why don't you let me listen? Or why don't you let me talk?
Okay, well, you shut up and let me talk. Okay, you say you wanted to listen, so let me keep talking.
Okay.
Is it
I'm sorry.
And
So hold on a minute. So hold on a minute. So here we have a situation with the universe as it is, with absolutely no evidence of this mythical conceptual God ever in the history
There we
of
go.
the of the human experience, not one. And I am supposed to come here and say yes, yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full sir. There definitely is a God, when even you know that there isn't. In your own head, maybe you had some kind of experience. Too bad. That does not improve anything.
How do you know that?
No, he's not in my pickle jar in the cupboard, Sydney.
Yeah, exactly. What color is he? How do you know what color is he? Is he?
I hope your pickle jar in the cupboard's tightly sealed.
Sydney, you're failing miserably at this, man. Yeah, that's why you're so fun, man. You're a lot of fun to talk to, man, because
It's because
you
I
know
kick
we
you
know
guys' asses every time. Admit it. And how come saying Brucifer isn't, or there's Warrior? People have to be broadcast. Come on, there's 2 people that haven't been broadcast yet.
Oh, yeah, Johnny. Yeah, some people have to be broadcast, and I think Bruce wanted us to talk to. Wanted to ask you a question, Johnny.
Warrior for God, are you here?
Hey, Johnny, you still there?
There's a Warrior for God and Saint Brucifer.
I'm here, yeah.
And Johnny, you still there? Johnny? Does anybody else have mods? They could broadcast these guys?
Not me.
No, I don't.
Johnny, you there? Okay, well, Johnny's the only one with mods, so
He said he was going to step away.
sorry, Brucifer. If you want to just hang out for a little bit until Johnny comes back.
Oh, and now Christian anarchy. Johnny is failing.
True
Johnny,
criticism's about to.
Johnny's
Can
failing
you
us
get
bad.
General Han Solo in here?
CA, Johnny is away from the mic. He's the only one with mods, so he can't be broadcast yet.
I could still speak.
Yeah, but nobody else can hear you.
You can still speak.
How
is that with some people? How come some people are able to still speak?
It is by the power of something we call. It is by this power of something we call a phone, my friend.
Oh.
Apparently, a phone.
So it only works with phones and not with.
Yeah.
What's a phone?
That's how MG42 Pillbox is able to get in and just like in the hang out with G-Man. Whenever G-Man unbroadcasted him, that's why he was able to still talk, and that's why G-Man was kind of scared at that.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
So there's no way to counter that either, except to boot him out.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Johnny, you there? Hello, Johnny. So, CA, what do you think of this argument by Sydney? Sydney thinks he actually not thinks, knows that there is no God. He says it's a mythical character.
Well, I think that would be a dishonest way of approaching the subject. I mean, if he knows, then I'd like to see what that case would be pointed by.
Well, CA, let me ask you a question. In order for him to know that a God does not exist, wouldn't he have to have some sort of omniscient ability to be able to know that for sure?
Well, it'd have to be by a standard of saying that you have some kind of standard of how a God wouldn't be able to exist in the first place. That would be the first thing. Second thing would be, what you mentioned earlier, having some kind of omniscient knowledge on the subject.
Yeah, you have to have knowledge of every nook and cranny on the entire Earth and in the entire universe. But we know Sydney doesn't even have
that's your silly
anything.
claim. That's your silly claim. There's no reason for that.
You can't even tell me what color shirt I'm wearing right now. You can guess, but you can't tell. You can't tell me what color my shirt is, whether if it's a short sleeve or long sleeve, whether I have any writing on it.
Yes, I can. I can tell you exactly what you're wearing now. You're wearing a very tight pink tutu.
Man, that's pretty good.
Thank you. See? So don't tell me I can't see.
That's pretty good. Man. All right, let me try something else. I don't know. What am I holding in my hand right now?
Don't let me go there. This is a family show.
Man, good. How'd you get that out? How'd you guess that one?
All right.
It is good. Oh man, I'm gonna have to start a church.
I'll be the first person to not join.
Good idea.
Oh man. Wait, are you still
Sydney
Calvinist?
is a
Red Bull?
prophet.
You said it.
Unfortunately for the Armenians, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry
Now
to hear
tell me
about
what
that.
this Armenian
I'm
thing.
gonna invite my friend in here. He's gonna tell you don't believe the Bible now.
Okay, but we got to get Johnny awake
What
first.
else? No. Got
Vekel,
Johnny here for
Vekel, can you explain to me what this Armenian thing
Well,
is?
Russ could do a better job.
It's the teaching of the Bible.
Talk to Russ. He's much more educated in this area than I am.
Josiah,
My-
Armenians are heretics. What are you talking about?
Dude, you're so
my position is
yo,
really.
Don't even start.
Why do you assume that
Russ.
because I'm not a Calvinist, I'm an
Oh
Arminian?
my gosh,
That's pissing me off
you're
now.
not an Arminian. You just hold to every single point they hold to. I'm sorry.
No. Now you're lying. Okay.
Okay, so it's Calvinism on the one end and Arminianism or whatever on the other.
Well, he's not a Calvinist. He just disagrees with Luther.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not arguing who's what. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what Calvinism is, what Arminianism is, and what the difference is, and everything.
Russ could explain it.
The difference is how
Russ,
God chooses to save people. Right. So we just have a different.
How God chooses to what?
Well, yeah.
I found out that how God chooses to save people.
Save people.
And I found out because I used to hear that they're adding to the gospel, but I found that adding to the gospel is like if you add like a work or something. I found out that the doctrine of the doctrines of grace are just a different part. They're non-essentials that I found out about.
Josiah, I'm glad that you take that position. Unfortunately,
I'm
some
glad
Armenians
that you guys were broadcast.
and Calvinists.
Johnny, give somebody
unfortunately, they are
for when you fall asleep.
No, I think
don't
you just
call everyone in here an Armenian. They people don't like to be called. I personally, I go by a 4-point Arminian only because those are the 4 points that I happen to acknowledge to be the teaching of the Bible. And whether or not you want to be called that or not, that's completely up to you.
Now, I just want to make an observation. I've seen something very strange tonight, or right now, and it's not the first time. I saw somebody become a little upset by being called not a Calvinist, an Arminian, or not an Arminian, a Calvinist, one way or the other. It doesn't really matter. But I saw somebody become very upset about that today. The other day, I saw somebody very upset about being called a heretic. And I mean upset, like, oh my goodness, don't you dare do that. That's the last thing in the world you can ever call this guy, because and to me none of these things make any sense. You call heretic, Arminian, Calvinist, this, that, and the other. So what? To me it's an absolutely benign and neutral homeopathic.
Benign.
Yeah, no, there's just nothing to it.
Well, yeah, I call
Sydney, you're not an atheist or a Satanist,
I
are you?
realize that on these Google Hangouts, there are a lot of them. So that word has used quite frequently because there are a lot of them. But
Sydney, are you a Satanist?
Yes.
You are.
You believe in Satan?
Hey, I'm wondering this idea that there's no God. How do you know that?
And the guys at the Satanist school told me.
Really? Yeah, they hang out with NASA.
Satanists that say God doesn't.
They hang out with NASA.
God does exist, but Lucifer or something, took over or some foolishness. Well, no, our God took over and casted a Lucifer somewhere, even though Lucifer is the creator and he's the only omnipotent one, or some foolishness. I've talked to Satanists. They're the weirdest people I've talked to in my entire life.
But to say that there is no God, I mean, you could say there's no ghosts, but then on the other hand, there's no evidence of ghosts. But there is evidence of God.
I just don't know how he's the only atheist on here who's not afraid to say there is no God, because there are a lot of atheists on here who are you say to them, oh, so you're saying God doesn't exist? Oh, I never said that. I just said I don't believe he does. You know, so I'm glad he's not an atheist who hides like that. You know.
Exactly. There's either God
Yeah,
does
he's
exist or God doesn't
anti-theist.
exist. Those are the two options. There's nothing in between.
Well,
No, there is too.
I-
God could exist. It's
No, God could not. No, my point is that God could not exist. It's impossible for God to exist. So that brings it down to God can exist,
then
or
then
God,
here's
or
what I
God
would
can.
talk with you.
Why?
Tell me why it's impossible for God to not. Show me why. Just give me a reason why you're right about what you're saying, and why it's wrong to say that he could exist.
Okay.
Because my mama told me.
My mama told. Okay.
Why did you mute him?
Because he was trolling. I don't have time for that.
Come on. I want to.
Did somebody fucking
hear
mute
this.
me? No. Okay.
Let him
Well,
make
I think I was really just ready to give you a pretty good have a good discussion, but with this Josiah fuckhead muting me and Johnny just allowing it, then I think this is kind of becoming a little bit too.
All right.
There's too much anarchy in here for me.
Christian anarchy.
Come on,
He says too much arcane here.
No more of that. Tell me
No,
why.
no. I'm not gonna. I don't think that anybody in any debate should have to put up with this. Johnny.
No, I think you're scared. I think
He
you
has
really.
he has a terrible habit of muting people.
Yeah, I think he's scared. Yeah, he just.
Because
If I was scared, why would I be talking, saying my thing? Hold on a second. Saying my thing.
Hello.
There you go.
Did I
exactly.
Dude,
like a little fucking child.
Josiah, stop your crap, bro. You're just sowing discord. You're doing nothing but sowing discord.
Yeah,
Johnny,
Josiah, let him. This
Johnny,
is a very prominent atheist here. We need to listen to what he says.
Yes, indeed.
So,
Now, Johnny, please eject Josiah.
Why? You don't believe in God. Why should he listen to you? He's under no obligation.
Because Josiah's going to mute me again, and I'm going to just leave anyway. So
wait,
you have faith that he's going to mute you again?
I want to hear somebody.
Wait. You know for a fact that he's going to mute you again, or you have faith that he's going to mute you again?
He's done it twice, 3 times already. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I think he's going to do it again?
No, I wasn't planning.
If you're 3 times, you wouldn't be questioning. Anyhow, come on, man. Just tell me why that there is no God, and you know it for sure, and that it's ridiculous, and there's nothing in between. Tell me why.
Josiah, let him talk. I want to hear this. This is this might entertain me before I have to work. Go ahead.
I'm not going to say anything until Josiah is either ejected or somehow.
Okay, he's going to stop.
All right. He apologizes. Okay, so now go ahead, Sydney.
Do that, but I'm not.
Okay, now, gentlemen, what would you like to know?
The atheists gods are going to be very angry if you don't just say something about this.
You make a lot of you jump to a lot of conclusions about people that you don't know anything about.
I have nothing against the atheist.
How can you possibly? You're a racist?
Yes, I am.
St. Christopher! You have nothing. Some of my best friends are atheists. I got nothing against atheists.
Prove to me that God definitely doesn't exist. There's no absolute. He can't. Buts. He just doesn't exist. Period.
Well, it's simple. It's very simple. Well, it's very simple. If God did exist, then the whole universe would be different, and humans would have a different experience of life.
How would the universe be different?
Sydney, please tell me you're not serious.
For one thing, the Earth would be round instead of flat. I mean,
please tell me you're not serious.
No, the Earth would have to be a cube.
Sydney, please tell me you're not serious. Because nobody takes that seriously. Nobody here takes that seriously, that statement you just made. Nobody takes that seriously.
Nobody takes your Jesus story seriously either. So what's the difference?
Well, the atheists don't. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and if you want to say atheists or nobodies,
and the people who follow Jesus, they all argue about him anyway. So you obviously know.
Yeah,
it's not
but
true.
so arguing about something that exists doesn't mean that the thing doesn't exist.
this
We
is
argue
true.
about we argue
Arguing
about
about something
different
that
colors.
exists is true, but arguing about Jesus who doesn't
And
exist is
we argue over
pointless.
politics. That doesn't mean that the politics don't exist.
It certainly
It
does in
doesn't
the
exist.
abstract. Yes, it does. It
So do you think?
exists in the
All right, did you
abstract. But
just say that, dude?
Jesus is just is mythology. That's all it is.
Well, how do
Says
you know?
who? How do
Christianity
you
is
know?
mythology.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Sid?
Because that's
I
the
mean,
only definition it fits under.
you want ad hom? Here's one. I think that what you do every morning is you get up in the morning and you stand in the corner, rocking back and forth, banging your head with your palm, saying, "There is no God. There is no God. There is no God. There is no God." And you say that 25 times a day to keep instead of brushing your teeth because it helps keep your teeth white.
Right.
That's what I
Right.
think.
Right. I've got time to waste. Absolutely.
That's what I think. I think you say that every day in order to keep
You
your
know
teeth clean.
something? That is fine. You go ahead and think that.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. Actually, I know it.
I'm
That's
good with
Cecil.
that. Sure.
I know it. It's a fact.
Sure. Well, when that white van comes with a man with a big, too strong man with a white jacket, just don't be too surprised.
You'll be really
So
bummed out.
yeah, I won't be surprised when they come to pick you up.
Yeah. Now, shouldn't we play that song? They're coming to take me away. Ha ha.
Sydney, when that white van comes for you, I won't be surprised because I
see the white van
I
coming
think
for me. How
I
come
think
nobody else thought about the white van coming for me? I had to think about my own white van coming for me. How's that? You guys have got no imagination
Can I
whatsoever.
ask Sydney one more thing? Sydney, can I ask you one question real quick?
No, you can ask me two questions real quick.
Okay, two. Do you think that it's possible that there could be some type of organization or something, power, whether you call it an entity, whatever, that always existed, that existed for eternity, that put things in order, at least as we know it in the universe? Could that be possible?
No, but existence.
Did you say no?
Eternal existence.
Can I
yes.
ask you a question?
Yes, eternal existence is is a definite, is a fact. There is no other choice.
So how?
But as far as the order part of it and any design, no, that's impossible.
So you're sure that you know that scientists sometimes would disagree with what you're saying?
I'm not a scientist.
As far as eternity, I mean,
every single scientist in the whole world could disagree with me because I'm not a scientist.
Well, let me ask you this, Sydney.
Not trying to be rude. That's question number one.
All right, Sydney. So you're saying it's impossible. Okay, so you believe that the universe appeared from nothing, but it's.
I didn't say that the universe appeared from nothing. I'll tell you what I do believe, though.
What do you believe about the universe?
Okay, I believe that existence is infinite. Okay, so there's no beginning and there's no end. So now I'm going to put forward to you this. It's a total hypothetical. Okay, but it seems to make sense to me, and this is how it goes. We know about, or we refer to an event called the singularity, which is what some people, how some people express the beginning of time, the universe. I don't believe that it started right there. I just believe that we've just chosen that point on the timeline of infinity to focus on. I believe there's an infinite build-up to that point of singularity. Now, we know that the very, very first appearance of matter was at a subatomic level, and you know, the singularity happened because of the cause and effect. But I am saying that the cause and effect goes back and back and back, where the subatomic, which is what we recognize and what we choose to think of as the beginning of the Big Bang. I am proposing that the subatomic gets even more and more and more smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller back in time, but infinitely back in time.
Whatever infinite is, but you must admit, at least that's the way I see it, that it's not ridiculous to believe in some form of God. It's not totally off the wall to think that's
It's
possible.
absolutely 100% insane.
Well, that's a sad thing. That's funny, but it's not real logical to me. I can understand a person saying that they don't believe in God, they don't think there's a God, highly unlikely, almost impossible, almost. But to say it's completely impossible, that's just unscientific to me.
How's that
It is.
unscientific? How does your picture of God have things like intelligence, things like planning, things like scheduling, things like not? Where does that all come from? For there to be a God, there has to be a creation of a God. Simple.
Well, not necessarily. That's why I say
Absolutely, 100% necessarily.
And actually, that's a concept within the Bible and probably other religions that God. But I know it's in the Bible, and excuse me for saying the Bible might have some truth. It does say that he always existed. Micah 5:2 says Jesus always existed.
All right, let's talk about God.
However, I can't prove anything with the Bible. Heck, I don't know.
Let's talk about the logical consequences of God always existing.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's hear it.
All right. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. How does this God come about?
He always existed.
He's always existed.
Okay. Now explain that to me.
Just because I can't explain something doesn't mean it's not true, and that is fair.
I'm asking anybody. I'm not. You don't have to be the one to do it. Veckel can do it, or Johnny, anybody.
What?
I think Lucifer is on point. I mean, again, if he is called the Alpha and Omega, which means that he is the beginning and the end. So he's eternal. He's where all things come from.
Says from ancient times.
You know what the
Alpha
term
and Omega you got from a book.
Do you know what the term aseity
does have no validity, no credibility.
Do you know what the term aseity means? Do you know what that means?
I have no idea what that means. No.
Did this is the Big Bang model from books?
The concept may be true, though. That's the problem here, I think, for you, is the concept may be true even if you disagree with it. In this case,
the difference between you and me is that you go to your book, you go to your Bible. Fine, all right, I'm stupid, but fine. This is the difference.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right, you go to your Bible for your source, and you read your source, and you read your Bible, and you take that boom, boom, boom. I don't do that. I don't go to a book. Hold on a minute. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. I don't go to a book for what I want to do. I go and I read what Stephen Hawking's got to say. I read what Jim Gibbons has got to say. I read what people have to say in the book. But I don't go to the book I don't go to a book which I can't even verify as being anything other than fairy tales and made up stuff.
You must have sacred writings. You go to the sacred of Dawkins, right?
I'll go to a book written by a scientist that somebody has recommended, or that has been peer-reviewed, or that has been focused on somehow. And I'll read it for myself.
Are those all books and journals?
Okay. Myself, here's where I found out, and I'm staying on track with the Hangout. When I wanted to know if God existed or not, I went to the flat earthers, and that's where I got truth. And I tried to go to conspiracy theories I found right here on the internet, and that's how I find out what truth is.
So you think the Earth is flat?
Well, I think so.
Well, that's a completely different topic there. But
okay. Well, how come it's only Christians that think the Earth is flat?
Sydney, you failed in disproving the existence of God. What I've heard from you so far are a bunch of
why are you the judge? Why are you the judge if you have no standing?
What do you mean I don't have any standing?
It's the people out there who are listening to us. They are the ones who judge whether I did prove my point, disprove my point, or
whatever. So you got five atheists.
It's not you, Veckel. It's not you, Veckel, to judge.
You got five atheists out there who say, yeah, Sydney is right, even though
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If it's five atheists who are listening, that's just the way it is.
You got five atheists who agree with Sid.
And lucky you.
Sid, I just wanted to say God exists, and since you don't have to justify your claims, we'll just let those listeners decide. Right?
Fair enough. Yeah, sure.
That's right.
I
Yeah,
would
let me use Sydney's argumentation. I think God is we know for a fact that God exists because God would not allow um, uh, the illogical things to happen. You see.
Well, I know God exists because Stephen Hawking was questioning at one time. It was obvious
Yeah,
in his
yeah.
books.
God
History of time, wonders.
and God exists because there's thousands of people who have experienced Him. How's that sound, Sydney?
And they have pickle jars full of gods in their cupboard.
Sounds
That's
like
right.
mass delusion to me.
That's right. See, I chose to wear sneakers today, so that's proof that God, came into my mind and made me wear sneakers.
That's right.
And that is proof of God exactly
That's
how.
proof. That's
Exactly
proof.
how.
That's proof. That's proof of His sovereignty. You see,
I see.
right? And the fact that you deny God, that's proof that God exists.
I see. Mm-hmm.
Wait. Now this is getting like
The logic just
Yeah.
overwhelms me.
Well, I mean, I'm using the same simplistic logic that you use to try to debunk God's existence, which is again a major failure. But if we're gonna play this game,
the major failure is on you, my friend.
why? Well, God exists because I said so.
Because of whatever you were talking about was obvious nonsense, and
Says who?
you were talking about to proving that something that's non-existent is non-existent.
Can you prove that it's nonsense? I mean, I got thousands of people that agree with
You're
me.
crazy. You're crazy.
I got thousands of people that agree with me that God exists because we say so.
I got millions of people that agree with me that God does not exist.
Well, I got billions of people that agree with me that God exists.
You said thousands. Sorry.
No, well, but
You said
I'm only
thousands.
covering the surface.
You said
There are billions.
No, man. Yeah. It's proof.
All right. Very nice. Okay,
Here's another proof that God
Let's
exists. The
let's
fact that
carry
you
on.
talk. Here's another proof that God exists. The fact that you talk about Him so much.
Oh,
You talk about
okay.
so either you're a lunatic because you talk about a being who you claim doesn't exist, or He does actually exist.
Okay, how about this? I'm a lunatic.
that?
How about this? I'm a lunatic.
Well,
Okay,
so
if you're a lunatic, then you can't know what I think.
If I'm a lunatic, God does not exist.
Okay, but you can't know that. But if you're, wait a minute.
You're the one who
Wait
set the
a minute.
conditions. You're the one who set the conditions. If A, B, so therefore,
But how
I'm
would you
going to
know?
say,
Alright, but if-
I'm going to confess. I'm going to confess up. I'm a lunatic. So therefore, God doesn't.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. Then that just makes your
You're very
argument for the
welcome.
non-existent.
Okay, no. It's only between the two of us. Okay.
Well, I'll let the
else.
audience think. I'll let the audience think for themselves then. So
All right.
Don't even tell the audience.
if you're a lunatic, then the audience can decide whether or not they want to trust your opinion about the existence of whether or not God exists.
I like that because at least then we know where we stand.
Okay,
And if they want to put their faith in a lunatic, oh well, hey,
And
that's them.
send all the email and everything to Veckel.
Okay, what is the hangout actually about? I'm just trying to figure. I wanted to know because I did kind of want to talk with Johnny about it a little bit, the flat Earth and other things that happen.
I'm just filling in time. I'm just the opening act. You go ahead and you talk with
the name of the
you go
hangout
and you
is
talk
called
with Johnny.
The name of the hangout is called Pharmaceuticals, Moon Landing, and Ball Earth Hoax.
My guess would be that if we took the pharmaceuticals, we'd have less trouble with the flat Earth and all Earth hoaxes. That's my guess. I'm just being honest.
So in other words, this hangout is all solid business 101.
Yeah, I think people should stop worrying about the government and everybody trying to kill us all.
Huh?
Well, I don't think you can claim that the government is trying to kill you because that cigarette you're smoking is not manufactured by the government. It's manufactured by a company in the private sector or in the public on the public stock exchange. I don't know.
You're not as good as this as you are with no God, because honest to goodness, it's manufactured right here. I make the damn things. I don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yeah, I roll my own cigarettes. Excuse me.
Exactly. So where do you get the cigarette paper? Somebody doesn't make that. Somebody doesn't shirt up the tobacco. God, what
No,
is
I
the matter
put
with
tobacco in my
what is the
back
matter? Somebody doesn't put a filter in there. Are you crazy? Oh, you're
Profit.
absolutely out of your mind.
Excuse me.
You've been inside too long. I know you don't like going out, but you should at least go around the block for a walk.
Actually, I'm agoraphobic. That really matters. But at any rate, you know what
That's
agoraphobia
why I
is?
said just go around the block for a walk.
What is agoraphobia?
What does going around the block for a walk mean?
Isn't there fear of going outside or something like that?
At 3 in the morning.
having panic
Nobody's
attacks
scared of going out at 3 in the morning. You can go to work. You can take your dog for a walk.
I have no problem with going outside at night or any time.
There you go.
But I have a problem with going for a walk and having a panic attack and not having somebody to help me.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Take a joint.
Is that what agoraphobia?
Go for a walk. If you have a panic attack, light the joint.
Why should I smoke a joint? That's another issue I have. Smoking pot is dangerous.
It's hard. It's hard to take advice from somebody who...
Take something that helps you when you're having a panic attack with you, whatever it is.
Yeah, but the problem is you build up a tolerance to medication, and you shouldn't abuse it. So you continue anyhow. I think we should probably stay off the subject because I don't think you're too knowledgeable there.
It doesn't sound to me like you can go for your walk.
You're a fuckhead. Let's talk about the flat Earth.
So you think that just using ad hominem gets you out of a situation in which you've put yourself into, like you painted yourself into a corner, so you use ad hominem. So you use ad hominem to get out of it, thinking that it's an okay thing to do.
Sydney, are you drunk?
I'm going to tell you straight up, okay? The last guy who
he is not drunk. This is the real...
You know, don't act like Rand Campbell, okay? You got it.
Hold on a minute. Did I in any way insult you personally? Like, say, call you a fuckhead? Say.
Because.
Did I?
I mean, your logic.
Well, did I?
There's no God.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Retard.
Yes or no?
I wouldn't use that word, but yeah.
Yes, hello. Question time.
You don't understand anything about this. I mean, it's like unbelievable that you'll be something you know nothing.
Point of contention.
Dude, what are you? You're just a...
Did you even come in here to have a serious conversation, man?
Who, Sid? You talking about Sid?
I'm asking him if he even came in here to have a serious conversation.
I haven't been able to say a word
Sid's
for
not
fucking
capable.
ever. I just get interrupted all the time. That's not a conversation. I'm sorry.
Well,
yeah, Sid's not capable of having a serious conversation. Yeah.
Well, you've been able to talk for the last few while I'll be able to hear you.
Wait a second, guys.
I'm not capable of having a serious conversation because I'm in the hangout with a bunch of clowns.
Just look at his avatar, man. He's got this picture of this guy with the googly eyes.
Let's see if I can...
Wait, hold on. You can't have a serious conversation because you're in with a bunch of what?
Clowns.
So I'm a clown. Hold on, Sid, I'm a clown.
No, we're all clowns, according to him.
Say so, my friend.
So I'm a clown?
You are what you claim to be. No problem.
Hey, guys.
Right, so if I'm a clown, you want me to do a trick for you? Hong Kong?
So do you think...
Guys, can you send out the link?
Why, do you have mods and you can eject me, Mr. Big Shot?
I'm on a phone. I can't do jack but just talk to you, my friend.
Guys, can you send out the link to Brothers Arcane and Pillbox? I want them to come back, man. I want to get back to the discussion, man.
Come on. 9 against 1 is nothing.
Okay, bring back Pillbox. Bring back
I'd like, like a 99 against 1 would be better.
Johnny, can I talk with you maybe before those guys come in? Or if they want to come in, but actually I have something serious I wanted to discuss if you'd like to talk about it. And it does kind of tie in with the agoraphobic thing. I'd love to talk with Johnny about it. I really would, because I've been wanting to talk with you for a long time about this. And
yeah, you can go ahead, but I just, I wanted Arcane to be here. I was waiting a long time, man.
Wasn't Arcane in here already?
No, he wasn't.
well, Arcane wasn't very nice to me yesterday, and he made me cry. I got very upset.
Here's what I'm concerned about. I got a feeling that talking about the flat earth and conspiracies and how the government, everybody's trying to kill us, I feel it can cause extreme anxiety and be bad for a person's psychological, for their health, their mental health.
So there's an off button.
Well, I'm not talking about me. That's what I'd like to just talk about.
Whoever you're talking about has got an off button.
I understand, but some people get caught up in it, and I feel that it can be very destructive to them. And I think a lot of people
point of view. Okay,
that's my
great.
concern.
No, that's fine. Actually, we recognize your point of view, and we move forward.
What is your deal, dude? What should I do? Light up a joint or what? I'm trying to suggest it with some people who continue talking about this stuff, and they continue looking at everything around them and a demon behind every bush. They may end up screwing up their lives, and it could cause serious problems. That's what I'm trying to get at.
That's what I say. Fine, and now we recognize your point of view.
This is not your hangout.
What you've said,
and
now we can move on.
Well, that's right. Go. Because this affects people here that I think.
Oh, you want me to leave the hangout because you're a little bit butthurt?
I'm not butthurt.
Then what does this go?
Like, what the heck, man?
I know. Then what's all this go about?
Let me ask people here if they think.
I think you know the answer.
It's not your hangout either.
Johnny, what do you think? I mean, do you think this is worth talking about, and do you feel that it's worth talking about mental health in relation to some of these ideas and fears?
Johnny, would you like me to go and open up my own hangout, and so we can have?
Then he was asking Johnny.
Huh?
He was asking Johnny, calm your tits and let Johnny respond.
What was the question again?
Whoa. Well, maybe Beckel, if you don't mind, Beckel, could you explain what I'm trying to get at? Maybe you'll know where I'm going. Or the CA, any of you guys, you know, I'd appreciate, you know, I think you guys probably know where I'm trying to go.
I think we got a chance to hear the question.
Okay, my concern is that the continual talking about the Earth is flat, NASA's evil, the news is evil, everything's evil, that it is bad for the mind, and I think it can cause extreme anxiety for some people and paranoia, and I think it's a real negative. I've been watching you guys now for like a week or two.
Oh, I can answer that one.
I feel that this can get very dangerous for some people.
Well, I have a motto. I used to have a motto. It went something like this: that it's always better to believe in a conspiracy than not to believe it, right? As long as you don't get paranoid about it. That used to be my motto.
But what I'm seeing now, though, is
I don't see any danger. I don't see any danger about believing in a conspiracy, especially when there's so much evidence of it.
Well, Johnny, for instance, I mean, I guess my point is that people are being educated by stuff they read on the internet, and they feel that this is truth. And if people get upset, like for instance, if a flat earther says to someone that the earth is flat, and then they get angry, says this is ridiculous, say, more proof. And the next thing you know, as they begin to think that way, then they're saying, don't listen to the news, man, because the news will try to destroy you, and don't do this and don't do that. I've actually seen guys these days trying to say that Hitler didn't happen. He actually was just trying to kill fleas when he threw people. You know what I mean? He was like exterminating them, you know? I mean, this is crazy. You have to admit. Come on, man.
No, but the thing is, sorry. You have to understand, saying that the problem is that people have a right to question everything, and they should question everything. I mean, I myself, I believe the Holocaust. Don't get me wrong, but the thing is, I don't deny people the right to question that too.
Have you seen people trying to make Israel look evil and Islam look?
Yeah, sure.
I've seen you argue with these guys. These are your buddies, and they're trying to like drag you into this like weird, strange, far out thinking.
I don't agree with everything they say. I mean, I've corrected them on a couple of things, but you know.
Has it affected your nerves? Has it made you feel depressed? Does it get you down? That's kind of what I'm wondering. If you're
not really. I mean, it made me more happy and relaxed, actually. You know, when I'm with Arcane and Pillbox, you know, I get more relaxed, to be honest with you.
Really? So it doesn't make you paranoid of the world around you, that it's ready to blow up, and everything's evil and everything's bad, and demons everywhere?
Not really, because that's part of the end times. I know that God has prophesied it, and no.
So when are the end times? They're now, though, is what you're saying.
Well,
right?
I would say it's pretty close. It's my observation. Pretty close.
And, you know, but the thing I wonder, though, does God give you a spirit of fear? You're saying you don't have fear, but in these people I see fear. And what I wonder is, God's supposed to give you a sound mind, not fear. And I see fear in these people. That's what I think is odd. I don't, and that's why, you know, I do what I do, just because I don't see any Holy Spirit in people that are acting like this. There's no Holy Spirit. If you want to see evidence for God, I would think you'd be able to see the Holy Spirit. What I see is fear.
Holy Spirit and people acting like what? What are you talking about? People talking about the flat Earth?
If you go to my channel and watch my videos, you can see total insanity in the name of Jesus. And then you'll see a guy like Pillbox screaming at people, calling them psychos.
Yeah,
How do you get educated by people like this? I mean, where's Jesus in that?
I mean, look, that's fine. Pillbox is not fearful. I have never noticed that Pillbox is fearful. Neither is Arcane.
Well, then they're just nuts.
I mean, they just, you know, just want to warn people, especially Christians, because
warn them of what, though? Warn them of what? That
well,
the Earth is flat, and they're hearing people tell them on the news that it's round.
Yeah, that's where I disagree
No, they want to
with
warn
the
them.
flat Earth.
Want to warn them of not loosening their grips on staying with Christ, basically, not wandering off from Christ Jesus. That's what he's warning them about.
No, I'm not hearing anything about that. I mean, they're bust you in the head.
This is where I have to say something regarding the flat Earth issue. Again, as I've stated before, I don't have a problem with people talking about it and trying to educate people, but when it becomes an essential thing, which I don't see Pillbox or Arcane or anybody else making that.
They don't make that claim. Okay.
If they're not making a claim, then I guess it's okay. But it would be heretical to say that you have to believe in the flat Earth in order to be saved or right with God, because we don't see any text that supports any type of
what Pillbox recently said is, if you get angry and you get worked up over it, then obviously your salvation is in question. Come on.
Well, in a way, it depends on what he means by that. I mean, if you're not responding according to Galatians 5:22, yeah, one could start to question, not be dogmatic about it though, about whether or not you're actually in Christ. However, wait a minute, wait, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm not saying that is a means to find out whether or not somebody's saved. However, because Christians make mistakes all the time, we all fall short of the glory of God. So we all sin against God, even after redemption. However, if that's what Pillbox is meaning, then I guess we could accept it in that way. But it wouldn't be a means. If he's saying that you reject the flat Earth because you're not saved, that would be false.
Well, you know, of course people are going to get upset when you tell them something totally stupid. And, I mean, come on. It's real.
But
something that sounds stupid.
Just assume that it's stupid. See, that's the problem.
Well, Beckel, do you think that there's any chance for the Earth to be flat?
If it's not,
no, I'm not convinced. Hold on, Bruce. I'm not convinced at all that the Earth is flat.
Well,
however,
it's round.
Wait,
that's what I mean.
Bruce, hold on a second, man.
Hold on, Bruce.
But I'm not at all convinced that the flat Earth is true. I haven't seen any strong evidence for it. But my only position is that, as far as the Bible says, I don't think there's a strong argument against the flat Earth either. So I will say that.
Concerning what the Bible says about it, there's actually. Okay, go ahead.
Beckel, something real quick. Do you think, Beckel, that it's possible the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I guess so. I've never been off the planet myself, and
the problem is, see how it's influencing you. This is my point. This is a form of psychosis. It's not healthy. It is not good, dude. I'm telling you something. If you go up in an airplane and
to see the truth. That's what it is.
Wait, Bruce. I told you. I said I don't accept the flat Earth. I don't believe the Earth is flat at all. I don't see any evidence for it scientifically. But what I'm saying, I'm arguing from a biblical standpoint that I don't think the text, when you see circle of the earth and all these other passages, I don't think they would defeat the ball Earth or the flat Earth theory. I would say. I think if anything, it would support more the round Earth.
You bring up the text in the Bible, but the problem is you can look at the Bible and say, well, wait a minute, maybe
Well,
you were
I mean, like when Pillbox uses Joshua chapter 10.
You don't have to be literal. You can if you want, and maybe it doesn't mean that. Circle, whatever. My point is, when you look at the Earth, from what we can see, you go in an airplane and you see the sun setting, stuff like when you're thousands of feet above this supposed flat Earth, how could you see a sunset? I mean, come on, man. You guys,
you're asking the
let
wrong guy about
me
this,
let me
man.
point something out here. Let me point something out here for Meckel. Now, the verses that are mentioned that are usually supported by flat earthers, the ancient Israelites did believe in a flat earth, and they did believe that those verses were referring to that concept in the same way that Arcane is holding to. However, the problem is that this was a common view among every pagan ancient Near Eastern culture.
Absolutely.
And the part of it is that it is not trying to teach the scientific context, but what it is trying to do is play on the idea that while these other cultures believed in these things and the Israelites borrowed off some of their cosmology and some of these other things, then we get to the Old Testament where we have God saying that all these pagan gods, that's actually Yahweh, and these pagan cultures have replaced and taken God out and put in an idol. But that the Israelites should know who the real creator of the things that have been told about, who is the real creator. So that's the main concept that's going on whenever we see the flat earth verses. They didn't know cosmology. So, I mean, even if you look in the New Testament and think
what about the circle of the earth part? I mean,
yeah, but if that's the case, let me just respond to
the circle of the earth is referring to the concept of God's eye point of the view, which would be a circle if he is standing above on a throne on the heavens looking over the earth. That's how the Israelites literally saw God, that he would be on a throne. He would sit on a throne and watch over all of earth all day. That's how they viewed it.
The problem with that,
real quick, Pillbox.
Problem with that is, though,
I'm sorry, Johnny.
that if the problem with that is that then God should have said, well, those pagans say that I have a dome and there's water above it, but I now tell you there is no water above the firmament. Do not believe like the pagans.
Yeah, but I think the point is God didn't come to teach science.
No, but then he should also give false information. That makes absolutely no sense. Without clarification, God just goes on with what the pagans are saying, even if that information is false. That makes absolutely no sense.
He would know that we would be able to look it up on our own because God is able to see in time.
No, but don't go on. God wouldn't go on using false information. Using false information and continue with false information. That makes absolutely no sense.
All right, so let's go with this then. Do you believe that a woman's hair is related to fertility, Johnny?
No, a woman's hair is not directly related to fertility. It may be related to attraction, though.
Well, the concept is in 1 Corinthians 11, the text has implied, and even the ancient Christians and ancient Greeks, especially based on their medical text, believe that back then, a woman's hair the length of a woman's hair had something to do with the fertility of the woman. So not only was it cultural, but this is also implied in the Bible and by early Christians as well. And there's another passage in the New
Testament
Testament
the Bible say that?
where there's a passage in the New Testament or Old Testament, I forget which one exactly, where it says that even you have the thou shalt not kill a unborn being. But Johnny, would you say that a sperm, if it's like wasted or something like that, that it's basically murder to do that?
If what?
If for example, sperm, if it was wasted, if someone masturbated, would wasting that be considered a form of genocide?
It'd be better to put it.
I think it's if it unites with the woman's seed, that's the point.
No, it hasn't. Well, I said masturbated, so it hasn't.
No, then I don't consider that. I don't consider that a child. I can only consider the child.
Well, the people in the Bible and the people in that culture viewed it as such, that just a male seed was equivalent to birth, to a human life.
Okay, you got to show me that. I want to see that in the Bible.
Oh, boy.
I'll have to pull it up when I get back home. I'm on the car right now,
Yeah,
but
I
I
want
will
to see
send
that.
it
I
as
want
soon
to
as
see
I
that in
can
the
get
Bible.
back.
It's about the verse and not spew on your seed. You're supposed to.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't see where it talks about that being
The point though is that as culture, they live in a culture of their time. We now live in a culture where we understand more than what they
Yeah, but I
did.
don't care
But
about
their
that. I care
only
about what the
aspect
Bible
when they
says.
put that in, that is about theology,
But there's no
not
point. There's no false
science.
information in the Bible. The Bible never says the seed is used for.
False information according in what sense?
CA, calm down, man.
Man, you gotta really
Well,
calm
he is
down.
making
See,
claims
I'm
here
gonna tell you
on
this again. The Bible does not have any false information in it. Whenever it uses information from the pagan, it only
false
uses
information of what?
false information about both how the physical world is and the spiritual world is.
All right,
Well,
so you believe that a theology book is about science?
It's about both. It's not just about theology. It's about the physical.
Where is the science aspect involved?
There's no science aspect about it. There's just description of physical things. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
What
not
you-
science. If I, for example, if I describe my garden, that's not necessarily science, but that's the physical reality around me.
Right, it's called theology.
No, it's not
Coming back
theology.
to my
If I
point,
describe my garden, that's not theology.
Johnny, my
If it's talking about God, that is the study of God, which is known as
The Bible
theology.
contains both. The Bible contains history. The Bible is historically accurate. The Bible is accurate about what God did in time.
We're not denying that.
Right. So then the Bible is more than just theology, not just theology.
Okay, well, if you see
Hey Johnny, wait, real quick, guys. Johnny, you there? Pillbox wants to come in, but he says somebody hasn't blocked. I don't know
Okay,
who it
who
is.
hasn't blocked? Who has got?
All right, I'll leave.
Oh, brother, man, this is getting disturbing, man. Pillbox was waiting for him all night. Hey,
Who wants
Pillbox,
to come in?
you can come in now.
why are people blocking people and stuff here? I don't even get that. Everybody blocks everybody.
Who's blocked? Pillbox?
Yeah, but now he can come in. I think Christian Anarchist had a blog.
I'm waiting for True Empiricism to open up his
That makes no
hangout.
sense.
So
That makes
once,
no sense.
but he might open it too late for me.
You're both Christians. Why would one block another?
I don't know. I've had people that won't let me in because I have the name Saint Brucifer, and yet Rand Campbell's the one who gave me the name. Then they're afraid.
Rand Campbell gave you that name?
Yeah, Rand Campbell called me Brucifer, and yet there's people who fear the name Brucifer. And I go like, you guys got to be kidding me. You're afraid of the earth being round. You're afraid of my name. Hell, the name was given.
No, where does it stop? It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Send him the link. Did you send him the link?
Yeah, I sent him the link. Yeah, so, let me give him the message again.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to get at, Johnny, is I personally don't think it's mentally healthy to live in fear that everything that comes to us in news, whatever, is evil.
Yeah, I agree with you. Don't fear it. That much I agree with you. Don't be afraid. Just know the truth. Just let the truth sink in, and don't be afraid. I think
Right.
that's
My point is, what is the truth? The truth is that the earth is flat, that there's reptilians walking the earth. That
No, wait, Bruce, reptilians? No. That's demons.
I got reptilians in my backyard, Lucifer. That's not stretching it.
No, that's not reptilians.
Let's continue the idea with demons. Okay, so there's demons walking the earth now in human form. Do you believe that?
No.
Have you looked in the mirror, Bruce? Have you looked in the mirror? Have you looked in the mirror, Bruce?
Well, then answer me the question, Pillbox. Do you believe there's demons walking the earth in human form right now on the earth?
Well, if you're on Earth and not some other space cadet planet like we're told exists, then yes, I mean, come on.
You think
look at Nadia's got demons.
I'm asking.
Nadia's got. Look at Nadia.
I
believe. How many empirical examples do I need to give you, Bruce? How many empirical examples do I need to give?
I think there's human beings walking the earth that are truly demons.
How many more empirical examples do I need to give you as far as influenced or actual demons in the? Okay, you're talking about demons in the flesh.
Yeah. Let me say this, guys. I want to say the demons possess. They can possess a human being. They don't become the human being, but they do possess human beings. You see?
Okay,
right. There we go.
And how do you stop a demon?
Well, we can use the name of Jesus, right? They walk.
Yeah.
Does that make you tingle when he says that, Bruce?
What?
When it's in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, does that make you tingle when I say that?
No, I hear the name Jesus Christ. What's it supposed to do to me?
Okay, I wanted to know. So we're good there. I just had to make that a test real quick to make sure we're okay right now.
I can say Jesus Christ too. I can say Yahushua HaMashiach. I can say whatever I want. I can say Yeshua, whatever. Does that cause you trouble or what?
I hope you're okay with saying all those things. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
So you don't have some severe possession. You just have a slight case of demonic possession.
I find interesting that Pillbox, what you do, and Veckel's mocking.
I know.
What you do is you give Satan more power than God. That's what you do. You give the devil a lot more power.
I know. I got you. All right. Yeah. Well, congratulations on that claim, buddy. I appreciate the. I'm not even going to bother having you, try to back it up. I mean, you couldn't back yourself out of a paper bag. So
look at you. You're like a walking example of giving Satan credit for everything. You think the devil is this ultra-powerful being, but yet you're very.
I don't even know if I've ever. Do I even talk about Satan that often? I mean, you'd have to ask. I don't think so. Most of my, if Veckel's in the room, we'll have a religious.
Yeah, right. Okay, so
I think we all know as sound mind people that as we read the Bible that Satan.
All right. Okay, Pillbox. Let me ask you this: how does Hitler compare to Israel?
I just don't cast pearls before swine, Bruce.
No,
so I don't have to. I know, but I can't help you because you've already scoffed and proven my point.
What did Jesus say about Israel?
I mean, how does Hitler compare to you, Bruce? If it would be my question.
Well, Hitler killed a lot of people, didn't he? Like thousands and thousands, maybe in the millions. Is that true or not?
And why is that wrong to you? That's not even wrong to you. That's okay.
Why is that wrong to me?
That's not wrong to you. Yeah, you don't care.
Did he kill Jews?
Yeah, and you don't care.
Did God say they were his people?
Why would you care?
Nah, that's a different topic now.
Yeah. See, why? Yeah. We're just moving right along here.
You got to make the distinction between who are God's people and who are Jews.
No, he's entitled. He's entitled, Bruce. I mean,
that's an entirely different.
Also, you have to make a distinction between the synagogue of Satan.
Did you just kick him out?
No, he left. He rage quit on you, Veckel. That was your fault.
You did the synagogue of Satan. You talked about the synagogue of
Satan. Almighty! I swear, I've never seen Veckel do that to somebody. He turned right away. He turned right away from me. Went to Veckel. You're arrogant, Veckel. He just couldn't help it. So good for you, Veckel. Man.
I don't know what did I say that got him.
I said when they can't control themselves. When you're making a point, a confident Christian is the worst thing a heretic can encounter. They cannot
I just asked questions. I mean,
I know, but he drove him crazy. Well, first of all, Sydney was driving him crazy for about 45 minutes, and then you started driving him crazy. So he was already warmed up before you got in here. So
I think he'll probably end up coming back.
He needs to take a break for a minute. He's going to go take a break and smoke a pack of cigarettes.
Did you have Brother Arcane? I mean, did you call him or can you contact him? I was waiting.
Oh, I mean, he'll stop by if he's going to stop by, bro. I mean, he's probably doing something.
Be right back.
I think he should be awake by now, though.
Yeah, he might be doing something that you never know. There's definitely some things going on. I'm sure everybody has chores to do. You know, when I'm doing this, I'm always doing something. That's why I can't even be behind a laptop because I gotta be up so much. I gotta be tending to these damn reptilians in the backyard.
Oh, are you somewhere in the middle of the desert or where?
Yeah, I'm close. I'm in the Sonoran Desert, just north of Mexico.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so we're out here. It's nice, bright and sunny today. There's almost no clouds in the entire sky. I can do a 360. It's absolutely completely.
Do you have like your own electricity and stuff?
Oh yeah, we're not too far away from a small city. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or do you use solar
there's a small town here. What's that?
Do you use solar cells?
No, my wife does want to do that. No, we don't use that right now.
All right.
No, we just got a little quarter acre with a yard full of reptiles and some bricks, and that's it.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, to get back to the issue, what were we talking about? We were talking about about the Earth's shape there, and
we had an incident with a scoffer. We had somebody that was literally trying to play a got you game, with this ridiculous psychotic notion that as if he's going to map down our claims, and then because the claim on paper is technically contradictory, therefore the point is invalid. This is what I'm talking about and this is
one way. I think Russ.
Here's my point though about this. Like, this is the psychotic measures people are willing to stretch and grasp and strain at just to defeat the person that's speaking to them that knows something they don't, they will pick the most frivolous, pointless factor that absolutely means nothing and only be brought up by a sociopath to literally help their own argument and their own religious belief systems about pseudoscience and government fakery. Like, they are so bothered by it, and this is a so-called Christian, they will do anything and be at any length possible as far as a psychosis. They will literally just detach themselves from reality and say, because on paper this is technically wrong, you're wrong, and I got that. That is exactly what I'm talking about as far as what happens to people when they buy into this psychosis, Johnny. It literally attaches them to something other than reality, and they can't help it because their pride is too important. They don't want to be wrong. So,
and the sad thing is that he did argue after that. I mean, he did try to defend other accounts, even the gospel accounts. But when it comes to, this is what I don't understand. On the one hand, they will defend Christianity, and on the other hand, they will just say the earth is bullshit. And I yet have to see any, and Christian anarchist was just in here, and he was saying that he agreed with us. Let me tell you this, Pillbox. He agreed with us. He said that the cultures, in a sense, let me tell you this. He said that the cultures are indeed when the Old Testament, when God uses the cultures of the pagans to describe, he gave the same descriptions of the flat earth with the dome and all, but he just used it for the pagans to make a point. It wasn't real. In other words, God used the false information. That's his claim now.
I know, it's he's got another psychosis. That guy is absolutely lost in the sauce.
So, did you hear that?
Well, I don't think. Listen, I'm not gonna discredit Veckel now. There's no way I'm gonna think Veckel takes CA seriously, even if he pretends to. I'm not buying it. There's no way. There's a completely different level of understanding there between those two individuals.
I'm just saying that Veckel would not see that even Christian anarchist does realize, though, that is truly the description of a flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We can't ask Veckel to always give his opinion because he doesn't have to give his opinion. It's his right to do whatever he wants. So I would just wait. Veckel knows what he's doing anyway. The fact of the matter is that these fakes expose themselves. Some people are like me. I might be a loud person when it comes to this. I'm going to be the first to say that's BS, and I'm calling you out, and that is literally blasphemy. But that's not everybody's job. But I am calling it out. These people are absolutely fake, and it doesn't matter if other Christians do that or not, but that is what we're witnessing. We are being attacked. It's an attack, Johnny, because if people are telling you are wrong and scoffing at you and they don't even know what they're talking about, and you can just tell by what they're saying, and they're using things that aren't even related, why are we talking about what heathens believe? You and I don't think we care. I think we care about what the Bible teaches, and that's it.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's it. It's what the Bible teaches, so people can help themselves. And these people that call themselves Christians, like CA, and these one-way in a handbasket to hell, apologetic, redundant, space cadets, if they want to just, hold on to these fake hoaxes because it's part of their religion. Yeah. How can I expect them to understand what I'm doing? That's why I told you right away, I'm not going to cast pearls before swine. I knew what he was doing. And I don't have to answer any of his questions because he already came in deceit. He was deceitfully talking to us, then deceitfully making up excuses to try to contradict us, then being deceitful to try to say, see, gotcha game. You want to play a gotcha game? Well, life isn't about gotcha games, Johnny. Life's about saying what's true, right? Wouldn't you say games are secondary when we're talking about important subjects? The Bible is truth. It's not and no one should use a gotcha game to mess around when it comes to the Bible. That's pathetic.
Yeah. Oh, I see my brother Remy is outside. Hey, Remy, could you come in?
Well, Remy might have me blocked. I don't have him blocked, but if you want him to come in, I can.
No. Don't leave him, Pillbox. I want him and you to be together, if at all.
Well, I don't mind. I can talk to anybody as long as they're honest and not, scoffing at me.
I want to try to check out whether Remy, because Remy always and we used to get along a lot. Unfortunately, that didn't go too well.
Well, I would say don't question him though. Whatever, if he wants to talk about something or if he wants to express something, we can let him. We don't have to question him. It's not like we're going to put him on a panel and make him answer some questions. You know what I mean? So he doesn't have to do anything. But if he wants to, I don't mind him coming in and talking to us, whatever he wants to talk about, because I'm sure that we don't necessarily have a bunch of rules here.
Yeah,
as you can see, we've already let him here.
I wish that Christians would just listen more to what we have, what Russ was saying also is that bothered me a bit is that while you what did he say again about the then you got to be hyper skeptical, or you might just be living in a matrix. What has
I know. What kind of crazy excuse is that?
I mean, it's a far stretch to say believing. See, it's not like in my computer. I believe my computer exists right in front of me. I have no problem with that. My house there's my house around me. There's this lampstand, or there's this lamp above me. There's two suitcases of that cupboard right there. I don't have to doubt any of that, but I do have to doubt what a big institution that I've never myself been able to observe or thoroughly investigate, that they spill out and say, "Hey, look, you got to believe this. We are the big guy."
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
He doesn't see that difference. He doesn't see the difference. He thinks that that's the same thing. I was just face palming, man.
I know, and that's what it is. It's a perpetual, literally slap. You better slap yourself in the face so that you don't just you grab him by the throat and throw him down the hall. It's really ridiculous. It's a psychosis. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have these people literally mocking you and trying to pretend they want to have an honest conversation, and then they act like.
Lucifer was trying to turn that around on us. He was.
I know.
Was saying, we had the psychosis. Did you hear that?
I know. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, we're not trusting our government, so we're crazy. Yeah, we're insane.
I think
we're not
he
trusting
the psychosis, and he learned that from you, Pivot. I bet he.
Yeah, he can't help it. He can't help it. He's got multiple personalities. One day he'll come in and be like, I've never seen any curve. It's like, well, yeah, thanks for being honest finally. And then the next day he comes in, oh, this is so stupid. Come on, of course it's a ball. It's a ball. It's around. It's a ball. I mean, these people are psychotic. I've never seen anything like this, Johnny. This is such a great time to be alive. In literally hundreds of years, nobody really had this opportunity to be so open to reality and just admitting what we're seeing is reality. For literally hundreds of years, they've been telling us what we're seeing is not reality. And now we finally get to go, wow, look at the sky. Look at the sun. Look at the moon. There it is, heading in a western trajectory perfectly. As the sun is actually closer to the northern side, the moon is slightly farther south. You witness the phases as they change and how it has nothing to do with the sunlight. And it's just literally just so great to see this now. And I feel bad for these people because they're so locked into their paradigm that was literally brainwashed them into this psychosis that they can't see it. They can't, first of all, they are too scared to say I'm not on a ball. They're too scared to ask themselves, how do I know I'm on a ball flying around the sun at 70,000 miles an hour in the galaxy at literally millions of miles an hour with no signs of any rotational mass or a variation in centripetal or centrifugal force at all. And it all just seems to be perfect. And it seems like we're sitting perfectly still. And it seems that everything's going around us, but it's not true.
Hey, guy, Pillbox, do you remember this guy, what was his name again? I think he was an atheist though, but he did something with the camera. I think were you there then? I think Arcane was there. I don't remember whether you were there too. Christoph or something. He had this.
Oh yeah, I talked to him the other night about that. Yeah, and they got really embarrassed.
Did he do that experiment?
Oh yeah, and it proved that they have no conclusive evidence of anything.
No, but I told him to use his camera, the heat sensing, the infrared camera. I told him to use that and apply it on a moon or on a cloudless night when the moon is shining, to get that, because he has said he had a $10,000 camera, to put it in the sky when the moon is shining and then move it away from it and see whether the temperature starts to decrease as he's moving it inside the moonlight and away from it.
And that's not what happened. And he gave us a result and said that said that the moon was 150 degrees. And what's funny is that nobody in the scientific community actually has ever claimed that, but that's what he says his
but that's what he said when he pointed it directly at the moon. But after that, I said to him to do another experiment. I told him to go out and on the street, you cover that up, and then you see where the moon is shining. Let's say it's shining on the ground. You then face that camera towards the ground, and then you slowly move it towards the left where the moon's shade starts to fade away, and note down the results.
Right. And what's the difference in the moonlight and the moon shade?
In the moon shade, but continuously there should be in
And the
continuous.
light, it might be colder in the light, is what a lot of people are saying.
Right,
Yeah.
right. That's the thing. That's what I wanted
Yeah.
to know.
A
So
lot of people have done experiments, and it's interesting because you hear almost none from the ball earthers. You don't hear any ball earthers doing it, and he hasn't done that yet. No, he won't do that because he doesn't want to see what the results are going to be.
okay, so that's
He's
cowardly.
not going to
Because
do
he
it.
told me
Yeah.
that he was going to do that in the other hangout, and now
Yeah,
I.
he didn't want to do that. No, he just wanted to aim it at the moon. He won't aim it at the sidewalk.
Are you
But
saying
see,
that
that's not even important to me.
you're saying that I'm back? Yeah, I went out and dug in the yard for a while. I had to dig up some bodies, and so
Cool, man.
no,
I'm
no,
not saying anything, Bruce. I'm not saying anything, Bruce. What are you saying?
what?
I'm not saying anything, Bruce. We're just talking about the experimentations that have already happened.
No, I heard you talking. No, I was wondering about the temperature change in the moonlight.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, no matter what anybody finds, it's not going to prove that we know what the moon is. It's definitely not going to prove the distance that we speculate, and it's certainly not going to prove the scientific impossible ball Earth scam. That's for certain. So no matter what the results are, it's not going to help this heliocentric model. I hate to tell you, Bruce.
It's not going to help the flat either, though. I mean,
Oh no, actually, we already know that's what we're on. The
No,
burden
it's
of proof is
definitely
on
going
you
to help.
balls. Yeah.
Definitely going to help that there's a unique light from the moon that it does not reflect the sun's light. That's
Yeah, we already know see, here's the thing, though, Johnny. We don't know what the temperature variations might be. We might not be able to concrete that. We might not be able to say even for sure how far away the moon is. But one thing is for sure that we can obviously demonstrate and empirically observe is that the moonlight has nothing to do with sunlight. That's what we do know.
what is the idea though, behind the crescent moon, or what happens? What does bring the
It
crescent?
goes. We don't. That's the That's the whole point, Bruce. As honest human
Well, we know
beings, we
eels
don't know. What we know. Here's my point. What we do know is it's not reflective sunlight. We don't know how the moon makes its light, and we also don't know how the sun makes its light.
Well, it's very simple. I mean, there could be an LED. You see this. You see the eels, right? The electric eels, which produce these beautiful patterns.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
You know
produce
something?
beautiful patterns. They glow. You know, they glow. They send out different lights.
I
There's
mean,
different color size.
Johnny, hold on one second, Bruce. It's not a big deal for everybody. This isn't everybody's thing. This isn't for everybody.
If God could have created lights.
The path is narrow, Bruce. But listen, Bruce, the path is narrow, Bruce. This isn't for everybody. I don't want everybody to figure it out. I hope it stays the minority.
Wide is the road to destruction. Hey.
Yeah, it's a narrow path here, bro. I'm not saying that you need to jump in right now. I don't want to force you or make you nervous. I want you to do what you want to do and do what you think's right, because ultimately that's going to be your own road.
Well, you are a fool, obviously, if somebody sits around and listens to everything the news says. I understand that. But you know, and so I'm not saying that every time the news says something that you dive right on and go, oh, that's it, you know. But like I brought up a thing about the crazy kid that took the clock thing to school, and it looked like a bomb. Do you remember that deal? And then he ended
I
up
didn't pay much attention to it. Yeah,
it was pretty crazy. In fact, you know, NASA gave that kid stuff. Microsoft, NASA, MIT, they all gave the kid stuff out of the feeling bad for him.
I have no idea. I don't know. It clearly looks like it's a giant psyop. The fact that we're talking about it means we're wasting time on it. See?
Well, everything you talk about then's a waste of time. What's interesting, though?
No. There are some things that are important, like Jesus Christ and our creation. Our creation is very important.
But do you know why that was even brought up? Do you even know why it even happened? They were trying to prove Islamophobia, and that's what they were playing on.
Right, and that might be true. I just don't worry about that stuff.
It actually worked for a lot of people, even a fucking president. Excuse me. Oh, absolutely. The president fell for it. Hillary fell for it. NASA.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk it, listen, Johnny's actually, that's Johnny's thing. I don't really talk about that. I will moderate a debate, though, if Johnny needs me to. The next time that Johnny and Arcane are going to speak on the topic, I will have to moderate that. If you'd like to talk about Johnny about that subject, that's fine. I don't have anything to say about that thing. I don't even care about that garbage.
Ignorant to the writings in the Quran, the Hadith. I mean, these are freaking serious things, and they're happening right in front of us.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think everybody's out to get me, though. I'm not worried about anybody, really.
You don't really worry about it? Well, I mean, how do you stay at peace when you think that every bit of news you hear is of the devil?
I don't ever listen to news. It's really easy, Bruce.
Okay, I don't much either, but I'm not.
Right. So you have more in common with me than you. Every time we talk, it turns out that you, as a musician, you do very. So we might have a lot in common. But right now, I mean, I don't go to your hangouts and harass you and go, "Why do you talk about this, Bruce? Why do you want to do this? What's wrong with you? Why are you talking about this subject? I can't believe how stupid." I mean, that's what you do, and that's what you want to do. That's fine, but that's not my thing. You don't see me doing that. Johnny knows I don't go and harass other people in their backyards or their front yards or their house. I let people do what they want to do.
There is a difference, though, Pillbox. In my opinion, you and Rand and a number of guys I feel are busting on Christianity, and you often, in the name of Christianity, treat atheists like crap, and I don't think that's good.
Well, okay. Well, if you feel that way, that's fine. But why does that matter? You're not even a Christian, and you're up in the air anyway. And you have 7 different personalities, Bruce. So don't you have some your own issues you got to worry about?
I play a lot of parts. I screw around.
I know you do. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You got to figure out who Bruce is first.
Hey, I don't know who God is, but I'm allowed to question. I'm allowed to wonder. I'm allowed to think that there's things within Christianity that I think are important, things that I respect, that I dedicated my life to, and that it means something to me. And when I see people beating up Christianity, it is a public forum. You're in a public forum, so you're going to have people. When you treat people in a certain way and you're preaching something as absolute truth and everybody else is an idiot, of course you're going to have people questioning you. Why do you find that so odd?
No, I'm talking about right now, because I don't think I was beating up on anybody. I was exposing fake Christians, actually. That's my favorite pastime as of late. I think I have a right to do that. I wasn't treating any atheists bad. I was exposing fake Christians.
What's a fake Christian?
A fake Christian is someone who shows that they clearly have extremely serious mental issues or spiritual issues because of the fruits they bring forth.
Well, if you watch your hangouts sometimes, what do you think you see?
I surely see a lot of, exposure of fake Christians, Bruce.
What's a fake Christian?
That's what I'm called. Well, I just told you. You want me to repeat it?
When you see people cussing people out.
Wait, when have I done that? When have I done that? Let's talk about what's the issue. Do you have an issue with me cussing people out? Because I'd love you to show me something. When have I cussed anybody out?
Rand is probably the worst in it, but I do see.
Okay, well, Rand's not even here, and you're talking about him. It's not Rand's problem right now. It's not. This is nothing to do with Rand. Why do you got to bring him into it? I mean, I know you can't. I guess you want to get the best of him. You just want to hate Rand, bro. That's what you just want to hate him.
Rand is a very hateful person towards people. What I find interesting, though, is that you were talking just recently in a hangout about how if people get angry or they don't accept this, then you have reason to question their salvation. And I'm like, come on, man. You guys get angry, too. That doesn't mean you're not a Christian.
You see what you're saying.
How does that make somebody not a Christian because they don't want to hear about the flat earth stuff? You know,
nobody ever said that. Now you're just making stuff up, Bruce. Nobody said that ever.
Well, what you said is that it gives you good reason to question their salvation.
No, that's not what I said. No, again, you're making this up because you want to find something wrong. You want to be able to say gotcha just like everybody, and that's not true, Bruce. You're lying. So stop.
No, I'm not lying. Yeah.
No, it depends. Let me explain that.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm going to explain that to you.
I got to go in the kitchen.
Bruce. It's not about that. It's about the reaction. How does that quote-unquote Christian react to it? If a Christian, let's say if somebody who calls himself a Christian says outright, no, you're lying, the Bible doesn't say that. But that gives me reason to say, man, this guy, what's going on over there? He's acting like weird. A Christian shouldn't act like that. A Christian should be calm. He should be listening to the other side. You see?
Right, exactly, Johnny. But what I'm trying to say is you see both sides to this. And so when one side gets angry, it's the devil. When the other side gets upset, then it's okay. I'm just saying that, it does go both ways. Of course, people get angry.
Well, it doesn't go both ways because you've never been in our shoes. We've already been in your shoes. So I'm sorry, there's a big difference. And that's why we didn't handle ourselves this way. We didn't attack Christians. We didn't attack anybody. We don't attack people. We wait for them to give us a reason to rebuke them. And that's what they've done. They've lied. They've literally deceitfully implied things. They constantly they move the goalposts, red herring. They lie continuously, perpetually because it destroys the paradigm.
What did the Christians lie about?
I don't have to, Bruce. This is just the fact of reality. I don't have to hold your hand and explain every little detail.
What have these particular Christians lied about?
Everything. Many things, many
Such
claims,
as.
many claims, perpetual claims, like the lies that we experience every day when people try to defend pseudoscience heliocentrism. Every day we see people say ridiculous things, like this one guy last night said that the horizon drops down when you go higher in an airplane. That's not true. The horizon stays with you and always stays at eye level no matter what altitude you get at. That is a lie. But there are many hundreds others. There are many, many countless
If
lies
you're
that we've
in
been
an
told.
airplane, of course it's on a higher plane at a different angle. If the Earth was flat, it would certainly be a different angle.
Absolutely clearly proves it's flat. That's the problem. I'm sorry. You
Not when
can
you
lie
see
all
the
you want. I'm
horizon.
sorry. I already know these things, Bruce. So I'm not going to argue with you. I don't cast my pearls
Hey,
before swine. But
anyhow, I
just
gotta get to work.
take care of you.
Take care. See you
Yep.
guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Have a
a good
nice one.
day.
Yep.
Have a good day. See
Thanks,
you,
man.
man.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, he needs some time, I think. He needs to
Well, he's
think
got
about
seven.
these things.
I'm not saying that he's a heathen or something, but when you have multiple personalities and you're trying to egg on other Christians to attack other Christians, like he's trying to egg on Veckel, he's trying to get a reaction, and Veckel seemed to, compose himself. In fact, it didn't even seem to bat an eye on it. He didn't react, but he was trying. I mean, I'm not stupid, Johnny. I just understand why people say certain things. It doesn't take a lot of, it doesn't take a college psychological degree to see what people are trying to get people to do. They're trying to get Christians to
Yeah,
attack other Christians,
that's
and
true.
that's what he does.
I see.
If I was stupid, this would be a lot more fun for me. But honestly, it's just I can see what's going on here, and it
Yeah.
is what it is, John. There's no risk here. We already know what's going on. The curtain's been pulled. You can't fool us anymore. It's over with. I'm sorry. It's the jig is up. The deception's over, and that's what the whole point about what we do is. That's the reality of it. We are awake, and you can't fool us anymore. I'm sorry. We are, like I said, we were already in your shoes. You are the one who has the burden of proof. You are the one who has to look at it a different way, and you are the one that needs to stop talking about it and start asking yourself questions. And if you don't like it, don't talk about it. This isn't for everybody, Johnny. Is there a sign out there that says, if you see Johnny and Pillbox and Arcane, you have to talk about the flat Earth? And you have to ask them, no, I don't think so. But that is a common topic here. It's actually the fastest growing topic in the world. Is the number one topic on the internet. And we happen to be talking about that topic.
Right.
That's all right. Yeah. They don't have to. They can go into the atheist room and talk about flying spaghetti monster pseudoscience if they want, or they can go into the Star Trek room and talk about how they hope they're abducted by aliens and they hope to have alien children because they love aliens so much and they love other planets and galaxies far away that we can destroy someday.
Exactly.
They want to. I can't help them. That's not me.
I
I'm not
remember.
bugging. But Johnny, am I going into their rooms? And do you see me going? Do you see Arcane and me just trolling up and just driving in a black Cadillac down to the other hangout rooms and just start harassing people and trying to rough them up like the Blues Brothers? We don't do that. These
Yeah.
people literally are driven to this because it bothers them so much.
Yeah, there
It
must be.
insults their pride.
Absolutely.
Pride, Johnny. It's always pride. Always. 100%. Doesn't matter who you are. That's why Satan did it. That's why they do it. It's all the same. Yep.
I mean, that makes me even more skeptical now. See,
I know.
It only solidifies our viewpoint right there.
Right. And then why is he upset about this one topic? Why can't atheists and agnostics just accept the flat earth? Because it's biblical, Johnny.
Exactly.
That's why.
That's the last thing. That's the last thing they
Yes.
want to accept.
Yes, because it's biblical. Because for hundreds of years at least, they knew the Bible was a flat earth book. And even atheists today know it is. And even honest, real Christians will even come up to the realization. They've admitted it now. Guys like Rob Skiba and thousands, tens of thousands, if not millions of Christians waking up to this. Period. So, and it's not for everybody.
My brother was talking with Arcane the other day, and he was trying to show that the early church fathers supposedly believed in a globe earth. I don't know whether you've looked into that or not. Have you?
I know, but why would I have to look into it when God tells me to read my Bible and use my eyes?
No, but just for sake of argument, no, I'm not.
But I could find somebody saying that the same people like these fake Christian anarchists say that the Bible teaches evolution and that old Hebrews teach that, Johnny.
Right.
That's insane.
Well, I myself am pretty sure.
You know what I mean? You can find anybody you want to tell you whatever you want to hear.
I'm pretty sure, though, that even the church fathers, if we looked at their writings, because many times Christians will use the church fathers, but they won't balance them out. They they are not really saying what they want them to say. That's another problem.
Yeah, and you know what else? That I've even got a lot of my Jewish brothers to tell me that they admit that it seems that the literal traditions described a flat stationary plane with some sort of dome. So it's not even there are the Jews, and there's many even Muslims that obviously know this. There are many different cultures that understand. It's not just Christians though, but I could find anything in history. I could find probably like Christian anarchist uses these pagan sources. Like, what is he trying to accomplish?
Yeah,
Just
but that's
because
good that he did though. Pillbox, think about it this way though. When Christian anarchists made that admission, now because Christian anarchists is taken seriously by other Christians who believe in the ball earth. So when he makes the admission, right, that the God is actually using the descriptions of a flat earth in the Bible, that is a big step already, because then now this other brother, of course, cannot make any excuses anymore. When I show him that and say, look, even Christian anarchist admits, who's a ball earther, that the Bible, God does use the descriptions of a flat earth, but then he tries to just make the excuse, well, he does that because he wants to make a point.
Right. Well, based on his fruit, though, I still wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. You know, I mean, these people are still, just look at the ridiculous garbage he was giving, and to you guys. And I'm not even in the room, and he's acting like this, like he's pulling this charade. He's got this act now, like he's going to be tough and witty or something. Like the guy's a clown. I'm not trying to be, too much of a jerk about this, but the guy's a complete ass clown. He constantly does these ridiculous things, and he goes in these tirades, and he acts tough, and he puffs his chest on the internet, and he argues with people, and it's just ridiculous. Like he's just an act. These people like that. I'm not interested in their opinion, just like I'm not interested in government news organizations. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I've noticed this with quite a few, but. It's very unfortunate. This is from all denominations, I believe, because we've seen this with other Christians as well, unfortunately, whom I had not expected that they would do, that they would at least be open, man. They start saying that it's a okay, as long as you don't make a salvation issue, it's okay with me. But then they say, well, it's silly though. It's silly.
Right, then they'll change their mind. Yeah, all of a sudden they start thinking about it, and their pride starts building up. They're like, "Oh wait, no, that can't be. So that's stupid anyway." Yep.
Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, a Christian.
But here's the thing, though: none of us have ever said it's a salvation issue, and we're tired of hearing it. That's why I had to now make that statement clear that if you are going to attack Christians that are in the body of Christ in any sort of manner that's deceitful, you probably do have salvation issues that are not related to this subject. That's what you're telling me. And that is the fact. And I'm not the only witness, Johnny. We have all witnessed this for months now.
All right, Christopher Hitchlap, you can come in and tell us I see that he posted something, but if you want to come in and we want to discuss what were the results of your findings, sure, you can come in. I really glad.
Yeah, he told me he put the laser on the moon and it came back 150 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, no, not that one. What I asked him to do, whether he did that. Because he told me he's going to do that, but I don't know. Well, you didn't always believe that? No, I didn't, Viva. I didn't always believe that.
And that's the thing, here's the sad part. But here's the real sad part for the ball earthers, Johnny. The real sad part for the ball earthers is it doesn't matter what information you get off the moon, no matter what temperature it is, or any conclusion any machine will ever give you, it's not going to help the fact that you're not on a spinning ball. And it's definitely not going to help the fact that the sunlight has nothing to do with moonlight. And there's nothing anybody can do about that. That is observable science. That is what we witness with our own eyes. So they just do this because they are grasping at things that they can confuse us with. There is no point in that, and even pointing anything at the moon, to be honest with you, because it's so far away. You're pretending your laser is going to be accurate enough at those distances, and I highly doubt it, because I'd like to see it be able to test the temperature of my engine block at 200 degrees from how about a quarter mile away. Let's see if it picks up at just a quarter mile, let alone the few thousand miles the moon's. And they believe the moon is 250,000 miles away. You know what I mean? So it's just so crazy what these people believe. But the sad part is that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. And the fact of the matter is, it's not going to help their arguments one bit. And that's why they have to talk about these things, and they grasp, because a Christian made light of it. Of course, a couple Christian organizations out there clearly made some tests that showed that in the moonlight, things are often colder, and also that fires are stronger. And the problem is, so now they're attacking that claim, thinking it's going to help them, and it's just not going to do anything except help them dig their own grave. Because no matter what they find, they'll always pretend it helps them, and that's how pseudoscientists work. You know, we can use a mass spectrometer to tell us things all day. You know, it doesn't mean we can date things with it and age them because we know the materials.
That's right. No, but the thing is, the thing is, I must say this much though: if that is if the moon doesn't show cooler light, well, then I'll have to admit that the moon, you know, that thing, we'll have to drop that thing. We'll have to then say, well, no, it doesn't.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. I don't have to say the moon makes colder light. I still know the sunlight has nothing to do with moonlight. I don't even care if the moonlight's hotter. I don't care if I go out at night and I get a sunburn. The moonlight has not emitted from the sun. It's not the same light. For one, it does things different, two properties. The moon will actually bleach things in a different manner than sunlight will at night. It is used for some clothing designs. And my wife brought this up to me. Also, the moon does make fires stronger at night often. That has been observed. But even if it didn't, even if we didn't have any of this, it doesn't change anything with the fact of the matter being that sunlight is not reflecting off the moon.
Okay, how else would
often the moonlight can't, here's my point, often you can see just looking in the sky that the sunlight can't even reach the moon. That's why we have sunsets, Johnny.
Yeah, but brother, how else would you explain that the sunlight is not reflected off of the moon? What else disproves that besides these
everything
points?
The angle of which the light is on the moon is impossible to be emitted from the sun. More than I'd say half the year you can tell that the sun is in an incorrect position versus the way light is emanating off of the moon. You can just look at it with your eyes. The positions never make sense. In fact, one guy had a picture online, and the moon was supposedly underneath the sun, and the moon was full, and the sun looked like it was behind it, and they still had an excuse. You know, it doesn't matter. It's not about evidence, Johnny. They have no evidence. So all we do know is that sunlight and moonlight are different lights. And in the Bible, what does it say? The lesser light and the greater light. So again, so what do Christians believe should be the question, because they are the ones that we are to hold their feet to the fire. I don't care what Christopher Hitchslap does. He's not a Christian. So anything he does anyway isn't going to bother me because he's not influencing anybody. People look actually to Christians to be influenced by, to be honest with you. Or people of faith.
But the thing is, you know, I wanted him to get this experiment, and who knows what's going to come out about when he does that. He's going to do it on a cloudless night, I hope, and he's going to put the camera on the ground, and then he's going to slowly move it away from the center, and then he's going to check the temperature, whether it will gradually increase. That's what I'm.
But here's my point, Johnny, is that's still not going to prove anything. And again, this has nothing to do. The issue at hand is if the Earth is a flat, stationary plane, or if it is a floating, flying, rocketing, wobbling space ball. Those are the two options. So no matter what we get here, it is not going to help the ball Earth model, because
it's not going to affect the ball Earth model.
It's not going to help the ball Earth. It's not going to help them, no matter what. And that's the scientific fact. Everything and all burden of proof is on the ball Earthers. Everything we witness and observe and use and test and demonstrate over vast distances, including lasers, radars, and also vast, what is it called? They had the surveying. We had a couple surveyors on last night explaining their process. And even this guy, he's been doing it for 30 years, man. And him and Justin are very intelligent. I was very impressed. Will tell you that nothing works on a ball Earth. And these are the guys, I mean, that absolutely have things to show for and claim. This is how it works. By the way, water doesn't flow uphill. You know, these basic facts of life, the laws of physics, inertia, momentum, centrifugal force, centripetal force. You still can't account for the millions of problems the heliocentric scam model has. So it's not going to help prove pseudoscience, no matter what results we get from the moon, period. It's not going to help anybody. All it's going to do is it just shows that people are, instead of questioning why they believe in what they believe, they're going about experiments to prove what they believe, what they believe. And it's not skepticism. It's literally an attempt to just cover their pride. And it's just the same as usual. So what are you going to do? No, I want to see these people demonstrate a flat surfaces over distances. We talked to a guy last night, Johnny. You should have heard it. Justin was there and Rose Patton was there. I think it might have been in your hangout. No, it was Justin's hangout. You were there, but you might have been asleep.
Mm.
And I was asking this guy, why can I see flat water on the ocean hundreds of miles out?
Mm.
It's flat. And the guy just literally talked in circles for 40 minutes and wouldn't even talk about my question. Now he would talk about these other things.
Mm.
And this is, that's what you're going to get out of people. And then I finally said, do you understand how an airplane HUD works? In flight simulators and all modern aircraft since like the 60s, they have electronic digital heads-up display units. So when I am tracking an object via radar or an infrared system, if my computer system knows where that object is, it gives you a square indicator on your HUD to show you when you are in enough of an angle of attack to see it. You have to be pointed at the object, of course. The square on the HUD appears to show you the exact straight line, point-to-point location of the object you are tracking. And guess what? At 50,000 feet versus another plane at 50,000 feet, if they're looking at each other, the square is on the horizon looking straight out. On a ball of earth, that is not possible. At 100-mile distance, that other plane should be 3,000 or 4,000 feet below the horizon. And no, they're never. It's always straight out. So everything in air combat, just the general basis of air combat and how we observe the horizon itself, Johnny, absolutely destroys them.
Hey, brother,
and they don't even know it.
Right. Brother, I have noticed something. Tell me if you've noticed this too, if you've made the same observation. As the chemical drugs became more prominent, and even as the technology, became more increasing over the years, homosexuality and open promiscuity also started to increase at the same time. Do you think there's a correlation between these two?
I am not too sure. I don't think so. I don't really think there's a serious correlation, but I would say that just as a mass hysteria, that they've been giving us prescription drugs to keep us asleep from reality, to keep us complacent and numb, I think would be the obvious things of why they've used these drugs.
Because, my mom used to tell me, in Germany, for example, in the 30s or 20s, before the World War II even, that it used to be pretty modest, pretty much decent. And they had a solid work ethic and all that. And then, as the media increased, as the computer technology started to increase, and the medication started to increase, then all of a sudden, the homosexuals also started to out themselves. So as the media technology increased, let me put it that way, as the media technology increased, the more all of a sudden also the homosexuals started to out themselves. That has been my observation.
I would say that music and entertainment and media would be more to blame.
Yeah, that may be it. Yeah, because that got now that the technology was there, now people could, go first behind the scenes. They could perhaps through the internet, they could chat and contact with each other. One homosexual contacted the other. Oh, let's come out into the real world now. Now it's time. And then people, started to oust themselves more and more. And then, of course, there it happened. So the evil that was already inside, hidden in people, that just shows how rotten people were even back then. And they were hidden. And now at least we can see them.
Yeah, I think it's like a Sodom and Gomorrah thing. I think that, they justify it, they make it look, they glorify it, and none of it should be glorified. None of the hetero or homo, none of it should be glorified at all as a private matter between a husband and wife, kind of thing. So anything past that is actually pretty much sinful, you know what I mean? So, and we're all guilty of sin, but to condone it and to turn society like this, not turn away from sin is I think that the problem is you finally got to get a hold of it, Yeah. Eventually, I had to change everything. So, I'm still sinful. I still make mistakes, but I still have to make changes, and it's an ongoing process. And I don't believe in works, but I believe in God probably wanting me to do the right thing.
Well, actually, let me tell you something, Pillbox. See, many people think I don't believe in works, but there's actually a distinction between the works of the law and the works of Christ. So you don't have to even worry about doing the works of Christ. Those are the good works.
No. Right. I'm just talking about these people that think they have a free ticket into heaven. You know, they become a Christian and now they can act like a complete schmomo, ass clown constantly and just make no sense at all, not help anybody, and also give their opinion when they haven't researched the subject like that. Yeah, that's a different story. So.
Yeah. Oh, I see Christian Anarchist is back. So, yeah, Christian Anarchist, we were talking about. It's good that you brought it up too, because some brothers can hear that, and at least you admit that much that the pagan they did actually believe, or the description that the Old Testament uses is about a flat Earth. The only
Right.
problem you would be saying is, which of course, I think most.
And you know what's funny? We know what's really funny about that, Johnny, is that the pagans and Satanists today believe in a ball Earth. Isn't that great?
Yeah,
it's so obvious.
Modern technology.
Oh man. See that now he just bases it on more pseudoscience because television. Yeah, television. Yeah, I know.
No, it's based on
television.
the culture that these people grow up.
I know. You've been raised by television. You saw it on TV, Christian. I know.
No, I read the Bible, dude, and listened to lectures.
I don't think you've ever listened to the Bible. You've never listened to the Bible. He doesn't even.
Really?
Johnny, let's
I'm
not.
reading into
Johnny,
it right now.
He even admitted that the Bible doesn't talk about the ball Earth.
Right, but here's the problem, Johnny. He doesn't even believe in Johnny. He doesn't even believe in the flood or the creation story.
I do believe in the flood. What the heck are you talking about?
He doesn't believe in the creation story.
No, he believes it's local though.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in the flood. He doesn't believe in the flood. He doesn't believe in the creation story, Johnny. See, I don't cast my pearls before swine. I don't cast my pearls before swine, Johnny. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's no point in wasting it on heathens that want to deny the Bible. You want to deny the Bible? Great.
You're talking lies about me, though. You're talking lies about me.
Be gone, be gone. That's all there is to it. So either shut your mouth or be gone, or ask an honest question.
Isn't it a sin to bear false witness?
Yes, that's why I'm telling you should stop doing it. You should stop.
Well, you're lying by saying I don't believe.
I know,
in the flood,
Christian. Nobody
I don't
cares
believe in the creation.
I know.
Will you actually
okay.
let me finish?
He just said flat Earth. Did you hear that?
No.
What's on people's minds, Johnny? I wonder. Oh boy. All right, you want to let it all out, CA, if you want to. I guess, Johnny, are you going to let this just be like a shouting match for fake Christians to show up and start preaching?
No. I mean, but if he wants to say something, he can go right ahead. I mean,
I just like a point, but I wish he'd just, then because he immediately has to say because of science, because he's a heathen. He had to make a literal knee-jerk reaction because I was making a factual point that Satanists today dedicate their life to the ball earth heliocentric lie, and he of course had to say because of scientism. So that's part of the satanic deception that he's fallen for is the scientism.
Can I speak?
I don't know.
Johnny,
can you?
Can I speak?
I don't know. Can you? You're just going to say scientism again?
I'm asking the host, not you.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your point?
My point is that I do not deny the flood, and I do not deny a creation that happened. If you, Philbox, I would actually have lent my positions, especially concerning the debate I was in last week with a fellow brother named Metal Minister, which I'm pretty sure Pillbox is familiar with. We
no
debated
idea
on
who he is. No idea who it is. Nope. As usual, CA has no idea. I have because I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Stop being so sure of things you don't know. That's your problem.
Okay. Point being, me and him were talking about the flood in a debate that was on Faithful to God's channel, which was arguing if the flood that did happen, which can be proven, did this flood appear global or local? We were not denying a flood. We were saying that it happened. We had different viewpoints.
Right.
So I do not deny the flood.
Yes, you do. It's a worldwide flood. You deny the worldwide flood.
That's right.
Yep.
I deny the worldwide flood,
how did we get? And we have Grand Canyon all the way over here, right above me. North of Mexico is the Grand Canyon right here, the biggest washout spillway in history, Johnny, from the Hopi Lakes. That's why it happened, because it was a massive worldwide flood.
Is the Grand Canyon the Bible?
No, it's God's evidence that he left because of his judgment, genius. It only takes
Well, I'm a sola scriptura guy, so I'm a sola scriptura.
It only takes 5 minutes. I guess he is. I guess you are. I don't doubt it.
So you can point me out to all
this
the
people don't
science.
See, to notice that, Johnny, someone like me, we never have to say things like that.
But the thing is, he thinks that the Bible talks about a local flood, but the problem is the Bible describes a global flood.
Well, in the Hebrew, could you show me that?
It's edits the earth.
Yeah, there's some pretty solid arguments that.
Not just Eretz though. It's Korah.
It said
Eretz.
all life. It said all life, which at least means all. Why would they have to get into a boat? If it's
All
only going to be
life
there,
that walked. Well,
they had right. All life that walked on land, exactly. On land, the whole earth. Yes, edits. Yes, all life on the edits. Yes,
when you
genius.
use the phrase
Takes 5
"cool,"
minutes.
when you
5
use the phrase,
minutes. Takes 5
when
minutes
you
of research in the Bible to understand and use comparisons in the other parts of the Bible, Johnny, to find out this is a literal
okay,
worldwide flood. Yep.
okay, can I respond now? Okay, so the phrase "kol eretz," which is not eretz by itself, it's kol eretz. Whenever kol is applied, it automatically eliminates any possibility of a earth worldwide thing.
You're a
There's another, just like you
psychopath.
said with
I'm
the
sorry.
circle of the
You're a
earth, just
psychopath.
like what you said with the circle of the
No,
earth,
you're a
there's
psychopath.
another word for
No.
sphere,
You should
but it doesn't use it.
stop
Will you let
speaking of the
me finish?
Bible.
Let me
Stop
finish. I was
denying the
talking.
Bible.
Can
I'm
you let me
tired of hearing
finish?
you blaspheme the Bible. I don't want to
Can
hear it
you
anymore.
let me finish?
No, I don't want to. No, I don't want you to finish. I want you to stop
So
blaspheming the Bible.
that shows your dishonesty
Yep.
right there.
I don't want
Can
you
you
to
give me
blaspheme the
any?
Bible anymore. I don't want to
Let me
hear the
ask you a
blasphemy
simple
anymore.
question. Can you give me any Hebrew scholars? Can you get me the Hebrew scholars that say that that is not a global flood?
Not on name, but I'm sure I can.
Okay, I would like to see that first. I would like to see that. To see some Hebrew scholars say that the Bible does not talk about a global, but rather a local flood.
Probably believes in aliens too, Johnny. There's probably a lot of cockroaches here.
No. Don't believe in aliens.
Yeah, but he's, I'm sure if we can find an ancient rabbi source that says that the, Earth is a spinning top, stationary as an oblate spheroid pumpkin, he'll probably believe that. Because people believe whatever they want to believe. It has nothing to do with what truth is. People believe what they want to believe until they're able to drop their ego and become a real Christian.
And what's a real Christian?
Not someone who scoffs at the Bible, literally almost every day of their life. That would certainly not be a real Christian.
Are you assuming that's me?
No, I don't have to assume. That's what you do. It's very easy.
Oh,
You demonstrate constantly. You are perpetual
Are you the
at it, and that's
NSA?
why I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your opinion. Every time you're ever talking, that's all I hear is the same BS. Every time you
same
talk.
with you then.
No, I understand. Of course, I sure hope a heathen's going to say that about me.
Well, then how do we declare how mine is opinion and yours is objective fact?
You can't, because you're denying everything. You deny all of creation.
You're setting a standard, though.
Creation's story. Yeah, everything you do is in denial of observable reality. So it's pretty easy.
You do realize that our reality could deceive us based on Satan or God, who could send the deception to deceive the man who has the natural heart.
Then you have no right to make any claims. You just proved your psychosis. You don't even believe it can be an absolute, and you're saying it's an absolute.
If it's from the Bible, I have a right to make a claim. Yes.
You have a mental disorder. It's a mental disorder. You cannot compute these things without your pride being destroyed, so you have to hold on to man's ideas, like
pride?
scientism. Your pride. Probably the most prideful people on here.
All right, so you're talking about the young Earth creationism and the global flood thing, which didn't actually come into view until the Seventh-day Adventists.
That's so stupid. What another lie. See, now it's just here these lies just pour on, Johnny. The Seventh-day Adventists invented it.
Can you show me a text?
The Seventh-day Adventists invented the global flood.
Can you show me a text? Can you show me a text?
You've got to stop lying to people and stop
show me
calling
a
yourself.
text?
No, can you stop? No, no one's going to show. I don't have to cast my pearls before swine. No, I am told not to cast my. You are a heathen liar. You're an absolutely disgusting heathen liar that needs to find something else to do in life. You are not good at this. Find something you're good at. Talking about the Bible
Johnny,
is
this
not
is what
it.
they do. They like to resort to calling names whenever
That's what we're supposed to do. We are supposed to
theology
get
is attacked.
It's evil blasphemy, Johnny. That's what we're supposed to do. We are not to tolerate blasphemy of the Bible, period, ever. So anyway, I'm going to take a break so you can put up with this blasphemy, Johnny. I'll be back.
1 Peter 3:15. This is man. Tell you what. All right. So, by the way, I found that verse for you in Hebrews 7, verses 4 through 10.
What's that verse about?
is basically the verse about saying that a human being can exist not just in the sperm, but even just in the egg cell, can exist just in one parent.
Okay.
Not only do we have cultural evidence that the ancient people believed this at that time, the ancient Greeks,
Yeah, but they believe that. But
Hebrews 7, 4 through
what does
10.
Hebrews 1:7 say? I want to know what the Bible says, not what.
Okay, yeah. I'll gladly pull that out. Hebrews chapter 7, verses 4 through 10.
Okay.
Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils. And verily, they that are the sons of Levi, who receive the office of the priesthood, have a commandment to take tithes of the people according to the law, that is, of their brethren. So they came out of the loins of Abraham. But he whose descendant is not counted from them received tithes of Abraham, and blessed him that had the promises. And without all contradiction, the less is blessed of the better. And here men that die receive tithes. But there he receiveth them of whom it is witnessed that he liveth. And as I may say so, Levi also, who receiveth tithes, paid tithes in Abraham, for he yet, now verse 9, so I may say, Levi also, who received tithes, paid tithes in Abraham, for he was yet in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him. So it is referring to Levi in a sense and treating him as a human being when is referring to him being in the loins of his father, which we know where that is, and referring to a person saying Melchizedek met him.
All right, let's. Yeah, what's the verse again? Give me the verse number.
I just told you, Hebrews chapter 7, verses 4 through 10.
Hebrews 7, 4 to 10. Oh, I thought you were reading from the Old Testament there.
No, New Testament. This is New Testament.
Hebrews 7, 4 to 9.
To 10. Through 10.
Hebrews 7, 4 to 10.
Yes.
All right, let me see that. Is this a quote from the Old Testament, though?
This is from the New Testament.
No, the quote. When he's talking about Abraham, isn't he quoting the...
He's talking about Abraham, but it's not, I don't think it's a quote.
Okay, just think how great it was. He was bigger, gave up, now the quest, the descendants of people, this and that, this man, and traced them from me, but yet he collected them forever. And without doubt, the lesser is blessed by the greater. In the one case, the tenth is collected by people who die, but in another case, by him who is declared to be living. One might even say that Levi, who collects the tenth, paid the tenth through Abraham, because when Melchizedek met Abraham, Levi was still in the body. Okay, here, this is the New International Version. It says body of his ancestor, but I'm going to go to the KJV. That's where it probably comes from. Okay, when I said that, for he was, yes, this is it. And as I may so say, Levi also, who received tithes, paid tithes in Abraham, for he, Levi, I guess, was yet in the loins of his father. Okay, let me see. Okay, the word there literally is father in the Greek.
I would assume so, yeah.
Let me check that out. Let's go to the interlinear. Alright. Was fully told. Yeah, Patros. Patros means father.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The word that is translated loins, I'm looking at that. That can also mean based, by the way.
Like what? It can mean what?
It can mean based, but that's supposedly. I mean, that's synonymous in the context. So I guess that's fine. Looking at the word Orpheus.
It can mean face.
No, it can mean based. Based.
Based.
Yes.
So what does that mean?
Properly, the hip, the reproductive area, used figuratively in perspective of the reproductive capacity of the renewed mind. Okay, properly the hip, reproductive area of the can be used of the reproductive capacity of the renewed mind, according to Romans 12:1-3. The seat of generative power. Okay, might or lines refer to as flow. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, looking at this verse, it does seem like he was in that. In a sense, he had to be in the Father. So, yeah, I may have to change my view on this. I mean, at least on the face value of it, it seems to me that there is the active sperm that would then eventually meet the egg, and one should not. Maybe that's why the Roman Catholics say that that a man should not spill his seed, deliberately.
That was the culture they held. That was the culture of the Israelites, and then eventually the Greeks.
Yeah, but it's the culture. But then why didn't God correct it in the Bible? Why did He?
Because God took advantage of what they knew to apply a theological meaning. It's called theological messaging.
Well, that to me seems a bit absurd that God would use.
Well, you could talk to old Hebraic and Old Testament scholar known as Michael Heiser, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Wait a minute. Michael Heiser is just one person. I don't know whether he's been influenced by secularists. I don't know whether he's been influenced by modernists.
He is influenced by Hebraic scholarship because he's an Old Testament scholarship. Have you ever heard of the Logos Bible software?
I don't know whether I've heard about that, maybe, but vaguely.
It is one of the best Bible softwares that we have, even though it's pricey as heck. And he is a contributor and editor for the software. And he is a... Huh?
Does he explain why would God use false information uncorrected? If
you want to see a clip, I can show you.
I just specifically want to know that. I want to know why would God use false information uncorrected?
Why would he use false information as in the aspect of how they understood science?
Yeah, when he quotes them, he could use that, but then immediately correct that. Why does he leave it uncorrected?
Because he is not there to teach them science, because that's not the purpose of God. That is up to man eventually, and that's his purpose for them.
But then if he cannot trust God about earthly things, how can we trust him about heavenly things?
Because he is not here to teach us about that. He already gave us the revelation of how do we be connected to him.
But then how do we know? How does the Bible then stand out from any other book that claims to be the Word of God?
Because it is very different from the Word of God. Have you seen what is written in the Old Testament, for example? Have you seen how the New Testament is? Do you understand that the Trinity is one of the most unique concepts of God we have?
Yeah, but just because it's unique, there are other religions that have unique concepts as well. I would say what makes the Bible...
They're copies of each other. They're not...
Yeah, but what makes the Bible so unique is that it matches reality, man. That's what
that may be the thing, but there's other things that other religions will try to match reality of, but that doesn't make them true.
So
the thing that makes the Bible true is simply because the Bible is true.
Yeah, but that anybody can say that the Quran is true because the Quran is true.
Yeah, is it consistent with the concept of its own claims, though?
Well, maybe not.
You can find contradictions in the Quran. You can find contradictions in the Book of Mormon. You can find contradictions in all these.
You can find contradictions in the Bible too. I mean,
no, you can't. No, you can't.
No, actually, you can. I mean, that's what.
Then you're saying that the Bible is fallible. Congratulations.
No, I don't say that, but I'm saying the atheists can find the contradictions in the Bible too. You see?
Yeah, they can.
Right.
And they would be wrong.
Yes, because we would try to reconcile them.
Yeah, and you know what else? The Muslims will say the same thing, that what we claim is a contradiction isn't.
That's exactly why I say that the Bible must match reality. Only then can it stand out from everything else.
Right, so, but you're saying in order for the Bible to be true, it must meet the standards of man before it can be determined true, instead of the standards of God.
No, that's not the standard of man. It's the standard that God built into us. He himself, because we are made in the image of God, so we recognize that any claim that is made, if it does not match reality, then it cannot be coming even from a normal human being, let alone from God.
Alright, so let me ask this. Do you believe that Adam and Eve came out of the ground, out of the dust of the earth?
Sure.
Right, so, and you will see a lot of people will try to say that that's not matching with reality, correct?
That's right. That's why we expose them. That's exactly why pillbox and
You're focusing, but the thing is that you're focusing on the aspect from the theological point, and that's what you should do.
What do you mean I should do?
You're focusing on it from only a biblical standpoint. That's what you start with, and that's what your final authority is, correct? You hold to sola scriptura, I hope.
Right. That's why I say that the Bible is clear on something. But the first and foremost, because before I was a believer, I didn't do that, right? I first had to come to the realization that the Bible indeed is the Word of God, and you know, that's the thing. So an outsider wouldn't be looking at it that way. He would be saying, well, what is the Bible match reality? That's why Pillbox does a great job, because once a person finds out, oh man, the earth isn't really how I thought. It's like the Bible describes the earth, man, and no other scripture has ever described the earth like the Bible, and that matches reality as well. That means the Bible best describes reality. There I go. And then he starts to take the Bible as his final authority.
Okay, so then, well, focusing on that then, when it comes to, say, are you still against the idea of Reformed theology or Calvinism in a very, very hostile way? Because I remember you used to be.
I'm against the ideology, definitely.
The idolatry of
No, the ideology, yes. The
ideology.
Or whatever you want to call it.
All right, so in what ways would you disagree with it, just as a form of adiaphora, or would you consider Calvinists to be in the same camp as consistent Roman Catholics?
Yeah, I would say that pretty much, yeah.
Well, the latter?
The consistent Roman Catholics, yes.
Okay, so why is that?
Well, there's a multitude of reasons, because when I read the scripture, I do not see any warrant for Calvinism, and it directly touches on the gospel with its limited atonement. That's why I mentioned that many times.
Yet we have many of the Protestant church that held to that, and many today in the Christian view seem to be holding to that view. John Piper, James White.
Yeah, but they're all Calvinists. There's also
of course they're Calvinists. That's my point.
Yeah, but the problem is, just because they've had an influence, there's also a counter-influence by Leighton Flowers and others who are trying to undo what the disaster that is coming over. But I consider
what disaster would Calvinism produce besides over the history being proven that it has provided an energy and fuel for gathering tons of converts?
I don't see it that way at all. It's just like...
Well, what about Jonathan Edwards, the guy that started up the Great Revival in America? He was a Reformed Calvinist. He's the guy that actually made the sermon "Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God," which was something I had to read several times in my classes in English.
I don't want to get into a discussion about Calvinism right now. All I'm going to say is this.
But here's the point, though. You're going to focus mainly on this stuff, but then now you're saying that certain people who are fellow brothers and sisters in Christ with you, but they hold to a different view.
Look, I even consider
them as not Christians. You're going to condemn them as in the same group that Roman Catholics are.
Look, there's various things that I use to figure whether somebody's a Christian or not. First and foremost, if somebody just claims to be a Christian, obviously that doesn't mean he is. Secondly, I even consider certain Roman Catholics to be my brothers and sisters in Christ. I may consider Orthodox brothers and sisters. I may consider certain Calvinists my brothers and sisters in Christ. However, the doctrines of each of them have some huge blunders. That's number one. And number two if somebody is consistent in those, like for example with the Roman Catholics, then they would be engaging in idolatry, and then I would have a huge problem. Then I couldn't call them a Christian anymore.
All right, so what would be the idolatry that's involved within Reformed theology?
In Reformed theology, it's not idolatry. In Reformed theology is that they have a different God altogether, because they say that the God is not all loving. He does not love every human
That's
being in a
not
salvific way.
false. Straw man.
Well, no, because Calvinists say that God doesn't love everybody salvifically.
Quote.
Did you hear what I just said?
Quote. I would like a quote, please.
Okay, do you believe that God loves everyone salvifically?
It loves everyone salvifically. Yes, he wants to save them. Have you not read what was written in Timothy? 1 Timothy 2:4.
Okay, now wait a minute. Now you're confusing me. You as a Calvinist believe that God loves even those who are going to hell? He wants them to be saved?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not what the Calvinists believe, though. That's what your own belief is.
No, I've
That's
met
your
several
own-
Calvinists. You're creating a straw man at this point. I've met
that's
several Calvinists.
4-point
Not a single
Calvinism.
one has set them.
Okay, that's 4-point Calvinism, though.
No,
That's not
5
5-point.
pointers. They're 5-point Calvinists that believe in the limited atonement just like I do.
I don't know of any limited atonement Calvinist that believes that God loves every human being salvifically.
John Wilkinson, Vincent Lankin, you've got all these others.
All right, but if they do, then good. That's fine
Mhm.
then, as far as those are concerned.
Okay.
If that's
But the point of the doctrine is that God has 3 different types of wills when we understand what the term of will is.
Yeah, I know that.
He has a will of a law that should be followed, and if someone breaks the law, his will, the law, has to be obeyed. He has to carry through with it, even though he has to carry out and send the punishment in tears.
Man, I said I don't want to get into this discussion right now. You see now what you did. Now Pillbox is gone again, man.
Because whenever we talk about theology and not just
because this is not
science, that's when this shows exactly how dishonest I find him to be, is that he doesn't want to talk theology. Instead, he wants to talk pure,
Well,
complete
maybe he doesn't want to
solipsism.
talk theology because his area of expertise is not theology. His area of expertise may be talking about the flat earth, talking about the ball earth, talking about all those fake pictures. Maybe that's his expertise. So
And
he's
that should say a lot about Pillbox.
So everybody obviously is going to talk about what their expertise is. They're not going to want to talk about things that they are not experts at.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
By the
Pillbox.
way, I would like to. I don't know. Russ was mentioning some things earlier about the flat. At least what he told me. So, I mean, did he say anything to you?
Wait a second. Let me send out the link again, man. Hey,
One Way Apologetics is in here.
Hey, Pillbox. Brother, come back, man.
One Way Apologetics is in here. So let him in, and I would like to see those two talk.
Yeah, I would like to see that too, man.
So open and there you go. What's up, Russ?
Well,
hello. I need to make some coffee.
Alright, did you talk to Pillbox before, by the way?
Yes, I did, and I mentioned Hebrew scholars and their own works and citations. I'd be glad to talk about it more.
Alright, well, go get your coffee, because he'll be on his way then.
Okay.
I will say this, Johnny, though, while they're talking, at least try to moderate and make sure that Pillbox and Russ don't, like, cut each other off. So that way a conversation can actually be had. If need be, mute somebody.
Let's see. Let's hope he even comes in, otherwise I can just close the hangout, man.
By the way, some of those Hebrew scholars that was that ended up asking for, apparently One Way was providing them, John D. Currid and Dr. David Neiman, both Hebrew scholars. Meredith Klein. They all say that the Old Testament is basically a polemic against surrounding cosmology, prophecy, and theology from other pagan cultures.
So they are saying that when it talks, and when did they do this? When these are modern scholars, or are they like 2nd century scholars.
I'll look him up right now, and I'm assuming because of Russ knowing he would do the smart thing, these would be modern.
Alright, well modern would already be influenced by the globe earth.
Huh?
They would have already been influenced by the globe earth, by this earth being spherical.
They're people that are able to look back at history because we found more archaeology. We found more proof.
Right, but then they would also be able to let their bias of the globe earth sink in, and therefore they have to say that now. It seems to me
Well,
like
that's the thing. You have to start with that presupposition in order to make that conclusion, though. Just like I could say, Johnny has to start with the presupposition that the Earth is flat in order to come up to the conclusion of what scholars he's going to go to or what these scholars say.
yeah, but even those scholars, like you said, even if you put all that aside, even those scholars don't say that the Bible talks about the earth being a ball, though. I mean, there's going to be no scholar that says that the Bible unambiguously says that the earth is a ball, or even slightly says that the earth is a ball.
Right, but earlier you asked for
asked
for a Hebraic scholar. You asked for a Hebraic scholar or a rabbi. You didn't give any qualifications. But when I give one and
no, but let me.
I'm just then you're like, oh well, he could have been influenced by
Yeah, but you're giving me modern. I want to see what they say. I want to see what they quote. I want to see early Jewish scholars before Christ came along, whom they quote and who said, "Look, this is all polemic. This is not real. These are not real descriptions of the earth. These are just."
No, we're not saying that they aren't real. See, the presupposition of flat earth theology is since the Bible mentions something, then it concurs with it. So if it mentions, for example, El or Baal, following that train of thought, then it must be true that there's a Baal called
No, brother, listen to me.
Baal.
God
or
himself,
the Jews
brother,
even
listen.
believed in Baal. You see,
Yeah, but
you have
brother,
to be
listen to me,
consistent
please.
with that presupposition.
No, brother, you got it wrong. We say that when God himself describes, doesn't God say, brother, that there's a layer of water above the firmament of the earth? That is clear cut. The Lord himself says
Absolutely. Absolutely he does.
Right, so why don't you believe that then, my brother?
No, I do believe that.
Wait a second, you believe that there's a solid dome and above that is water?
No, where does it say solid dome of water above us? You're reading those in many different passages.
Brother, listen, there's the Bible passage I remember very vividly that talks
Where?
about there being a solid covering a dome.
No, it doesn't say that.
Where?
Like a glass. It says like molten glass.
Quote.
No, wait. Mirrored glass is actually borrowed from a surrounding neighbor's account in the Enuma Elish. Haven't you read about the tempered glass of Tiamat?
Okay,
And
what kind of
Baal.
glass was that? What kind of glass was that?
It was mirrored glass. That's what it says.
Okay, mirror glass. Very good.
So what you have is the biblical authors saying, no, that's false.
No, I agree with that then. Mirror glass, fine.
There you go. That's an alternative explanation. You know what it is, right? An alternative
And that
explanation.
means and that matches up exactly with what they tried to do. What was it
No,
called?
wait a minute. So you're saying that the Jews agreed with the pagans then?
Yeah, so then the pagans got it right the first time and the Jews didn't. So
See, that's the
we're
difference.
following pagan theology then.
No, wait a minute.
What I'm saying is
God describes
we're repudiating that.
what I'm saying is when God describes the dome shape, when God says, "I did it this," He constructed it with the glass thingy. So
Where does it say that in Genesis?
Okay, does God not describe?
Where is it?
Hold on. In Genesis, that's the creation account. Where
So
does
when
it
God says,
Where does it say it, Johnny?
But when God says in Psalms that He did this with the dome.
Okay, so you're going to quote a book of songs, right?
But the Lord is speaking, my brother. The Lord is speaking. It's not some pagan speaking. The Lord is speaking.
Doesn't the same psalm suggest to be happy to smash?
But the creation account would tell us how these things were made, not a reflection on Genesis. The Genesis account would be the actual creation account, right? Where does it say it in Genesis?
Okay, wait
Why
a
are you
second.
going to use songs?
Okay, let me ask you.
Go to Genesis, Johnny. Go to Genesis.
Yeah, but we know from Genesis there's a layer of water above the earth. That much Russ agreed with.
Yes,
Now,
we agree with
please
that.
explain.
Where is it?
Now,
Yes,
please,
we agree with that.
Russ. Okay, Russ agrees with that. Now, Russ, please explain to me how is that water not falling down on us? There must be some hard cover, right?
God sustains it in the heavens. That's what He says in Genesis 8.
All right. So then when we fly out with the rocket, okay, then we should touch that
Wait a
water
minute.
before we go to reach the moon, right?
Right.
That means people couldn't have gone out to outer
Wait a
space.
minute.
That
Wait a
proves it
minute.
right there.
Wait a minute, but those could be altered. Those could be doctored, Johnny, just like you would say about all the satellite images, right?
But earlier you said they didn't. You agreed that we went to the moon.
I'm saying that they're not altered. I'm saying that the thousands of satellite images
But the problem is then you cannot.
are not doctored.
Okay, if they're not doctored, where's the water, my brother? Where is the layer of water then?
It's simple. It's called the firmament, and it means an expanse. If you look
Where
up
is
the
the
Hebrew
water,
term,
brother? Where is the
it's
water
talking-
above the firmament?
First of all, there are 3 heavens, right? That Paul even mentions. As a Torah believer, an ex-Pharisee, a Pharisee of Pharisees who knew the Torah, taught under the best Gamaliel.
Yeah, but brother, I'm still asking you where the water is.
Yes, the expanse, right? The expanse are the clouds. That's it. Aren't the clouds water?
Oh man, brother, seriously?
Yes, seriously.
Brother, if you're gonna look at the description, God opened up the windows of heavens and the water.
No, that's a reference. No, that's a reference. Again, that's a reference again.
Brother,
to
what
Baal.
you're doing here?
Let Monway make a point. Dang.
Have you read the Atrahasis? The windows of heaven were opened up by Baal. The biblical author, Moses in this case, is actually refuting that view. He's saying no, that's wrong.
It's
Yahweh. In the Bible that's wrong.
Yes.
It doesn't say that. Show me the verse where it says that's wrong.
Oh my God.
Well, he's saying that he's basically saying even if that were correct, it's Yahweh.
Yeah, it's not Baal.
Oh my
it's
God.
Yahweh.
The whole emphasis is not on giving us details.
Yeah, but one way, I think this is just because you know now that the Earth, you believe in those satellite pictures, and that's why you're trying to reinterpret those passages.
No,
that's what it looks
no,
to be honest with you.
No, that's not the case.
If you would have read the Bible, without any bias from the outside, you would have not come up with this conclusion. I can tell you.
No, that's simply not true.
Well, that is absolutely true, my brother.
The fact is, the
I think
Bible,
I've heard enough, my brother.
right? I understand. You don't want to hear an alternative
No,
explanation.
because the problem is you're just trying to reinterpret the Bible in light of science.
Wait a minute. The flat Earth idea was held by the Mesopotamians, so maybe you just brought it in from the outside.
They were right on that. They could have.
So their false pagan worship deity told them about it.
Right.
So which God got it right?
God told them about it.
Was Baal right? Was Baal right?
Man, the descriptions
it originated from Baal.
Okay, let me explain this.
The Atrahasis predates it. 17.
Let me explain this to you. Everybody back then believed in a flat Earth, no matter who it was, because all of them. Because all of them got it from God, but they perverted certain aspects of it.
Where?
Really simple.
So God would choose to reveal this to the Mesopotamians before the Israelites, and would not even give them the right theology.
God always had His people throughout all His times.
Where does it say anywhere in Genesis that the vault of heaven is how the earth was actually created?
Look, it's very simple. We don't find any counter descriptions ever in the past.
No, we do. For example, Rob Skibas.
Show me this ball Earth concept where that arose.
What do you mean this ball Earth concept? It doesn't even mention a flat Earth. You do realize that the idea of
I want to see the ball Earth concept. I want to see
the concept. The concept of sitting on top of the firmament, as used in the Hebraic scriptures, is repudiating the idea of chaos and Gaia. You do realize that, right? When it says God sits upon the vault, or the dome, as you will, the vault of the heavens, that is not a reference, my friend.
That's not what I'm saying. You don't understand even what I'm saying. I want to see in
the universe.
I want to see.
It's covenant language.
I want to see in history whoever came up with the ball Earth first. Was it godly people or was it the pagans?
Wait, what?
Who came up with the concept of a ball-shaped Earth first? Was it godly people or was it the pagan people?
Why would that matter?
Well, it would matter because that would prove it to me.
Actually, the pagans came up with the flat Earth first. Remember?
Yeah, so if you're going to use that argument to try to disprove the ball Earth,
they are called Canaanites, right, or Haparu.
See, you're not responding. You're not responding.
Yeah, Johnny. If they were pagans that made the ball Earth, would that discredit the ball Earth?
No, see, you're saying because
No,
some
hold on, Russ. I want to make sure to corner him on this one. If the pagans invented the ball Earth, or came up with, if a pagan invented the ball Earth, would that automatically discredit it or make us be suspicious of it?
Well, it would start to make it suspicious, and here's why. Because
yes or no?
It's not a simple yes or no, because
yes, it is a simple yes or no. Should we be suspicious or discredit it by?
Well, we should be suspicious for sure, and here's
all
why.
right, and that by that standard, you should also be suspicious of the flat Earth, which was first brought in by pagan cultures, saying that a pagan god created.
And many of the other accounts.
No, because the flat Earth wasn't brought in by pagans in the sense of that. Look, we now say the Earth is flat, contrary to what God has.
Now you're just rearranging the story.
No, what they said was one God split the other God.
No. Listen to me, guys. You're not understanding my position. First, understand my position. See, this is the problem. You don't let me speak now. Now let me say this.
Okay.
I want to say the following. Listen very carefully now. Whatever the concept, let's say the globe Earth came as a reaction to Bible believers, that would automatically prove it. Case closed. Now, I'm not saying that is the case, but that's number one. Number two, if the flat Earth, those pagans believed in the flat Earth in opposition to godly believers at the time, yeah, then of course, then it would make me suspicious of the flat Earth. But if it's just a natural, a natural flow, no, why should it make me suspicious? Because that's what everybody believed back then.
Here's why. Because the tradition at that time in all of the cosmogonies, you see, even in the Enuma Elish, was the reason that they wrote these cosmogonies was to overthrow all the other cosmogonies.
Which others? Show me the others.
Yeah, I'm going to show you one in a minute here. If you just give me a second, I'll actually quote it to you and give you
show me whether there's a ball one among them.
Yeah, here you go. For example, the author of the Enuma Elish, which predates Genesis, by the way, is deliberately attributing to Marduk and Babylon acts ascribed to other gods in the other surrounding area of myths. The author is stealing the thunder of these gods, undermining them in favor of Marduk. So basically what you have is this theological polemic idea even before the existence of Moses.
Well, yeah, of course, I know people were polytheists.
Listen, when Marduk receives alleles, have you read the Enuma Elish?
No, I haven't.
Names,
but I'm asking you. I'm asking you to get to the point, because I'm talking about the shape of the Earth that they described. I'm not talking about the false gods that they talked about. That's irrelevant.
Your presupposition is because something is new, it's not true.
No, that's not my presupposition. My presupposition is my presupposition is if something goes against the natural reading from what I get of the word of God, then it's
what is the natural reading of all the cosmogony accounts? I'm giving you an example. Theological polemic is the natural reading.
Well, it doesn't sound like that. That's not what I read the Bible. That's not what I get from it, though.
No, that's exactly what you get in Genesis. Like I said, you can look up these Hebrew scholars.
Okay, now that's why I want to ask you. Let's take this one at a time. I've asked you a question. Now I'm going to ask you again. Yes. What was the early cosmology accounts before or parallel to the flat Earth model? Please explain that to me. What was the other model?
Sure. The Mesopotamian, the Sumerian, and the Egyptian all, in fact, they worshiped something called the sun disk. They believed the sun was a disk.
Okay, what's the other account? What's the true account? Where was the true cosmology?
The true cosmology is contained in Genesis. And
okay, what does it say?
What Genesis is doing is repudiating all the other accounts.
Please show me a ball Earth model in Genesis. Please do that for me.
Please show me a flat Earth model in Genesis.
No, I'm not making a claim now. Show me the ball Earth model, because I am saying the ball Earth model.
When did it? Hold on. So you're not claiming that the Earth is flat?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's just one possibility.
Right. I'm gonna read this to you again. Hold on. I'm gonna read this to you again, Johnny, real quick. I also am not claiming that the Earth is a sphere. Here's what I am going to tell you, though. Your source, Pillbox's source, Rob Skiba on his homepage says that we should have, in fact, he says this in his documentary of the Still Flat Earth, right in the beginning, that we should abandon our presuppositions and follow the evidence where it leads. Okay, but then he makes this contradictory statement on his homepage. Name it. He is a globe or ball Earth believer still, right? But he doesn't see any reason, or is having problems justifying the ball Earth theory.
Well, that's
So
his
our
problem.
so what he was doing was he was repudiating cognitive dissonance, but then he on his homepage is experiencing and expressing cognitive dissonance,
Yeah,
right?
but that's his problem, brother. That's not my problem.
Right. But you're okay. So you're not going to claim the Earth is flat, and you're not going to claim that it's a sphere.
Well, I'm not. I'm
Is that
definitely
not
not
cognitive dissonance?
No, no, I'm not gonna. No, because it can be a square, it can be a cube, it can be lots of things.
Really? Do circles have squares, Johnny?
Are you really going to be that inconsistent
It
right
can
now
be
with what the Bible
concave,
said?
man. I believe it's a concave disc, man. That's what I believe. It's a concave disc.
So do discs have corners?
Oh yeah, they can be surrounded by four. Let me give you the model that I believe is the most closest. Let me show you what I'm talking about, because you don't understand even what I believe is the model that I think is the one.
I understand. I can actually quote the link that you're gonna paste me.
No, no,
Are you gonna paste me Rob Skiba's website?
No, I'm going to show you a picture of the model that I think resembles the most closest. I'm actually going to screen share it. I'm going to screen share that picture for you, man.
Yes, Rob Skiba's terrarium. Yes.
I would also just like to point out while he's looking for that even Paul, the Apostle Paul, I'm getting an echo. Okay, the Apostle Paul even quoted from pagan philosophers and poets in the New Testament. So,
hey, you see that?
Yes, we see that.
Yeah, we saw that.
You saw that. Okay.
But where's the dome?
Now, when did that concept arise? That specific drawing, that cartograph, as it's called.
Yeah, we have.
Was that
modern man?
In the New Testament times, or was that later?
Okay, now wait a second here.
Yeah, when is it dated?
Now, this is what I see in the scriptures. When we put it all together, this is what best, with the exception of the dome that is missing here, but otherwise, that's a very good model describing what the Bible describes, because here we see the four corners, go there, and we see the angels being described at each of those corners. So we should find, if we go to Antarctica and they actually allow us to pass here, which nobody has ever done, mind you, we should find this land.
Hold on.
We should find this huge landmass, and then we should find an angel. And then we should find and we should find an angel.
Okay, let's say this is the case. Now, aren't you using a cartograph right now?
What do you mean cartograph?
A map.
Yeah, I'm using an approximation of what the
So
Bible.
why do we have to add depth to the map to illustrate the fact that there are four corners?
Why do we do what?
Why do we have to add depth to the map? See, I would say those angels are representing different corners, north, south, east, and west on the map. The only difference is on yours. It is northeast, right? Northeast, eastern, or east-west, in between there. All you've done was basically spun those four corners on the compass, basically.
Whatever the case is, I'm saying that this is the most likely what the Bible is teaching. What you are saying is that there is that the sun, that the earth is. What do you say about the earth being rotating, the earth revolving around the sun, the earth being a sphere? If the earth is a sphere, then the Bible, the four corners don't make any sense. By the way, you can't have four corners on the sphere; it's impossible.
If it's a cartograph, didn't you just use a cartograph to try to illustrate this?
What do you mean by a chronograph? What is that?
I'm talking about the areas of direction, a compass.
Yeah, but then those are just hypothetical. Those are just abstract.
Well, then your cartograph, your map, are just hypotheticals too.
No, that's very physical.
They utilize four corners and angels.
Yeah, but those are real corners. Didn't you see? Those are four real corners.
Okay, so wait a minute. So where do we see the corners?
What do you mean? Where do you see
circles?
Where do you mean? I just showed you that this is the corner over here, right here. This is the corner. This is another corner, and this is another corner. You can't have those on a ball, but you can perfectly have them in this square-like structure.
Certainly you can. Those are just reference points on a map.
I say they are more than reference points. I say they are real points.
Yeah, I'm saying that these are reference points on a map. They are real points called north, south, east, and west.
Those are not real. Those are not real on a globe Earth.
On yours, they are northeast, right? East, west, southwest, and basically northern and western. That's the only difference. So you're still making usage of reference points on a map that I would call a legend marker, right? For north, south, east, and west.
Yeah, but
in other words, I would just spin this and I would have the same model.
Where do you think north, east, south, west comes from? It comes from the concept that there's a square out there. There's not a ball.
There's a square up there?
That's right. There's a square out there. That's why we have northeast.
Have we observed this square?
Not yet physically, but we are about to once we traverse Antarctica. I'm pretty sure we're going to observe it. That's the whole point. That's why I'm saying to you, you just believe what the media tells you. You don't want to investigate things for yourself.
No, I have investigated things for myself. See, I abandoned my presuppositions long ago.
All right.
I realized that Genesis.
If that's the case, okay, then let me ask you.
I realized that Genesis is actually a piece of literature that's a polemic that is refuting all the other cosmologies.
Okay, then let me ask you this.
Years, and I provided scholars.
Let me ask you this.
What you have done is you've been absorbing Rob Skiba's model and have been fed this model through Pillbox and Arcane Logos, who use the same sources.
No, but what I'm trying to ask you is,
Skiba couldn't even deal with these.
No, because long before I became a Bible believer, I always thought, and even the atheists, when they read the Bible, why is their first impression that the Bible talks about a flat earth? I don't think that's a coincidence. I think anybody who's unbiased, anybody who's unbiased, and you can do the test for yourself. If we get like people who never heard about the Bible before and we get them to read the Bible, I can guarantee you that they'll all come up with a flat earth. They will never come up with a ball earth.
No, they're not. They're not going to do that.
They're not going to come up with a ball earth. I can guarantee you that.
No, they're not going to come up with a flat earth. I can guarantee that too.
Well, they are going to come up with the earth that has 4 literal corners, 4 literal angels standing around those corners. That much I can guarantee you.
No, they're not.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now they are.
No, they're not.
Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. You can do the test.
How are they going to come up with that?
Because
in the book of Revelation, is the book of Revelation the most symbolic and apocalyptic piece of literature?
It doesn't matter. There are certain things even in there that are literal and other things are symbolic.
Which ones? How do you tell the difference?
Well, the context will reveal it.
Okay, so the 4 angels and the 4 corners, where do you read about that?
We read about that first in the Old Testament.
In the book of Daniel, right?
In the book of Revelation.
In a dream, right? And you don't read about that in the book of creation at all.
Okay, why would God give one a fake dream about the earth?
He's not giving a fake dream. He's using language of accommodation so that the other cultures can understand what the
but he's not correcting it. But he's not correcting it. Otherwise, he would have said, okay, this I say to you now.
No, he's correcting it. He is correcting it. For example, I gave you the example.
Yeah, but then where is the mention of the earth being a ball, brother? I asked you this for the 10th time. Where is that mention?
There's no mention of it being flat either, Johnny.
Okay, let's just say he didn't say it's flat.
It doesn't say that it's made of cheese either. Does that prove that it's made of ranch?
But he leaves it as flat. He doesn't correct it.
No, it doesn't. No, he doesn't. Actually,
you just agreed. You yourself agreed that he used the polemic of the pagans and he left it at that with the dome.
Yes, how else is he going to explain to those pagans?
Well, I will show you how.
The way that they can understand, in the same way that, for example, we're speaking in English.
Let me tell you guys.
Living in a different country and probably have another language.
Well, I'll tell you how. This is how. Let me give it to you.
Language of accommodation.
Okay, I'll tell you how he should have done it. Let me tell you how. It's very easy. He should have said the following.
You know better than God right now.
No, I'm just giving you an example. It's very easy. He could have said this. He could have said, though you pagans who believe that the earth is covered by a dome, you foolish pagans, don't you know that even I, have shaped the earth in the form of a ball?
Yeah, he could have said
solid covering above it?
Absolutely. He also could have said, don't you people know that this is a flat disc?
But he doesn't say that either. Brother, he left it as that. He left the descriptions like that and went along with it. It's crystal clear.
No, it's very crystal clear because it doesn't say the reverse either,
Because
Johnny.
you're not getting it. God does not rebuke the pagans for the earth's shape.
Absolutely, he
That's
does.
not what he's rebuking them from.
Absolutely, he does.
No, he does not, my brother.
Absolutely, he does.
God does not rebuke the description of the earth shape by the pagans.
Yes, he does.
No,
In
he
every single
does
passage.
not, my brother. No,
In
my
every
brother.
single passage.
He
Every single
rebukes them.
passage
You know
that
what he
Rob-
rebukes them for, my brother? He rebukes them for false gods. He never rebukes them for the shape of the earth.
Let me give you an
Never,
example.
ever.
Let me give you an example of this, where this actually does occur in
So your
Genesis.
presupposition is wrong over there as well.
No. I'll give you an example of this in the Genesis account. What is the fountain of the deep in the Hebrew there? Right. Neff thinks this is the
Yes,
the
right.
great-
It's at the bottom of the ocean where there's water coming out of it.
What is it?
Well, we know at the bottom of the ocean there's this rift that there's this split where the water gushes out. Right. We see those fountains.
Right. So okay. So what is the Hebrew word there? When
I
it
don't know
mentions
what the Hebrew
fountain
word
of
is.
the- You know what it actually says? It says Tiamat, or the sea dragon.
Hmm.
And it's refuting the Enuma Elish view right there in Genesis, right in the very first chapter.
What does the Enuma Elish say? What is that about?
It says that the great sea dragon,
Yes,
that Yahweh had to wrestle with, split open basically the earth,
Hmm.
and brought water from the heavens. So the great deep is not the earth itself. It's a reference to the sea dragon. It's refuting that view.
Okay, it's refuting the sea dragon, the false sea monster. Okay.
That's what it's saying. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, but that's not talking about the description of the earth. The description of the earth is not refuting.
Refuting the false cosmogony of the people surrounding it. That's what I'm telling you. Even in the first chapter, the first page of your Bible, Johnny, there's an example.
I never see the Bible refuting the false. I never see the Bible refuting that the sun is moving around the earth. That's never being refuted. That the moon is the one that giving off its own light. That's never being refuted. I never see God refuting that there is a solid dome over the earth. That's never being refuted. None of this is refuted, but rather it is established.
I give you an example. You ignore that, and then you up the ante.
No, but I'm not upping the ante. I'm saying that whatever God has refuted, fine, he has refuted, but he has not refuted any of those elements that Pillbox, myself, and even Rob Skiba hold to. None of that is refuted.
Absolutely, he has. For example, I gave you the verse earlier in Isaiah 24, verses 19 and 20. It says the earth moves very clearly.
No, but that's not in that context. The earth doesn't talk about the earth moving in that way.
Johnny, grammar doesn't lie. 1 + 1 = 2.
Brother, that is the earth is shaking. That's judgment. That's talking about judgment.
It's talking about the earth moving, plain and simple.
It's not talking about the earth moving in the way that you are describing it. It's talking about the earth. We can look at it again. It talks about the earth shaking. That's it.
Okay, are you sure? Because it says tottering to and fro and then shaking. Why add that detail?
To and fro. It's a very clear earthquake description. That's an earthquake.
No, it's not an earthquake
at
all.
Sounds very earthquake-like to me.
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
Well, what is it? Then tell me what it is.
It's talking about the earth tilting on its axis, basically.
That's very far-reaching, brother. Nobody understood it that way.
Really?
Show me any.
It says tilting in the Hebrew.
Brother, show me the passage. Show me. I want to see where does it say it's tilting. Nowhere does the Bible say that the earth is tilted.
Well, first of all, it does say that the earth is moving, which refutes Rob Skiba.
No, it doesn't, because he agrees that the earth is moving.
No. So in his video that I watched, right, which was 2 hours long, called "The Still Flat Earth," he didn't say that the verses on testing the globe in the first area that were talking about the nature of the earth, which none of them really did except the Genesis verses. He didn't say that there was no verses in the Bible on testing the globe on his website or in that video, that there are no verses in the Bible that indicate the earth is moving. He didn't say that, Johnny? Do you want to go back and watch that video?
He said, yes, but you have to understand the sense. He said it's not moving in the sense of the modern cosmology teaches us. That's the point.
I'm sorry, it's saying it's tottering. Isn't that what modern cosmology says? That it's
No,
tilted
what
on
is
an
tottering?
axis.
What does tottering mean?
Right.
Tottering
Do
means
you
to
know?
move to and fro like an earthquake. That has
Hold
nothing to
on,
do with the
hold on.
matter.
Let me ask you another question, though. What would be the Hebrew word for spinning? Do you know that?
Let me look it up.
That would be good. That'd be good to look up.
You can look that up. Let me see here. All right.
Tava. Okay. Okay. Women spun with their hands, for example, in Exodus 35.
Okay, Yatava, is that spinning?
Tava.
All right.
Now, let me look at this. It looks like there's only two occurrences of this word, right? And they're both in regards to fur or hair.
Yes, could be.
Okay, so why would we presume that the earth has to have this word as well?
Well, it has to have at least something similar to that. It has to have something that means to spin. It's very clear.
Well, why does it have to use that language?
Well, because otherwise it doesn't mean that. Otherwise, it doesn't mean, it means something else. Because nobody believed in the.
See, what I'm trying to point out to you is you're asking for an impossible feat, and I understand why. But what I'm trying to understand is why it has to say that. I mean, it doesn't say that the earth isn't made of ranch cheese either, and there's no, there might not be a word for that, or maybe there is a word for that. Or why isn't it made of maize or corn? But he doesn't use that term. Okay, so does that follow then that that's exactly what it's made of? Or that's how it reacts? Of course not. That's a non sequitur, right? And an argument from ignorance, which are logical fallacies.
Okay, let me see. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah. Like I said, it's the same kind of tactics that I've seen the Muslims do. They also try to reinterpret many Quranic passages and read modern scientific facts, quote unquote facts, that is, into the Quran. Then they try to bring up some.
Wait a minute. I've said that these are polemics, and I've provided historical cases.
I understand that they are polemics, but they are not polemics in regard to refuting the shape of the earth. You see, it's not
Okay,
like
wait a minute.
Pagans didn't get the shape of the earth wrong, my brother. They got certain elements wrong, like this is a dragon here, this is an angel here, that is a god, which is not really God.
So why didn't they get certain elements like Marduk is really a god, right? And El and Enlil and Tiamat and Baal and all those sorts of things are really gods that exist too. Those are true.
No, what I'm saying is that is the point of the Bible, to refute those false gods. That's
what I'm telling you about, these false gods and the cosmogonies.
No, the description of the earth's shape, they had no motive to get that wrong.
No, they have no motive to even try to prove that that's the case. That's not the reason they're writing these.
No, what I'm saying, brother, is you're still not getting my point. I'm saying in the antique, everybody understood that the earth was not a ball. Everybody.
I understand that. I understand that.
Right. So that means those people, unless you're saying those people were dumb and stupid, like the atheists tell us.
No, what I'm telling you is that these people were concerned with proving cosmogony. Or cosmological facts. They were concerned with the sovereign one God, just like I tried to read to you.
No, brother. Well, you're not
being refuted in Numa Elesh from
brother.
the
You're not missing. You're missing my point. I'm saying that
this is called historical criticism.
No, what I'm saying, brother, is back then the people knew exactly what the Earth shape was. That's what I'm saying. They knew it. They knew what the Earth looked like. Yes, brother, you're falling for the atheist argument that those were dumb buffoons who didn't know what the Earth was. But we are the smart atheists, who go out into space and we can know it all.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, you're implying that, my brother, though.
No, please don't accuse me of that. First of all, I gave you Hebrew scholars in the field of the textual transmission and the way that these arguments are laid out.
Yes, but you're only saying
you haven't even examined those.
No,
have you asked yourself, for example, how do you prove Genesis is actually written in 1500s? Have you even asked yourself that question, Johnny?
Yeah, brother, but now you're going off the topic. What I'm saying,
we're dealing with historical texts, so we need
even
with exegesis.
But even you agreed that the Bible doesn't talk about the Earth being ball-shaped.
The author's intended meaning. This is called hermeneutics. What is the author's intended meaning of Genesis?
Okay, brother, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you a simple question. Did Moses
I'm answering the question, what's the author's intended meaning? You're saying it's to prove a flat earth. I'm saying all the false ideas of its pagan neighbors.
Okay, let's just put that aside for a moment, my brother. Let's even agree with you. Let's put that aside for a moment. I'm asking you, what did Moses believe the earth shape was like? It's a very simple question.
What did Moses believe? Well, I don't particularly know. He doesn't describe it in Genesis.
Okay, that's fine. But what did he believe?
Well, first of all, do you believe Genesis was written by Moses?
It's irrelevant right now, brother.
No, that's very important because Genesis is the creation account. I don't care what Isaiah says.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, brother. That's fine.
It's the creation account. Show me the flat earth in the Genesis account, which actually talks about
forget about that.
The universe.
If Genesis says that the earth is flat or not, doesn't rule out it being flat. That doesn't rule it out either. Even if it didn't say it in those words.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm saying is, what did the early Hebrews believe? What did Moses himself believe about the earth shape? That's the question we need to ask. Did they believe that the earth is a ball? Or did they believe?
They may well have believed that the earth was flat. But that's not their point in Genesis. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, that's fine, brother. That's fine. But if they believed that the earth was flat, the question is, if nobody in that time believed that the earth is a ball.
Following that logic, they also believed in theonomy, Johnny. So are you going to say that that theonomy is true since they believed in that?
Of course, for that time period, theonomy was
necessary. Theonomy, Johnny. So are you going to hold to theonomy now? Because
if I was living back in that time, I would be a theonomist.
Wait a minute. So if you were living back in that time, you'd believe a flat earth, right?
Brother, the earth shape didn't change, right? We can all agree on that. That didn't change.
Yes, we can agree on that. But Johnny.
Well, that's why the argument is irrelevant, brother.
Your whole presupposition is because the biblical writers held to that view, that means that that's true today. So theonomy, they held to theonomy too in Genesis and the whole Torah.
That's
the whole Old Testament, by the way.
Yeah, but that's a false
comparison. Does that mean theonomy is true today?
No, brother.
Because
that's a false comparison because the concepts can change. Concepts and laws can change, brother, but the earth shape cannot change. Okay,
there you go.
So there you have it. So that's why it's a false analogy.
Or it's a false analogy because those beliefs had a restricted purpose in that historical context, which the author's intended meaning conveys.
No,
right?
Brother, what I'm asking you is, did Moses believe that the earth is flat? Because if he believed that the earth is flat, obviously he had a false belief, right?
First of all, you're believing something doesn't make it true, right?
No, but God would have corrected him, right? I mean, why would God let him?
Moses was correcting all the cosmologies around him. I just gave you in the first.
Yeah, but he did not correct
by Moses.
No, but he did not correct the shape of the earth, though.
Yes, he did. I can go back to Genesis. I can give you numerous examples of this. I gave you
what exactly about the shape of the earth did the pagans believe wrong that Moses corrected them on?
Moses corrected their understanding of
the creator being in charge of it.
That's fine. That's fine. That's the theology aspect. Now I want to know about the shape.
Right.
What
Now
about
is
the shape?
now
though?
right. So now is Genesis a science textbook? That's the problem.
Okay, here we go now. Here
Yeah.
we go again. That's the same. There's the same kind of argument that I hear over and over again, brother. Now it's
Yes.
all of our that the science. I'm saying that whenever it touches upon, whenever Genesis, can we agree on this? Whenever Genesis touches upon physical reality, it must be accurate. Correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right. So this is why when we see the descriptions of physicalities in Genesis, we do not get a ball. It's really that
We
simple.
don't get a flat.
Well, we more likely get a flat than a ball. Let's put it that way.
No, there's no more likely. It's a repudiate. I gave you an example. I can go through every chapter and give you
Show
an
me
example.
how Genesis can be in line
Yes,
with the ball.
Genesis chapters 1 and 2 are direct repudiations against numerous cosmologies.
Yes, but brother, we already agreed it's not in regards to the shape. It's only in regards to the theology.
They're not even concerned with that. That's the point.
No, but Genesis talks about the shape, brother. It talks about.
Okay, it also talks about theonomy. So does that mean that theonomy is true today?
That's theology. We are not talking theology, dog.
See, now you're going to say that's about theology, but that's not.
Brother,
that's
if
not
I say
appropriated according to their beliefs, but this is.
No, brother.
Theonomy touches on reality too, by the way.
Yes, but theonomy was correct. I'm not saying it was wrong either.
So
people had to,
correct today.
People back then had to be theonomous, right?
Yes, people back then had to be flat earthers too. So what?
Okay, wait a minute. So were people commanded to be flat earthers back then?
No, they weren't commanded to.
Okay, so that means that they were right in that time to be flat earthers? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that the language of that community all had a shared cosmology.
So the language of that community was inaccurate?
What you have in Genesis.
So the language of that community was inaccurate, was false.
A repudiation of all of those cosmologies. That's the whole point.
The Bible did not give a repudiate. I'm going to say this again, brother. The Bible did not repudiate their claim of the shape of the earth.
For example, I'll give you an even earlier example. Adam and Eve, right? Adam and Eve were created, right, in the image of God with autonomy, with free will. And you have this example of the fall occurring. And contrary to the Enuma Elish account, they have also people being created, but the people are just described as being nuisances to the God, but there's no reason given for their fall. In other words, there is no logical explanation given.
I know that, but
so the editor of Genesis, Moses, I'm giving you another example. I can do this through the whole book of Genesis.
Notice what you did there. In all, none of the examples have you given me a shape of the earth being repudiated.
No, I'm giving you an example of where it's repudiating every single aspect of the
except the shape of the earth. None of the examples.
Okay, hold on. Well, first of all, it's not affirming the shape anywhere. It's mentioning the shape, just like
but God is going along with that shape.
Just like it mentions theonomy.
Yeah, but God is going along with that shape. He's not repudiating the shape. That's my point.
No, the author is repudiating that entire cosmogony.
Not the shape, though.
I'm giving you an example of this. Okay, so Adam and Eve.
I'm going to say this again. Not the shape.
Well, no, there is no mention of it being flat or spherical or spinning, for that matter, in the Genesis account.
There's mention of the dome. There's mention of the water above the firmament. There's mention of all of that.
We can go through that. The dome was a reference to noon in the Atrahasis. Have you read the account of noon? That's 1850 BC. Moses is repudiating that.
Did people not believe in the antique that there was a solid dome covering the earth?
Yeah, they did. Does that mean that it's true?
Did Moses?
Everybody believed it. It's true.
Did Moses repudiate that claim? Did Moses repudiate them?
He most certainly did.
Okay, wait a second. Now let me get this clear. You're saying to me that Moses repudiated that there was a hard covering above the earth. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Show me where. Show me right now.
Where?
Show me right now that repudiation.
Sure. First of all, the hard covering of dome was an account that is given in the Atrahasis of noon. I already told you that.
Okay, that doesn't matter whether the account was
Yeah,
given.
it does matter. It matters immensely because the author is saying that Yahweh is responsible for that, even if that's the case. He's not saying that is the case. He's saying Yahweh, even if that is the case, is the one who did that.
Brother, I'm saying whether Yahweh did it or not, that's fine. He repudiated that for that aspect. But did he repudiate them from the heart covering in and of itself? That's my question.
No, but he didn't repudiate theonomy.
Right. So he maintained that.
So what?
So he maintained that.
No, he does not maintain that.
Of course he maintains that, brother. It's in the Bible.
No, he doesn't maintain that.
The heart covering is in the Bible.
Any more than him mentioning theonomy in the second book of the Bible.
No, I'm saying in that time he maintained that. In that time he maintained that.
Of course, he's using language.
Right. So that's why you agree that in that time there was a heart covering above the earth.
Hold on. How else is he going to convey this idea to?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you exactly how. He would have said like this. Look, and you believe. Listen, and you believe that there's a heart covering above the earth. But I, the Lord, tell you, there's nothing but air above there. There is no heart covering whatsoever.
How is he? Hold on, Johnny. How are they going to convey that idea to those people in their own language?
Man, brother, there's in their language, there's a word for air, there's a word for hardness, there's a word for liquid, there's a word for...
There are like 4 times as many in Hebrew. Right.
So God could have easily said, for you say there's a heart covering above the earth, but I, the Lord, tell you there is no such thing.
Where does it say that in Genesis?
It doesn't mention the dome at all?
Where does it say it in Genesis?
I don't know whether it's in Genesis, but it's certainly certainly in Isaiah, I believe it is.
Yeah, but that's a book about prophecies, post-exilic.
So when it talks about the descriptions of the earth very clearly in Isaiah, it's
right,
not
but
right.
Isaiah's not talking about the makeup and the creation, is he? We need to find that in Genesis.
Well, it's very interesting because Psalms talks about the waters above the earth as well, which is mentioned in Genesis.
Those are songs written by David and wisdom literature to be taught to children, right? But they aren't didactic teachings about the creation of the universe like Genesis is. Where is it in Genesis, John?
But they are parallels in Psalms to Genesis. They are parallel accounts that are mentioned in Psalms. For example, Genesis talks about water above the earth. Psalms talks about water above the earth.
Absolutely, right.
So we see the parallels. Right? So you cannot say that there is no physical descriptions of the earth in Psalms or Isaiah. They are physical descriptions of the earth.
Are clouds made of water?
But clouds are distinct. They are mentioned in the Bible distinctly. They are not mentioned in the same way, even in the Bible.
There are at least many different words for the word cloud, right? In Hebrew?
Yeah, but that word where it talks about there's water above the firmament is not talking about clouds.
Firmament, you say. Where is that word used?
The word firmament appears quite a few times, I believe, in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Which verse?
And that firmament is also being described as a solid brass-like structure which reflects. And by the way, mind you, when in Operation High Jump, you can look up Operation High Jump, when they fired rockets at the, I think that was in the 60s or 70s, they tried to fire up nukes. You can ask Brother Arcane, he can tell you all about it. It hit that dome. They all exploded up in the air, showing that there's something solid up there. So even in the 60s and 70s, people noted, and then they tried to hide it from us, as they always do. And this is why I'm telling you, brother.
I'm not convinced about that.
Well, but brother, if you're not going
I would go back to this question. Firmament, what does that mean? So are you saying it's made out of bronze?
It's made of a reflective kind of a structure that is impenetrable. We cannot penetrate it. We have never been able to penetrate it.
Impenetrable.
Well, because we have never been able to go past that, you see. It's a glass-like structure. It's a reflective properties. That's why we know that satellites are fake.
Hold on, so it's like an astronaut visor.
Astronaut bouncer?
Visor. You remember the helmet that they have on? They have that glass on the front of it that's glazed with 24 karat gold?
Could be.
Is that like what it is?
Yeah, there's a possibility, I suppose.
So why couldn't we detect that sort of a thing?
Well, I think we did in the 70s, and then people, they never talked about it again. You see, let me tell you something. When people, you know how the satellite dishes, they're always placed at an angle. That's because there are no satellites. It's actually a radio tower that shoots a laser beam on the atmosphere. Then it reflects. Angle of incidence equals angle of reflection. And that's how we get the satellite programs. So they fool us thinking that it's the satellites from above, and that's garbage. It's actually a radio tower shooting a laser beam at the atmosphere, and because of its glass-like properties, it reflects those and then comes back on the other side, and there we receive it, or the persons receive the
Well, I
satellite.
don't know. I don't, like I said, I think the Bible teaches very clearly we shouldn't trust our senses
Yeah, we should.
as the final arbiters of truth. It actually says that in the Bible. So I don't rely
Yeah,
on
but
them.
that's for right. If we are still unbelievers, we shouldn't trust our senses. But once we become believers, Christ rectifies our senses.
No, it's the reverse. The Bible says don't trust your senses as the ultimate authority very clearly.
Yeah, as the ultimate authority. That's a different story. We are not trusting our senses as the ultimate authority.
That's
We
right.
are-
So what I would be saying is, where does it say that this is a like you mentioned, right? That
Well,
this,
like I said, brother, we already discussed that the Bible, when we read it, we find that the Earth is
all we
more
find,
in line with the flat Earth model than it is ever will be in line with the
all we
model.
find is that those authors held to the belief that the Earth was flat. Does it mean that the
Yes, and
Bible?
God doesn't repudiate them for that belief. It's very
You know
simple.
what? You know what else those authors believed? Theonomy, but you're not going to be consistent and say that.
Yeah,
Okay,
but theonomy, no, I'm going to be very consistent because theonomy was the right thing to do.
let's use another example. What about indentured servitude and nailing doors, ears to
Yeah,
the
but
wall?
indentured servitude was okay, was the right thing to do.
So what's wrong with that today?
It's nothing wrong. We still have indentured servitude
We
today.
do? Okay, wait a minute. Do we let all of our slaves go also every 7 years or 50 years?
We may have the different number of years now. You see, we don't have to keep the same number of years. That was specifically meant for the Israelites.
Can you sell your slaves today?
Of course, football teams do that all the time.
Okay, so you think that indentured servitude was that sort of a thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a fair comparison. But what about nailing your ear to the doorpost? Do we still do that sort of a thing?
Nailing on what?
Yeah, nailing our ears or piercing our ears on the doorpost.
I think that was a command specifically for the Israelites.
Oh, okay. So when it comes to that, that doesn't apply.
Yeah, but that was a command. That was not a description of a physical thing, though. A description of a physical thing always remains the same. That doesn't change. A commandment can change. I explained this to you earlier, so it's not a. I don't know why you keep using this analogy. You have to use an analogy of something physical, a physical description that changed.
Theonomy relates to their physical world, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't relate to the physical description of their bodies, though. You have to.
What about circumcision? Wasn't that a part of the law?
Yeah, to do that, but we still have the skin, right? Men still have the foreskin today, even, so that didn't change. You see, so the description is still the same. It's very simple. It's not that we lost it.
What I'm saying is,
in the same way, if the earth shape has been described by those people in a certain way, that did not change. That is still the same.
Right, but what are you saying that the scripture reveals then in Genesis?
I say that the scripture reveals a kind of a disc encased in the four corners, like I showed you, approximately. Of course, it's not a 100% accurate model, with a dome on top, which is like I described. It's like a glass-like structure, and the stars are all inside of it. The sun is also inside of it, and so is the moon. They are all moving around the earth.
So we're basically God's pets in a terrarium, right?
Yeah, kind of. That I think is very accurate.
Okay, I find that interesting, only because it has certain things about Calvinism that we would talk about. We're God's pets in a terrarium, but we need to be free. But what I'm saying to you, Johnny, is that these accounts, just because they mention the flat Earth, see the presupposition, and I pointed this out to you right away, is that because the believing audience mentions it, right, means that that's what is true. And that's where
otherwise they would have corrected it. If it wasn't true, they would have repudiated that.
They are correcting them. That's the point.
Yeah, but they're not correcting them on the physical shape of that. That's the point.
Of course they're not, because they're relaying to them that their whole cosmology is false because they have a false God. That's the whole point of Genesis.
Okay, they are including them about the certain aspects of their cosmology, not all of their cosmology.
Well, right. Well, I would argue all of it.
No,
They're
but that's
essentially
not.
saying that you guys are
No,
following.
brother. But you're reading in then. If you're saying all of it, you're reading more in than there is
No,
honest.
well, for example, I just mentioned an account of Genesis. You haven't given me any examples of this, by the way. I've given you an example in Genesis 1, three
But you've
different
only given me examples of aspects. You've not given me examples.
I'm answering the question, what is the author's intended meaning in Genesis?
Well, the
You're
author
not doing that.
I can tell you what the author's intention
Is the
my brother.
author's intended meaning in Genesis to teach all of its surrounding neighbors and everybody for all time that there's a flat earth? Is that what the author's intended meaning is in Genesis?
The author's intention is very clear. The author's intention is to correct the people's views about their false gods. It's very simple.
Yeah, which have false cosmogonies built right into their false gods.
Those are aspects of their cosmology. That's not the entire cosmology like you claim. So that's my whole point, though.
Well, I'm giving you qualities of that. We can go through many other qualities, like the fountain of the deep. You, like Neff, seem to think that that's the oceans.
So you don't believe that? Wait a minute. So you don't believe that the fountain?
I'm saying that in Hebrew, I could go through all these qualities, but it would take a long time.
No. I'm just asking
in Genesis, for example, the physical description that you get in your English Bible is the fountain of the deep was broken up.
So the fountain of the deep is not.
You think that that's a fissure in the bottom of the ocean that's wrapped around the earth like the seam of a baseball, like Neff does. But if you look up the Hebrew word, it is talking about a sea dragon. A sea dragon, and it's saying that Yahweh is the one who conquered the sea dragon. Now, are you going to say that there's a sea dragon? Because they mentioned there's a sea dragon.
Well, obviously, if God says he conquered this, I believe that there are many reptiles, and there were large reptiles underwater, even crocodiles. Don't you know how large the crocodiles are? So obviously, yes, if that's what the Bible says, I believe there was a huge sea reptile that was swimming at the bottom of the ocean, and God got hold of it. I wouldn't have any problem with that at all.
Okay, good. Okay, good. That's good. So when it's saying that it was God who split open the face of the deep, and it's using that, and it's saying that he's the one who slew the dragon, not that there was a dragon.
No, there was a dragon. God was the one who slew the dragon, then obviously there had to be a dragon.
Right. He's using the language of that community to illustrate how ridiculous that is.
Brother, then he would have said the following, and as for you, you think there was a dragon there. Let me tell you, there was no dragon at all, but I, the Lord, have created all that is in there. Very simple.
But that's true. That's true. He could have said that. Instead,
according to you, God is not false information. According to me, God is not false information.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying God is using their own language to illustrate how ridiculous their own views are.
Yeah, but he would not be doing that. The way you put it, he would be, God forbid, mocking himself if what you say is true.
No, see, the difference is the sea dragon in the other story was split wide open, and this caused the firmament. What God is saying is no, God caused that. It wasn't the fountain of the deep in the way that you people think it was. It's not even the same God. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Same thing with Adam. Have you read Lily and all the other cosmology?
It wasn't even the fountain. God doesn't say it wasn't even the fountain of the deep. He says that he opened up the fountain of the deep.
No, right. Read the Hebrew of the fountain of the deep. What is it?
He opened up the sea monster. So it's still he's.
That's what it says, right?
Right. So then that means that God opened up the sea monster,
as opposed to the Enuma Elish. So do you believe that there was a sea monster? If
the Bible says that God opened the sea monster, obviously I believe that there was a sea monster. Come on.
The sea monster is recorded in the Atrahasis as creating the heavens and the earth. So do you believe that too?
No, that I don't believe.
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out here, and I think that's where we're having our difference.
Well, that's obvious. I don't believe the false aspect. Wait a second. See, brother, now you're the one who's making the mistake here. See, I'm being consistent. I'm saying that whatever aspect they had and they said it's wrong, or God repudiates them for, I believe that that was wrong. But whatever God leaves in there, that I believe is true. For
Okay.
example,
Okay, right. So you believe that there was a sea monster that created the firmament?
no,
Okay. Why?
because the Bible doesn't. Because the Bible repudiates such
But the
things.
common belief in that time was that a great sea monster, right, called Tiamat and Nu
Okay.
and Enlil created the firmament and brought forward the flat earth.
Yeah,
The
but that's
floating disc in the ocean. That's the common belief of that time,
that's
that
the
there
common
was a
belief. But
sea monster.
God says that He's the only
So,
God.
do you believe that the sea monster brought about the firmament?
No, I don't believe that the sea monster brought about the firmament.
Okay, so then why does it say Yahweh did that rather than the sea monster?
Because Yahweh was the one who did it.
That's right. Okay, so the way that God did it is not the same way that this sea monster did it, right?
That aspect, yes.
So that, I think that's where we're having.
Brother, listen to me. The sea monster, they could have said the sea monster created the world using X and Y and Z material. And God is just saying,
that's what I'm telling you.
But God is not repudiating the material that the sea monster used. God is repudiating that the sea monster was the one involved. God, see, that's the problem. God, that's where the disconnect is. God is not saying that the same material, they could have been right on the very material, but they were wrong on the mean or on the maker. They were wrong on the maker, not the means. They could have been very right on the means, but not the
That's the
maker.
problem. See, that's the problem. In the other cosmogonies, the maker was the sea monster.
Great.
And the means. That's the difference. So here's an example right here in the first couple pages of your Bible.
Great.
Where the whole thing is being refuted.
Brother, the whole thing is not refuted, just the aspects of it is refuted. The sea monster is the one who makes it, yes, but the material is still the same.
Wait, so there are two creators?
Okay, brother, listen. Let's say I created this house, okay? Let's say I put one brick after the other.
We can go with the Holy Spirit next. Did you know in the other accounts that it was...
So first, let me first finish my example so you can understand what I'm saying. If I made this house...
It blew across the water and slaughtered the sea monster. Did you know that? They moved across the face of the water. That's what it says.
Yeah, brother, but I'm not... Look, let's go ahead one hour
What is most intention here in this verse?
What you're not understanding is, let's say I create this house, and then somebody comes along and says, I created it using bricks, using a certain kind of material, right? And then somebody comes along and says, no, this house was created by an old grandmother, that lived next door.
Sure.
But he describes all the same materials, the plastic here, the bricks over there, the cement over there. That description is the same, and I refuted. I said, no, I created this house, not this grandmother over there. Now, does that mean that the person was wrong on the material being used? No, they just got it wrong on the builder, not the material that it is built out of. And I would say it's the same with the pagans. God repudiates them on the maker who was behind it, but he doesn't repudiate them on the material being used or on the structure being used. That's what I'm saying.
So when it says the fountains of the great deep, and it's talking about the sea monster, the Tehom in the Hebrew, which is a reference to another God. God is using another God to create the universe. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying God is
Moses' intention here in the Genesis account.
No, I'm saying that there is a sea monster that existed, and people thought that this was so big. Like, let's say a whale. For example, the Muslims believe that this earth is whenever there occurs an earthquake. Did you notice they believe the whale is shaking, and therefore this earth has an earthquake. The Muslims actually have somewhat an identical belief. Now, do we believe that there is whales? Of course, we believe it. We know that whales, but the whales are not the cause for earthquakes. So the same applies here. But you told me.
Right, but the Muslim writings come along about 1,000 years later than the Genesis account.
But I'm just giving you an example because
but here's an example that Moses would know because he was trained and educated in Egypt. He knew about these different cosmogonies and the Thebes schools, right?
Brother, what I'm saying to you
The
is that
Bible says that. So here's what I'm telling you.
but God is not refuting the sea creature existence.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not refuting its existence.
No, he's refuting all of the cosmologies that
Brother,
surround him.
he's not refuting the existence of the sea creature. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, he is.
No, he's not, my brother.
The sea creature is Tiamat in the Atrahasis that
Okay,
Moses learned when he was educated in Egypt. That's Egyptian cosmology. The flat Earth with two gods, right?
Listen.
One splitting the other open, fighting and winning the battle with the great sea monster and the chaos of the waters.
Brother, he's not refuting the sea creature. That's what I'm saying.
And the sea creature, after doing that, winning that battle in the Egyptian account,
he's refuting. Brother, he's refuting the false.
God destroys the sea monster.
Yeah, brother, I'm gonna say it again. What God is doing there is He is refuting the sea creature having created the earth, but He's not refuting the existence of the sea creature.
No, He's refuting the entire cosmology. We can go through all the other.
Brother, He is not refuting the existence of the sea creature. He's not. I can only say this again. He's not refuting the existence of the sea creature. Period.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, because the sea creature is another god that
they thought it was another god, just like I can think the giraffe outside is another god.
But that's what Moses believed. He was trained and raised in Egypt. You see, that's the problem. The common belief.
Yeah, but Moses. Okay, but Moses. Wait a second. But brother, listen. Moses believed in the existence of sea creatures, didn't he?
Yeah, but he was trained in an area, right, that believed that sea creature and all of the other cosmogonies was the God who separated the firmament.
No, he didn't think they were gods.
Have you read the Atrahasis or the
brother, Moses knew? Brother, listen to me first.
Have you read them?
Moses
Genesis.
Yes, brother, I know, but listen to me, please, because you're not getting my point, my brother. I'm saying that Moses knew very well that there were sea creatures, number one. He also knew that there were certain pagans who were thinking that those sea creatures that he knew were just animals created by God were being used by them to be creators. I agree with that. But what you were saying, brother, is that the sea creatures didn't even exist. God never even created any sea creatures.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the great deep being broken up is a reference to a god of Egypt in their cosmogony who created the firmament, the expanse, separated the waters from the earth, the waters above from the waters below. And in their cosmogony, which Moses would be familiar with because he was raised in Egypt by Pharaoh's mother, or literally like one of his nurses, well, you probably know more about that. He would be familiar, and he was raised in those schools in Thebes as well. And all of these people believe that this sea monster is what brought about the expanse separation in the sky. And they believe that that was a god.
Yes, they believed that was a god, and they were wrong. I agree with you, they were wrong. And Moses also agreed with me, and he repudiated them for believing that that creature was a god.
Yeah, so he's refuting the idea that cosmology, the expanse, was done in that way.
No. Wait, brother. See, now you're going a step too far. That's not necessarily what Moses was repudiating.
No, I'll give you a scholarly journal on that if you want me to give you.
Brother, those are modern. I don't want modern scholars. I want what the ancient.
Wait, these are Hebrew scholars.
Even if they are Hebrew scholars, because they are trying to adjust what they.
Okay. Well, I think we're done here. So you don't care about what the academics of the literature are.
Well, do I care about the academics?
But you are concerned with what people who have podcasts pushing conspiracy theories on Rob Skiba's network.
No. Brother, if you can show me that those Hebrew scholars are believers.
Is Rob Skiba a Hebrew scholar, or do you just believe everything that comes out of his mouth?
Forget about Rob Skiba. I'm not even interested in just Rob Skiba. I'm interested in what the Bible says. Now listen to me, brother. If you can give me scholars that are genuine believers.
Absolutely.
They believe in Christ, number one.
John T. Kurd, Meredith Klein,
Okay.
I'm giving you names to books.
Okay.
Meredith Klein. Meredith Klein.
Now, what do
John
these people?
D. Curd, Against the Gods, Old Testament Polemics.
Okay, brother, listen.
And then one more. I want you to read these, Johnny.
Brother, no, I want to ask you questions first.
So you're not even if I give you these scholars, you don't care already.
I care, but if they mention what I want to know, because you're not.
So in other words, if they agree with you, that's when you'll read it.
No, brother, you're not even understanding my point. I am saying, first of all, I have to look at, are these scholars being biased by the scientific?
Dr. David Neiman, you can go to drdavidneiman.com. He has an 8-hour series on Genesis.
Yes, but brother, I want to know how they what
frame of ancient civilizations.
My brother, you do know that there are scholars that say that the Bible teaches evolution, don't you?
Yeah, I do know that.
Right.
But that's a hasty generalization, because there's something, actually it's a genetic fallacy to say that there's something wrong with their character, that therefore the information is false.
But brother, that's why I'm interested in the information, in the argument itself, not the scholar behind it. That's exactly my point.
But your
argument doesn't rule out the sea creature being an actual sea creature.
No. Obviously, there's later a reference to sea creatures, but it doesn't use the word mayim for the god. That's the difference.
Okay, what does it use for the
Leviathan, for example, is a sea creature.
Okay,
that is a different Hebrew word than what we find about the fountains of the great deep being opened up in the Genesis account. It's mayim. That is that is literally an Egyptian god, a serpent.
Wait a second. Is mayim not a sea creature?
Yes, an Egyptian cosmology.
Okay, no. Apart from that,
taught in his upbringing when he was raised in Egypt, or do you not believe that part?
Okay, wait a second, brother. Let me ask you: is mayim not a real animal?
I'm not trying to say that it's not a real animal. I'm saying that you're comparing apples with oranges. The claim being made by the Genesis account is a polemic against a serpent god who created water and the expanse between the two. Later in the Genesis account, there's a different word altogether used for
I think you're missing the point.
creatures of the sea.
I think you're missing the point. I'll give you a very simple, brother. I'll give you a very simple example that is an analogy to that what happened in the Old Testament, and tell me if you think I'm wrong. The following. Look, listen very carefully, my brother. Let's say I come across a jungle, and there's a people living there, and they say, "Oh look, this great sea creature, that created our land and everything and the forest that we live in." And I tell them, "No, look, those are just animals. They haven't created you. The true God, who is invisible, has created you." Now, what am I doing here? Am I saying that that animal doesn't really exist by repudiating it? Or that those animals don't really live down there in the sea, and that they swim the way they do, and that they wag their tails the way they do?
First of all, it's a rigged analogy because you're presuming that they share the same language you do. We don't.
I use their language. It doesn't matter. I'll use their language. The thing is still the same. The object described is still the same.
So you're still rigging it. Your language is identical to theirs, right?
Brother, let's say I learned their language. I learned their jungle language, and I use the word that they use for their animal.
Right. Have you read that?
And I use the same word and refers to the same entity, and the entity is in existence. This is the physical entity that the people saw with their own eyes, and they called it a god, right?
Okay, so did anybody witness the creation in the Genesis account? Because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about after mankind was created. We're talking about the fountains of the deep being broken up.
But
right?
They witnessed the sea creature, right? They witnessed the sea creature.
There's a different word. We're just going in circles at this point, Johnny. The other source I want to give you is Meredith Klein's website.
Brother, listen. The word is mayim, right? So they witnessed the mayim, right? Is that correct? They saw the mayim with their own eyes, right?
No, they didn't.
What do you mean they didn't, my brother?
That's the fountain of the deep being broken up.
Right, because that's what you call a sea creature, right?
No, sea creature is mentioned twice, and it's a different word in the Genesis.
But you just said mayim. Wait a minute, brother. Now you said mayim means sea creature as well.
It does.
I even went along with you.
It does, but the problem is is that that word is used in the Atrahasis itself to refer to the gods. A god of watery chaos, basically.
Sea creature.
Sure. I don't think I can explain this to you any more clearly than I have.
Okay,
Have
wait a
you
minute, wait a
read?
minute,
Have
wait a
you read
minute.
any of the
Let
neighboring?
me get this straight. Let me ask you this again. So you're saying that the word Mayam was used for a supernatural, invisible God?
No, I'm saying that the author of Genesis, he's talking about the great deep, which was broken up, speaks basically of a god, a serpent god. That's the
Was
way
that
it's
God
mentioned.
invisible?
Look,
Was that kind of what they
it's the
call God
second,
invisible?
Johnny. It's the second sentence in your Bible.
No, was that God invisible? Is what I'm asking.
What are you talking about?
The Mayam God that they believed, that those pagans believed in, was it invisible or was it a visible, quote unquote, God?
Look, what does the word Tehom mean?
I don't know. What does it mean?
Look up Tehom in the second sentence of Genesis, okay?
Okay, what is it?
Tehom. The
Yeah,
word
okay,
that's used there for the deep. Look it up.
fine.
Tell me what it means.
No, you tell me. It's okay. I'm going to believe you.
Well, I'm telling you what I've been telling you what it means. It means the basically the serpent god of the Atrahasis or the other cosmogonies around.
Okay,
They
was
all
that
share
serpent
this
God? I'm going to agree with you. I already agree with you. You're not getting my point. I'm saying, does that serpent God, is that a physical God or is it just a mental, abstract God?
What do you, I don't know. I don't even understand what you're asking, you, John.
Is that the ham that they believed in that was in the bottom of the ocean invisible, or did they see that with their own eyes?
No, they believed in the other accounts that when only the gods exist, in other words, there was no mankind.
Right.
This serpent did exist, but there was no mankind around to look at him, and he split the waters and the firmament between the heaven and the earth and basically created the atmosphere.
Yeah, brother, but now
That's what they believed. And then people were created. So no, nobody saw this thing with their eyes.
No, they didn't saw that, but did they see
God.
But did they see that serpent? That's what I'm
No,
asking.
they couldn't. They weren't created yet. That's what I'm telling you. It's actually referred to as one of the gods.
Did they see serpents like that in their day-to-day life? Did they see those serpents?
No, obviously not.
See, brother, that's where I disagree. What I'm saying is they did see a serpent underneath the water, swimming there, and they thought that that was its creator.
Okay,
They
but
thought that's the creature that created them.
Mankind, even in Genesis.
Because I know that people do this very often. For example, we know in societies there's a big eagle or a big bird, and they think this bird is our creator. And he's still flying around, you know, in the forest and stuff, and they think these creatures must have created us.
Right. The problem with that is there's a separate word, nisak, right, for a serpent all together in the Hebrew. That's not what's used here.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay. What is the word?
This is the word that's used here is tahum.
Tahum. Okay. What does tahum mean in specific?
Sure. Just give me a second here. I'll find it in the lexicon for you.
Mm-hmm.
Just a minute here. Breath, wind, spirit, deep sea, abyss.
Yeah, abyss. That's what it means.
That's what it can mean.
What is its primary meaning? Let's look at the primary meaning.
Well, what do you mean? There you have two definitions: denotative and connotative, right? But they all have to be taken into context. So you can't just say the primary meaning. That doesn't determine anything.
Okay, but fine. But the context is saying talking about the ocean.
Right. It says.
So if it's talking about the description of the oceans, and then we have the deep, the abyss, then it's clear.
Yeah, it says the deep, sea, or abyss. That's exactly God was referred to.
Okay, so then there's no creature. Then there's no creature in there. It's just talking about the abyss.
No, this was referred to as the abyss in that literature. It's
We
described
still
as
see, brother, don't we see the abyss in the oceans? If we do dig down, if we swim down underground in the deep ocean, don't we see that?
You're going all over the place here. Have you read the Atrahasis or the Enuma-Elish?
Why do I have to read pagan literature?
Well, because then you might understand what Moses was doing. I don't know. Maybe that's important, right?
So, in other words, brother, you're saying that we should look to pagans and get off a line, off a tangent,
Well,
instead of just...
Yeah, you're telling me that we should depend upon rockets flying into a dome and depend on external sources.
Yeah, but then we can actually understand what the Bible means. Then we can actually get a real
just go to the Bible and ask, what is the author's intended meaning here? What is his culture?
Yeah, but in order to do that, you're going outside the Bible. You're going to pagan sources, which is the worst source to go to.
Actually, I'm going to the actual author's intended meaning and what his audience understood as.
How can you know that by going to pagan sources, my brother?
How can I do that? Because Moses was raised in Egypt. The entire Hebrew culture came out of Egypt. Shouldn't we know something about Egypt to figure out what Genesis
But I'm pretty sure that God could have described to Moses what happened under the oceans.
Yeah, he also could have said it was made out of ranch dressing. That's conjecture, Johnny. What's your evidence from the literature? What is Moses' intending meaning?
Okay, don't be. Do you think, my brother? Let me ask you this: is it just a coincidence that when we go at the bottom of the ocean we find fountains? Is that a coincidence?
No, I don't find that problematic. Why?
No, is it just a coincidence that lines up with what the Bible is saying, and it is foreknowledge, what we didn't know back then?
No, I don't think that's coincidence at all.
Right, so then that means it's more likely that it's referring to the ocean floor.
Sure. Why is that a problem?
Okay, so then it's referring to a physical description of what's going on inside the ocean.
Right.
Okay, so then why bring up the argument here? Because that's exactly what I was saying.
Right, I'm saying that that's not the author's intended meaning.
See, now you're back to square one. You just agreed with me, and now you're disagreeing again.
No, I'm saying that the author's intended meaning is to deny those other cosmologies. In this case, the way that the God split the universe, or the firmament, right, when there was nobody around. I mean, it's almost parallel, Johnny, to Atrahasis or...
Yeah, but brother, when I just asked you, that's fine, but when I just asked you, when we go to the bottom floor of the ocean, we do actually find abyss, and we find fountains of the deep, and you said, and I asked you, is that just a coincidence that the Bible also happens to mention that? And then you said yes.
Well, no, there's no problem because it mentions springs in the bottom of the ocean. No problem.
Okay, so there you agree then. There you agree that's a physical description.
Yeah, absolutely. Why would that be?
So what's the problem then? Then you're making my point then again.
Well, because there's a different word used for that. Again, what is the
author's different word used for that?
Well, let's start here. How do you even know Moses wrote Genesis? We could start with.
No. You just said that Nephilim Free used the argument that we find at the bottom floor fountains of the deep.
It's a horrible argument.
So you're saying that the Bible does not really predict scientific foreknowledge?
No, I'm saying that when he uses this term deep sea, the author of Genesis, he's referring to a repudiation of an element in another cosmology by a...
Right, so in other words, you're saying the Bible does not predict that we will find that there will be fountains of the deep on the ocean floor.
Why should it predict that? People had been diving long before Genesis, right?
No, they couldn't dive that deep, brother. It's impossible to dive.
Yeah, well, they certainly could.
Brother, did you know your body explodes when you go?
Did you know that every single spring is not 40 feet deep? Did you know that? Some of them are like 20 feet deep.
You have to go, if you want to go to the abyss, to the deeps of the ocean and find springs over there, you have to go in a submarine with very solid material. You can't do that.
To see a spring, you only have to go about 20 feet, basically.
No, brother. When you want to see springs at the bottom of the ocean, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, right. What do you mean by bottom? just like Eretz, the word Eretz in Hebrew can mean any part of land.
No, I'm talking about the bottom of the ocean, brother. If you want to find springs at the bottom of the ocean, you need a submarine for that.
What's the Hebrew word for the bottom? What's the Hebrew word there?
Right, so and that's why I'm asking you. So you don't believe that is referring to the springs that we know now today exist under the deep oceans, right?
No, of course not. Not Genesis 1:2. I think it's
okay, not Genesis 1:2, but
cosmologies of a God who split the earth.
Okay, if not Genesis 1:2, what other passage in the Bible talks about the fountains of the deep?
Genesis 7:11.
Okay, so that you believe is truly talking about that? Okay, so there you believe that God is truly talking about the bottom of the ocean floor?
No, I think it's a recap of what took place in Genesis 1.
Aha, so that means you don't believe that the Bible contains scientific foreknowledge at all?
No, I didn't say that at all. I don't know where you got that.
Well, you're kind of implying it, though. That's why I'm asking.
No, I'm saying that it's recapping what took place in Genesis 1:2.
So you don't believe that the Bible has scientific foreknowledge in regard to what happens at the bottom of the oceans, right?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying, listen to me, John. It's recounting. This is what Jewish literature would do. It's called a chiasm, where they would use the literature.
No, I understand that
structure, grammatical structure of the Hebrew, to illustrate a point and make it emphatic, or they would repeat it.
That means
Either way you have is an argument from the lesser to the greater.
Right, brother.
This is called an emphatic.
Brother, I get what you're saying, but you're thereby implying also, it seems, correct me if I'm wrong, you're thereby implying also that the Bible is not talking about a scientific account of what happens beneath the oceans. Is that correct?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying Genesis 1:2 talks about a God. These other accounts very well may be talking about that, Johnny.
Which
but
other
Genesis 1:2 ain't talking about
other
it.
accounts? Which other accounts?
Well, for example, Genesis 7. Didn't I just refer to this? Right
But you said that's about the same God account.
No, I said that what he is doing is he's reminding them of something that was of great significance, to emphatically point out what is about to go on with regard to what actually took place during the flood.
No, what I'm saying is what happens
it's called Hebraic chiasmic.
No, but brother, is it talking about what goes on? Is it talking about what goes on at the bottom of the ocean? That's what I want to know specifically.
Oh, Genesis 7? No.
Right. So that means there is no other passage in the Bible that talks about what's going on at the bottom of the ocean, correct?
Well, the fountains of the great deep, like I said already, is a reference.
You already explained that, brother. That's why I'm asking you. There's no other passage in the Bible that talks about what's going on at the bottom of the ocean, correct?
Well, there is in I think in Exodus, but again, it's in regard to how God rescued his people from the flood.
Okay, so again, it's not talking about anything what's going on at the bottom of the ocean, right?
No.
It's not. So that means now in the entire Bible, we do not have an account of what is going on at the bottom of the ocean, correct?
Hold on, Johnny. I want you to define something for me real quick. Okay. What is a hasty generalization fallacy? Can you just tell me what that is?
A hasty generalization fallacy, as far as I know, is when you generalize these things.
No, it's when you move from one particular to then say universally across the board it's false. I didn't do that.
Yeah, but that's not even what I did. Even then you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying, does the Bible, I'm asking you, look, I'm not even making a claim, I'm asking you, is there any other account in the Bible that talks about what happens at the bottom of the ocean floor?
Yeah, there are other ones, like I believe there are references in Job about fountains in the things of that sort.
Okay, so is that real?
What?
Is that real?
Why wouldn't it be? I haven't repudiated that there is such things as sea monsters or springs in the ocean. and the Bible
No,
describes
I'm
them.
not asking you this. I'm asking you, does the Bible talk about them?
Oh, absolutely. But why do those authors mention those things? What's their intended meaning? This is called exegesis, John.
Okay,
What
brother,
is
now
the
let me ask you specifically. Does the Bible talk about
what is
real
the author?
springs in the ocean at the bottom of the ocean floor? Does the Bible ever talk about them?
Well, it makes mention of them, yeah.
Where does it make mention of them?
Well, in a lot of places.
Give me
I'm
one.
not seeing what you're talking. I gave you an example in Genesis 7.
No, you said that doesn't refer to the bottom floor of the ocean be having springs. You said that. I didn't say that. You said that.
Well, I think I don't know. I don't try to mention or memorize all these spring verses.
Right.
Do you know?
The problem is what you. I don't know that there are any other verses. To be honest with you, I think that's the one that I use to declare that the Bible has scientific foreknowledge about what goes on at the bottom of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And you're taking that away.
No, I'm not. No, you're not using Genesis 1:2, are you?
I myself, I don't know where does Nephilim Free get it from? Doesn't he get it from Genesis 1:2?
Well, sometimes they're mentioning it for emphatic effect. I mean, that's the way the literature works.
No, but when he wants to say that there's scientific foreknowledge in the Bible, and he says, no, I think he uses Job. He uses the passage from Job when he wants to make that argument.
Right. There are passages. Like I said, I think there are some in Job.
Right. So then there you would agree that that is a real description of what goes on.
Well, I'm not exactly sure because it depends on which passage. I think it's where it says, "Where were you when I laid the foundation of the world and when I split the fountains of the deep open?" Again, you're talking about Job in 1400 in a pagan culture. Is he not doing the same thing as the Genesis author is?
But here, brother,
he's repudiating all their. He could be saying
listen to the language. When he talks about the fountains of the deep, he says he is the one who lays the fountains of the deep, right?
Absolutely, as opposed to what?
That means that now he's talking about the description of what goes on at the bottom of the oceans.
No, hold on. Give me a second. I'll find that for you here.
Yeah, right. I mean, brother, if this is not clearly a description of how God did it, I don't know what to tell you. This is clearly talking about how God, the real God, did it. And what he did inside the ocean.
Yeah, as opposed to the non-God creating and...
There's not even an opposition here. Here's just God describing what he did.
No, there is, but you just... I tried to give you the resources for this, but give me a second here. I'll find the verse.
God is just talking to Job about...
In fact, I think this one is translated Tiamat, actually.
Yeah, because Tiamat means abyss, the deep.
Or it can mean Tiamat the god. The Egyptians.
Yeah, but God didn't use, God didn't use another god to create. So in this context, we cannot be talking about that.
The Canaanites believed in, the Mesopotamians believed in, the Sumerians believed in. You see what I'm saying?
In this context, God is talking about he creating the fountains of the deep. So if he created the fountains of the deep, if he created the Tiamat, obviously he was talking about him creating a god. He was talking about him creating the ocean floor. I mean, that should be crystal clear.
Right, as opposed to the God. So the emphasis is not on how it was created, but who created.
No, brother, the emphasis is on how he created. He was talking to Job about how he created.
Otherwise, they would say not Tiamat, but Eratz, or some other.
No, brother, because the abyss is not Eratz. Eratz is not abyss. Abyss is Tiamat. Tiamat means the abyss. And it's very clear when God says, I created the abyss, how else would he have said that? If God needs to say, I created this abyss, what word would he use? Obviously, he would have said that he created the Tiamat. I mean, come on now, brother. This is crystal clear.
No, that would be the language he would use for an English speaker, not for a pagan who spoke Akkadian, right?
When you talk to Job in Hebrew and you want to tell Job that you
which word are you going to use for
the floors of the ocean, what language, what word would you have used in that time?
They probably would have spoken Syriac or Akkadian.
No, brother.
Or Aramaic.
Because Job he spoke Hebrew, right?
Right, but that's just basically one dialect of Canaanite.
Right, but what I'm saying is, when God revealed to Job in Hebrew language what he wanted to tell him about the ocean floor, right? And he wanted to explain to him that, look, I created the abyss of the ocean floor. How would God have explained that to him?
Well, I'm still trying to find this verse in Job. I think it is in Job. Do you happen to know where this is, Josiah or Johnny?
No, I don't know the exact verse. No.
We might be arguing and go for something pithy.
But the thing is, what I'm saying is that when God is describing to Job how he did something, obviously, I don't see any other way how he would have done it than use the word Tiamat for the ocean deep.
Or because Job was a pagan and everybody else believed that
No, even if he
Tiamat
wasn't a
is the one
pagan,
who did
even if he
that.
was a scientist, let's say Job was a scientist and he was searching for the oceans, God would have used the same language, the same word.
Right. And we have it preserved, I think. But I'm still trying to look for this verse. Does anybody know where this verse is?
No, not
I
really.
do recall Job talking about the springs, though, somewhere.
Yeah, I remember. And that's the one that Nephilim Free uses, by the way, to talk about scientific foreknowledge in the Bible. You see, my brother, the Bible has scientific foreknowledge. That's the thing.
Well, I'm not repudiating that. I'm saying that the author's intended meaning is not to impose 20th century science upon it. I'm saying, what's the author's intended meaning in Job?
Wait a minute. You're saying that the Bible
In a pagan culture,
No, wait a minute. Obviously,
and he's trying to repudiate other
obviously
beliefs
they are
of
using
his
more
fellow
accurate
pagans.
languages. Let me say this, my brother. They are using more accurate languages to describe the reality around them than scientists today could ever imagine.
Well, yeah, that's certainly possible. But
No, that's not only possible. I would say that's
is
what
not
it
the
is.
same. Is not the same thing as wada, which would be the word that an Egyptian would use. Wada is the Egyptian for water. Instead, Tiamat is a god.
No,
Okay?
Tiamat just means Tiamat in and of itself just means abyss, the deep.
Oh,
Now,
it
I want to
does?
look at the context in which it's being used, and here God
Hold
is
on,
talking
hold
about.
on. Wait. First of all, we got to find that verse, or we're going to be arguing about nothing.
Right. First it says that God created the fountains of the deep. So when God created that, it's obviously
Well,
talking about a God.
No, it's talking about something different in Genesis 1,
Because
2.
the Bible clearly talks about the springs of the ocean deep, and we know this today only. We don't know this. People didn't know that back then. People have just discovered that today.
Well, I'm not sure because people have walked, on beaches and found springs.
No,
Literally
brother,
at
that's
waist
not the
height.
same. That's not the same. On the ocean floor is not the same as on the beaches. You
Well,
cannot see those
then they
things.
must be using a different word, right? We'd have to look at what that word means.
Yeah, the word is Tiamat. It means the abyss, the very deep, the ocean.
No, that's not where Tiamat comes from. I'm sorry.
Well, Tiamat means abyss, my brother.
No, abyss, like I said, is used as Maya, which also could mean a serpent god in Genesis
Yeah, it
1.
can also mean that, but it has to depend on the context in which it's being used.
Absolutely.
And in the context of
And
Job,
what's the context of this author? His historical
well, the
background.
context of Job, like I said, is that God is giving him the descriptions, his secrets of creation.
Is he? Or is he asking Job a question?
Yeah, but in that question, he's saying that, look, these are secrets that I have created. That's what the context is, my brother. Those are called secrets of creation that Job didn't know, and that no human being knew.
I'm not sure where we differ here. I'm still trying to find this verse in Job. Do you have a citation anywhere? Or we're just arguing about nothing?
I think you should talk to Nephilim Free about this. He'll give you the verse. He has it on record. He knows about these things. Because he's good at the scientific foreknowledge in the Bible. He's got quite a couple of them.
Let's see. Oh, here it is. Job 38:16. Okay, let me look at this. Job 38:16.
Yeah, he's asking the question, hast thou entered into the depths of the sea and walked in the lowest parts of the deep? Right? Okay,
What?
this is Tehom
Mm-hmm.
into the springs Nebech.
Yes.
Nebech of
Okay.
the sea.
Right.
Have the gates of death been opened to thee? Let's see here.
Okay. You have it. So that's what I was. These are descriptions of the physical reality that God created.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what's being said there in Job. I don't think I'd fight that very much.
Right. So that's why.
It's Tiamat. That's why I was saying we probably are fighting over nothing major.
That's what I'm saying. So in the same way, Rob Skiba also uses such physical descriptions of the earth that God uses from time to time, and he explains how he created certain structures of the earth. The whole point.
Right.
And those do not match with what the scientists are currently telling us.
Let me give you an example, though.
The problem.
Hold on. Like I said, the deep of Genesis chapters 1 verse 2, Tehom in Hebrew is a term that originates in the mythology of the Babylonian Tiamat. That's what I'm telling you.
That may very well be. I'm not denying that. And in that context, it may mean that.
So is he just trying to say those pagans got it right, but they left out some details, or is he saying these people got that wrong, and this is the right account?
Well, I'm just saying that the only thing that I see the pagans that they got wrong is that creature was a god. That's what they got wrong.
Right. Now, if they got wrong the God and the creation account, aren't they just basically refuting the entire thing, though?
No, not necessarily. And here's why. Because when you, for example, let's say you see the earth is created a certain way. Let's say you have a video camera and you've recorded it all. And then you say, this was created by a fairy or a flying spaghetti monster. Now, notice what happened here. You were wrong about the flying spaghetti monster creating it, but you weren't wrong about the structure, about creation. See, this is the problem. This is where you're mixing things up. One is talking about the structure itself,
But
and who created that structure, who shaped it.
Right, I see what you're saying, but the structure of this is that Tiamat was a god.
That's not the structure. That's just the entity behind the structure.
No, it's literally a god. It's a god.
Yes, the god that supposedly created the structure.
But are they then affirming that there is this god called Tiamat because they mentioned it?
Look, the pagans are affirming, of course, but the Bible author, of course, is not affirming. They taking the god away, but not the structure.
Right.
You see, he's not taking the structure away. The
structure is a sea serpent, and he has taken that away in Genesis by describing it as
the structure is not just the sea serpent. The structure is the whole thing: the water, the stones, the dome, everything is the structure. None of that God is taking away. He's just taking away that entity.
He's not affirming it either. That's what I'm telling you. He's not affirming it. Just because it mentions it doesn't mean that it's trying to teach that that's the case.
No,
Otherwise, all sorts of things.
What I'm saying is he's going along with it. That's all I'm saying. He's not repudiating it.
Well, sure, right. What I'm telling you is that he's using language of accommodation. He's meeting people where they are, and
yes, but you do not accommodate false
to refute their false ideas. That's it.
But brother, you do not accommodate when you correct somebody. You do not accommodate their false ideas alongside with it. That's not how it does.
Absolutely, you do.
No, brother.
Otherwise, how are you even going to talk to those people without using the language?
I'll show you it again. Let's say God wants to repudiate them.
Are you using English right now?
You can use Hebrew. You can use this in any language. It doesn't matter.
Great, but I don't speak Hebrew, so are you going to have to speak English to me?
When I spoke
That's
Hebrew,
the problem.
I would use the same type of argument. I would tell them in Hebrew to not that the whole entire thing that they have is wrong, including the structure, and that they could believe in this structure and this way how to create, how it was. But that's not what God did in the Hebrew.
No,
He took
no.
all of those structural elements, maintained them.
Actually, he did.
One aspect of who created it.
It actually did. In the beginning, right, in the very first verse, he says, "In the beginning, God," as opposed to gods.
Only changed
He
the
viewed
aspect of
all
God's.
of their cosmogonies just in that
No,
one
brother.
statement alone.
No, brother. He did not talk about the structure. He did not repudiate the structure. This is for the 15th time that I'm telling you this, my brother, and you're making the same mistake again. He's repudiating them about the God that created that structure, not about the structure itself. They got it right.
No, what you have in the Babylonian account is chaos. Chaos is not a god. It's the earth. The earth is made first, and that's what it's referred to as chaos. In Genesis 1, you have God created first. That's a repudiation of all the matter. It's completely switched.
Of course, it's a repudiation. It's a repudiation of how
Same
the
thing is
structure
true about the
was.
Tiamat.
I agree. How the structure. I agree that how the structure was created, that was false. The pagans had a false idea. They had God after creation instead of before creation. That's fine. But what I am saying is that God did not repudiate them about the existing structure that they and God both agreed on. In other words, the true God and the pagans both agreed on one thing, and that is the reality, the physical reality around them.
So
At that time.
okay, so you're saying that they use the same language. That's what I'm telling you too.
It doesn't just have to do with the same language. It has to do with the same reality. Reality.
Did you know that Yahweh is referred to as Baal? Does that mean that they were trying to communicate that Yahweh was Baal?
Brother, you're again talking about the creator behind it. I'm talking about the structure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So since they mentioned, right, that Baal was the one who caused rain.
Yes.
And the Israelites held the belief that or they at least mentioned Yahweh as Baal. Like, for example, in the heavenly cow story, I don't know if you've read that account from the Egyptian records.
Right, I believe that.
But they utilize that language to say the entire account is false.
Because this will make it easier for me to show you. But they still both believed in clouds, right? They still both believed that there were clouds. That much was
absolutely. What's wrong with clouds being the firmament?
No, I'm not talking about the firmament. I'm talking about the cloud itself. The cloud, both the Israelites and the pagans believed that they were clouds, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So they shared the same structure. They just had a different God behind them.
Well, they had a completely different
God, fine, but not a completely different cloud. The clouds were
No, they certainly did. The Egyptians believed that it was a disk that was submerged in water, and then there was a firmament under the water. But in the Genesis account, you have an attempt to make something more logical, where the earth is on top of the land.
Okay, wait a minute. There's something more logical or the real deal? Now you got to make up your mind. If Genesis just make it more logical, or did it have the real deal?
No, right. What I'm saying is that the editor Moses, right, is the one who's trying to fill in the details.
He's not having the real deal. He's just
he's filling in the details where their stories don't make sense to show how ridiculous they are. That's what he's doing.
Right, and he's correcting them, and his account is accurate, right?
Yes, he's correcting their accounts.
Right.
Yes, and he's stealing their God's thunder, and he's saying, even if that were the case, it's Yahweh that did it. In other words, the concern wasn't on the makeup of the universe. The concern was on the sovereignty of God.
And I tell you why the concern wasn't about the makeup. Well, the concern wasn't about the makeup because they both got the makeup correct. That's why the concern wasn't the makeup.
Well, they also all agreed on theonomy. We're right back to square one, John.
And they were correct on that, brother.
You know what? They also use suzerain vassal treaties forms. Does that mean that they all
brother, I think
that's true today too?
You're mixing up physical tools between conceptual or law.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
If I tell you today, if God told you back then, the earth is made of green cheese, does that mean all of a sudden the earth is not made of green cheese anymore?
No, what I'm telling you is that the account doesn't affirm it or deny it. What I'm saying is that that's not the point of the Genesis account.
Brother, if let's say the pagans believe that the moon is made of cheese, and then God says, look at the moon, look at this green object, how it shines. Now, would that, if God did that, and the moon wasn't really made of green cheese, then God would be lying, wouldn't he?
No, not necessarily.
Of course he would. Why would he not? Look.
No, because there's a difference between concealing a truth that will later be revealed and deliberately hiding.
Listen. God could have easily said, that moon that you believe is made of green cheese, I tell you, it is not made of that, but something else.
Right.
He could have said that, couldn't he?
Right. He could have said that.
And that would have been the right thing to do.
But then nobody in that culture would know what green cheese is, and unless
they would absolutely know what it is, because green cheese exists on this earth. So God could have shown them examples of green cheese right over here on this earth.
Right. So for example, how are they even going to convey these ideas to their neighbors and tell them that their ideas are false? Without, for example, using the term El, Baal, Rat, sea serpent, Maya.
Brother, listen.
Right.
If I believe now, look, very simple. If I believe that the moon is made of green cheese, and you want to convey to me that it's not really made of green cheese, you can very simply tell me, Johnny, you're wrong. The moon is not made of green cheese. You have a false belief.
That's what they're telling these people when they're saying that they have false gods.
Yeah, but they're not telling us about the structure.
No, they're saying that their entire cosmology is false because they have a false god. That's the point.
Brother, they are not repudiating them on the structure.
If those false gods gave them that revelation about that cosmology, Johnny, and they're refuting and literally pissing on that God, like I'm telling you that the author of Genesis is doing, they are literally ridiculing the entire account.
Brother, if I believe my house was created by invisible fairies, that doesn't mean that my house physically doesn't exist the way I describe it.
Oh, I understand that.
Right, but that's exactly what's going on there.
No, what I'm telling you is that when they're repudiating these other gods, they're actually pissing on their historical records. That's how it was done.
They're not pissing on their historical records.
Yes, they are. I tried to give you an example.
That's the problem. You're reading that in. That's not what's happening here. They're not pissing on the historical records, because if they were pissing on the historical records, you know what they would have said? They would have said, all your historical records are wrong. Throw your books away. They mean nothing.
Hold on, Johnny. What's the author's intended meaning of Genesis?
The author's intended meaning is to take them away from the false gods and get them to the true God.
Yeah, and don't those false gods have corresponding cosmogonies?
What do you mean by cosmogony?
Creation myths.
But creation myth is not the same as the structure. I can have a creation. I can, for example, this is my house. I can say fairies is my house. That's a creation myth. That's not how my house is.
Right, but if there are no fairies, then there was no creation of your house.
No, there was a creation, but I got the creation wrong. Obviously, my house is standing.
Okay, so there was a creation, but that whole creation account was wrong.
No, my house is still there. That aspect is still there.
Okay, so if these fairies gave you a revelation, right? Or leprechauns, but we could use.
Right, let's say I say that leprechauns and fairies together create the house that I'm living in. Right now.
Right. If those don't exist, would their creation accounts be false?
If the structure of my home would still be the same, brother.
Wouldn't their revelations be false too?
That would be false in regards to the fairies' existence.